I had moved into a quiet complex on the East Coast because the neighborhood felt safe. Tree-lined sidewalks, kids playing, cars that stayed in their drives. That sense of ordinary comfort made me sloppy about being careful. On weeknights, I'd come in late from bars or friend hangs and leave the porch light on as a kind of lazy security. One night, I stumbled in, drunkish, half happy, half tired. My little dog Milo greeted me at the door, all enthusiasm and squeaky paws. The apartment is ground level with 2 doors, front and back, and a hallway that funnels straight into the tiny bedroom. I said goodnight to Milo, dropped my keys, and collapsed. The next memory is the one that still sits like a stone, waking to Milo growling, low and intense. He was at the foot of the bed, staring at the far corner by the closet. In the dark, his little body looked impossibly still, all taut muscles and warning. I fumbled for the lamp, and the closet door stood cracked open a hair's breadth, like someone had left it ajar on purpose. My stomach dropped, because once your brain finishes the short list of probably nothing explanations, the rest of the list is all bad. I padded to the kitchen to grab a knife, trying to act like I was calm while my hands trembled. Milo followed, one paw tapping the tile like a metronome I couldn't turn off. Back in the bedroom, a wave of ridiculous confidence pushed me to fling the closet door wide. Empty. Breath stuck at my ribs. I told Milo he was a scaredy dog and marched to the kitchen to put the knife away. Stupid bravado and a mistake. When I returned, Milo was at the other side of the room, hair up, snuffling under the bed. He'd found something. I crouched and peered in and saw a sliver of movement, a dark shape tucked beneath the frame, a pair of eyes catching the lamp like 2 dull coins. For a second, we just looked at each other. His eyes were flat and human, and they fixed on me with slow, unfazed attention. I grabbed Milo and bolted. I pounded on the neighbor's door, breath loud and raw, shaking like I'd sprinted a block. He opened, blearily, in pajama pants. I don't remember the words so much as the urgency. "Someone's in my apartment, please. Please let me in." He ushered me inside, called 911, and led me back to the hall. We moved like people in a bad dream. Fast, small, terrified to look inside. By the time the police arrived and swept the place, the intruder was gone. The officers moved through the apartment with flashlights cutting through the night, desks and drawers upturned in methodical search patterns. Molly snuffled at their boots like nothing much had happened. The cops took my statement, filled out forms, and told me to change the locks. They said intruders sometimes slip away when they hear commotion. They said a lot of small professional things that didn't make me feel better. Later I thought about little flashes I'd missed. The closet barely cracked when I fell asleep, Milo's earlier shifting in the night, the tiny, muffled sleep sounds that turned out not to be the house settling but someone breathing. If Milo hadn't been a yappy, annoying lapdog, I don't know when I would have noticed. The jerk of survival. The skin-crawl realization that something so close had been under my bed, a hand away from the sheets, is the thing I can't shake. The police couldn't find signs of forced entry, which only made the whole thing worse. Both doors were still locked when I'd bolted outside. That meant the man had already been inside when I came home. He must have slipped in earlier that day, or maybe even while I was out at the bar. He was waiting, silent, under my bed. That thought replays in my head like a broken record. Every casual motion I made, tossing my keys, pulling off my shoes, lying down, had an unseen witness only inches away. I keep imagining him breathing quietly, listening to me settling in, probably waiting for me to fall deeper into sleep before doing whatever he'd come to do. The police theorized he could have been a squatter, or maybe someone who had scoped the apartment complex for easy targets. They gave me generic warnings. Always check your locks, close blinds, report suspicious people. But no report could explain the way his eyes looked in the dark. They weren't panicked or wild, they were calm, as if this wasn't his first time. Milo is the only reason I'm still here telling this story. My 6-pound chihuahua, who barks at leaves and shadows, was the one who warned me. Without him, I might have never woken up until it was too late. I didn't sleep in that apartment again. I packed up that same week and broke my lease, penalty fees be damned. Every place I've lived since, I check closets, under beds, crawl spaces, every night, without fail. My friends laugh at me for it, but I don't care. Because once you've looked into the dark and found eyes looking back at you, you learn fast. Paranoia keeps you alive. I worked odd jobs back then. Anything that paid cash. One summer they hired me to shoot stock footage. Lakes, tree lines, fog over marshes. It was the kind of work that let you disappear into the woods for hours with a camera and come home with good money and a story. This particular evening, I was a good half hour from the dirt access road where I'd parked. Sunset had given me the soft, cinematic light I needed, and by the time I packed up the gear, the sky had folded into that washed indigo that makes the trees look like ink smudges. I should have kept a compass or a cheap handheld GPS with me. I should have marked my trail. I didn't. What felt at first like a little detour, an extra hour of wandering to get the perfect shot, turned into the realization that I had no idea which way led back to the truck. The paths looked the same. The dirt underfoot had no clear memory. My boots were heavy with the day, and my shoulders sore from hauling 2 overloaded bags of equipment, and the empty feeling of being lost began to grow teeth. After a long, dumb walk, I found a house standing alone in a clearing. Vines eating its siding, windows caved in and jagged, the kind of place that looks like it was left mid-argument. It should have screamed, "Keep away," but the night pressed at me, and the idea of sleeping in that ruin felt safer than an all-night stumble between roots. I pushed the warped front door inward. It opened with an animal breath of rot. Inside, my flashlight painted piles of trash and broken furniture. The bedroom had a mattress, filthy and sunk, but a mattress beats lying on cold dirt, so I draped a sleeping bag and used a bag as a pillow and tried to settle. The house had the small noises any abandoned place has. The settling of boards, a loose shutter rattling somewhere, wind pushing through broken glass. At first I ignored them as the soundtrack of decrepitude. Then, from the far corner of the room, something like a throat noise, a wet gurgle, made me freeze. The closet door lay in shadow, a rectangle of deeper dark. It moved. A slow, improbably deliberate sway, and when my light hit the edge of it, I realized it wasn't the wind. There was someone else in the room. I didn't get a long look, but the image seared into my marrow. A man wearing a cheap wig askew on his head, makeup smeared into the hollows by bad lighting, standing where he shouldn't be. For some reason, the wig made his face look theatrical and wrong, like a clown left under soda lights. I grabbed my bags and muttered apologies as if that could excuse my presence, then ran. Footsteps answered me from the house, the sound too close and too fast to be only wind or falling plaster. Panic pushed adrenaline into muscles that had been complaining all day. I ran through a thicket of branches and bramble, scrambling until my lungs burned. I didn't duck into the woods to hide. I ran toward the one thing I knew, road. 10 minutes later, I hit asphalt. A slow-moving car gave me a lift back to where I'd left the truck. It was daylight then, and standing near the house with the sun on it made it look smaller and less supernatural. But the damage was obvious. Smashed windows, trash, the kind of neglect that doesn't fix itself. I told myself I'd been lucky. Stupid, but lucky, and that the man in the wig had been more startled than I was. Still, a house that looks abandoned on the outside and hosts a living person inside is not a thing I'd expect to encounter and walk away from without consequence. The ride back to my truck should have calmed me down, but my chest still hurt from the sprint and from the thought of those footsteps closing in behind me. The driver, an older farmer in overalls, asked if I was okay. I told him I'd gotten turned around shooting landscapes, which was true, but I didn't mention the house. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd seen in the closet, because the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. An abandoned ruin, miles into the woods, and yet a man inside. Dressed like that. I replayed it in my head, the wig with long synthetic strands, the messy makeup that didn't match his skin tone, the unnatural gurgling in his throat before I saw him. It wasn't like he had a sleeping bag or lantern in there. Nothing to suggest he was camping out, just darkness and stillness, until I opened the door. I told myself the steps behind me might have been imagination. The problem is, when adrenaline floods, your ears sharpen. I know what I heard. He was running after me. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop wondering what his plan was. Did he live there, surviving among the wreckage? Or did he wait for strays like me, people who wandered too deep, luring them into a sense of false safety? The thought of lying down in that bed while he crouched in the closet waiting for me made me physically sick. Even stranger, a year later, curiosity got the better of me. I drove back to roughly the same spot, thinking I might find the house again in daylight, just to prove to myself it wasn't a fever dream. But the road, the trail, the clearing, I never found them. It was as if the house had swallowed itself back into the forest. Every so often I dream about that gurgling noise, about the face turning slowly out of the dark. In the dream, I don't run. I stay frozen, waiting, and he keeps walking forward out of the closet. That's when I wake up. I was 19 and working as a camp counselor that summer. 3 two-week sessions back-to-back, shepherding groups of kids through arts, archery, and s'mores. By the last session, I was bone-tired and more than ready to be done. But the job pays, and there's something stubborn about seeing a summer through. On the final week, one of the boys in my group, Todd, wasn't feeling well after the evening activities. He wanted to head back early to the cabin to sleep. I sent him ahead to brush his teeth and lay down while the rest of the kids gathered by the fire. When I stepped into the cabin area, a little girl was standing in the doorway, maybe 8 years old, small, hair in a messy ponytail. She shouldn't have been there alone at that hour. Our camp runs tight on rules at night. Cabins locked, counselors accounted for, kids counted. I asked her where her group was. No answer. I asked her name. She said Willow in a small voice. I asked who her counselors were. Nothing. The silence felt wrong in the way silence does when something is missing. So I took her hand, led her into the front of the cabin, and told her to wait while I ran to find the girls, counselors. I cut across the camp. Lights from the activity fields bleeding through trees, the smell of smoke from the fire, and searched the girls' section. No one named Willow. No stray child missing from any of the groups. I ran back, heartbeat thudding, planning to bring the girl straight to the office. She was gone. Panic is small and immediate when you feel responsible for a child. I checked the cabin beds, called Todd, who looked at me like I'd gone mad, and then bolted toward the woods when I heard a scream that sounded like it had come from just inside the trees. The scream twisted something inside me. It was raw and close, and my legs moved before my brain caught up. "Willow!" I called, voice cracking. No answer. The woods closed around me, a press of trunks and low branches, the scent of damp leaves, the unevenness of the ground forcing short, clumsy strides. After a while of calling and moving, a second scream echoed, closer this time. I pushed through brush, and then there she was. A small silhouette standing unnaturally still in front of a big oak, as if waiting for me exactly where she'd chosen. Relief surged and then curdled when she turned and ran. She was quick, absurdly quick, and I chased. The chase was a blur, trees whipping past, undergrowth snagging at my shorts. I kept sight of her until she moved behind a thicket and vanished. I slowed, hid, and watched through the leaves. My breath stank in my mouth, my heart hammered. Behind the foliage, a tiny red light bobbed and drifted. Not like a flashlight swing, but like a glow wavering on a string. The child darted toward it and dipped out of sight. My skin prickled, then a larger shape pushed through the underbrush and started coming my way. Slow, deliberate, too big to be another kid. It crouched and moved, like someone practiced in tracking. My blood went cold. This wasn't an accidental wrong turn. It was a trap. I ran back to camp as fast as I could, scrambling over roots, lungs burning with the effort to get that small, pale shape out of the woods. I slammed into the office like someone barging into sanctuary and told the camp coordinator Jackie what I'd seen. The girl, the light, the man. She cut the evening activities and called for every counselor to check cabins and lights. Radios buzzed. Flashlights flicked into the trees. Authorities were notified. That night, the camp took on a quieter, taut quality. Interviews were taken, searchers fanned out, and a police report was filed. By morning, everyone had been accounted for, and we breathed a collective sigh of relief that Willow had been found and returned safe. The season ended a few days later, and, like a bad dream, the incident faded from the loud, happy parts of camp life. But for me, the image kept coming back. A little girl used like bait, a red light in the brush, a crouched figure moving just out of sight. The theory that sat heavy with me was simple and ugly. Someone using a child to lure others into the woods. I still don't want to know what would have happened if I hadn't chased her. For weeks after camp ended, I kept replaying that night in my head. I'd be back home walking through the neighborhood or even lying in bed at night, and suddenly the memory would press itself forward. Willow's small hand in mine, the way she said her name in that flat, almost rehearsed voice, the silence that followed every question. Then the scream, sharp, panicked, tearing through the trees like bait on a hook. I didn't tell my parents the full story when I got back. I just said camp was eventful and that I was glad it was over. But I did keep in touch with Jackie, the coordinator. She told me law enforcement had searched the surrounding forest and found signs that someone had been out there. Cigarette butts, a shredded tarp, and what looked like a camping area not far from the property line. No sign of a child, no Willow. It's possible, maybe even likely, that she was never a camper at all. Maybe she was real, maybe she wasn't. But I know what I saw, and I know what chased me back through the woods was not an illusion. The thought that sits with me the most is the way the figure moved. It wasn't like someone blundering around looking for their lost kid. It was careful, crouched, methodical. It was hunting, and the red light bobbing in the dark. That detail makes my skin crawl even now. Lantern? Glow stick? Signal? Whatever it wasn't for me. It was for her. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else at camp saw her that night. If Todd, lying in his bunk, heard the scream but thought it was just me trying to spook him. If another counselor glimpsed a shadow at the tree line and dismissed it as a trick of the firelight. The scariest possibility, though, is that this wasn't the first or last time someone tried to lure a counselor or a camper into those woods. When I tell people this story now, years later, and with the scrape of memory softened by time, they usually start with the obvious questions. Why were you home alone? Why didn't you lock the gate sooner? Why didn't you call someone right away? The truth is smaller and messier. I was 15, living in a modest terrace a few streets off the main drag of suburban Sydney, and one ordinary weeknight had folded into something that felt like a test of small decisions. The house was quiet. Mom and Dad were out at a friend's, and the clock in the hallway ticked a slow, ordinary beat that made me feel like the last person in a world designed to be populated. The dog, a mutt named Benji who thought himself 10 times bigger than he actually was, trotted around with the soft patter of paws against laminate. I had just come out of the bathroom, hair still damp, headphones slung around my neck, when the sound happened. The gate swung. It wasn't a gentle push from wind. It was a distinct, metallic creak, followed by the soft clank of the latch dropping. Benji's bark exploded into the house like a thrown stone, the kind of bark that wakes the furniture. I froze, towel in hand, listening as the animal's voice rose and changed timbre from warning to frantic. On the other side of the glass in the porch, shadows pulled apart. Someone ran past the window in a blurred, hunched silhouette and vanished into the backyard like a shadow swallowed by black. I could just make out the shape, Thin, hunched, black clothing blending into the night, a spill of long dark hair that might have been stringy from rain or sweat. Pale skin flashed against the paintwork. It was enough detail to make my stomach drop. I moved barefoot across the hall, every step a careful draft of sound. Benji was glued to the front door, low growl vibrating through his chest. The hairs on my neck prickled as though someone had walked a finger down my spine. That sound, the rustic click of the latch, the bark, the sprint of a body, did not belong to a normal night. I could feel the house expand and contract around me, breathing the same panic. Then another person appeared at the porch. More ordinary, less frantic, someone who might, at first glance, have belonged there. He stepped up to the security bars like a neighbor, talking to a neighbor. Familiar muscle memory in the shoulders, casual, half-lean, casual voice. He leaned close and called through the bars in that thin, neighborly tone. "Hey, have you seen my mate?" At 15, you parse language like a map of risk. The man's words skated across the threshold in plain English, but a dozen little pieces didn't fit. He said my mate, and then described him as a random guy he'd been following. He suggested the other man might be on drugs and dangerous. It was a conversation that wanted me to be uncertain. I answered, honest and stupidly literal, because at that age you still assume missteps have simple causes. "Yeah, I think he ran into the backyard." The second guy's expression flickered and then folded into action. He walked away, disappearing into the black. I waited. The rational thing would have been to bolt the door and call my parents or the police immediately. But adrenaline tastes like rationalization at first. He's probably a friend. He's probably lost. It's fine. I stayed on the inside veranda, listening to the soft rustle of leaves and Benji's sharp breaths. That's when the first stranger returned. Not lurched. Not sneaked. Walked back, as if the backyard had handed him his friend on a platter. He looked different now. Closer, slower. The hunched shape I'd seen earlier stood next to him, pacing like a caged animal. The skin was the color of curdled milk. The clothes clung to a gaunt frame, and long dark hair fell like strips of shadow across a face I couldn't make out fully. There was a strange cat-like energy in his movement, sudden small jerks of pacing and moments of unnerving stillness. He stared through the security bars and fixed me with an unwavering gaze. His eyes, and the part of his face I could see between matted hair, were blind with a wet glare. They didn't flinch. The second man leaned toward the bars and said the words that would turn my chest into stone. "He's nervous. Can you just come outside for a minute and show him you're harmless?" Thinking of that sentence now is like handling a shard of glass. The line is tiny and simple, but it cuts. There was a moment, split-second long, when my brain tried to choose. The gut answers flashed like neon. Door stays shut. Lock. Call. But the social voice had been raised on. Polite schoolboy, not wanting to make trouble, trembled in front of the louder survival voice. I remember the air going thick, the house flipping from quiet to a held breath. Benji's growl changed pitch, a rumble that tasted like warning. The pale man stopped pacing and stood perfectly still, like a statue that had been waiting to be noticed. All the small noises in the house turned into a chorus. The tick of the hallway clock, the wind rattling the eaves, the faint churn of my neighbor's washing machine from down the street, and beneath it, the dull slap of my own pulse. I took one step forward, a stupid human reflex to see what the other wanted, and the world snapped. The second man lunged. His hand shot between the bars, fingers splayed and long, as if to test the gap, and slammed toward me. His reach through the security grill was raw and invasive, and I flinched back hard, slamming the French door with my foot and bolting it with the kind of brute force that only comes from sudden terror. The noise of the bolt sliding home sounded like an exclamation mark. I called my parents shakily, and they called the police as the night closed in. The two men were gone by the time the officers arrived. A neighbor later mentioned a report of a break-in 2 streets over less than an hour earlier. They searched, snapped photos of footprints and gutter marks, and left me with the ache of what-ifs. Looking back now, the worst detail isn't just that there were 2 men. It's that they didn't try to barge in. They wanted me to come to them. They wanted me to step outside into a night where I would be alone and at their mercy. The house smelled of that odd mixture of cooked dinners and bleach as the officers took statements, cross-legged in the living room as if they were trying to fold a story back into neat upholstery. An officer took notes while I repeated details I had only partially seen. The pale man's hunched gait, the greasy black hair, the way his skin looked almost translucent under the halo of the street lamp, the other man's casual manner, the quick cadence of his lies. The police were calm in the way professionals are, voices practiced to soak up panic. They circled the yard with torches, but the garden's small jungle of shrubs gave up only hollowed footprints and the scratch of a shoe against the side fence. Someone suggested the pair had been casing houses on the street, looking for a point of entry or perhaps for someone to lure outside, and that made my stomach turn in a way that no factual sentence could remedy. That night I slept badly. Not asleep, really, but fitful, like a bird with one eye open. In the black between dozes, my mind stitched what-ifs into long seams. I pictured the pale figure moving quietly between fences, backlit by a sodium lamp like some cruel shadow puppet. I imagined the second man standing at the bars with a smile so ordinary it made the whole thing more frightening. The ordinary smile of someone used to being trusted. When I closed my eyes, I could still see the gap between the security bars and the impressive reach of that hand. The way a human limb could extend and try to take a life not by smashing a window but by coaxing someone out. For days afterward, the yard became forbidden geometry. I would stand at the window and watch the dark, counting the lines of the hedges and replaying where they'd been. I moved the neighbor's pot plant a few degrees left, because small acts make you feel like you have control. Benji refused to go out for more than a few minutes, and then only with me within arm's reach. I told myself the police would find them eventually. They never did. Not in any report I read, anyway. The break-in down the road never connected into something with a face in the papers. It became another line item on a station log and little else. The two of them dissolved back into randomness, into the many ways a city's night folds people into anonymous shapes. People told me to be thankful I hadn't opened the door. They said how brave I'd been and how lucky we both were that I'd stayed put. Luck has a peculiar way of sitting with you after such nights. A warm, brittle thing that doesn't feel like virtue so much as a narrow escape. The memory stuck in my body like a splinter. Every metal clank of a gate, every figure hunched under a streetlight, made my shoulders climb up to my ears. The weeks that followed felt like walking through the same room with the lights turned low. I overchecked locks, slammed bolts, and rewired habits into rituals, pocketing my phone with its camera facing me, leaving a bright light on in the hallway, teaching Benji a new command to come inside when I said the word. Each small action was an attempt to stitch back a sense of normality, to prove to myself that I could still command the boundaries of my space. But some part of me had been rewired for suspicion. The world felt porous in a way that couldn't be patched by an extra chain on a door. Friends who heard the tale offered sympathy and incredulous shakes of the head. Some told me horror movie lines. You should have called the cops sooner, as if there were a right and wrong in how you reacted to someone lunging at your security bars. Others, more quietly, confessed they had also had nights where a stranger's presence had rearranged their sense of home. The common thread was always that shock, the sense that someone had chosen you, watched you, and tried to draw you out. On the 31st of that month, a small anonymous online forum discussion popped up in the local neighborhood group. Suspicious men seen near fences. Keep watch. Comments flowed with the casual, brittle helpfulness of the internet. Keep lights on. Call police. Alert neighbors. I felt both relief and a sharpening annoyance. I was relieved that the pattern was noticed, and annoyed that the world had to be reminded to look up from its screens. Meanwhile, inside my own house, the nights were longer. The yard became a terrain of imagined footprints that never quite matched the real ones. The gate's latch, once an unnoticed detail, had been transformed into a potential hinge upon which terrible choices could swing. Each time the gate scraped metal on latch, my heart jumped, and I felt the old, small animal terror return like a memory that hasn't learned its lesson. The house had not been invaded in the physical sense. No window smashed, no door broken down. But in a way that mattered more intimately, my sense of safety had been tested to the bone. And when you are young, tests like that teach you rules in a way that hangs on a long time. Never go outside if someone you don't know asks. Always lock both doors even if you think you'll be quick. Trust the bark of your dog because it often knows what you do not. The months after hardened into a tightness I carried with me for years. I grew smaller in the way I moved through space, always turning to check my shoulder, favoring seats with a clear exit, leaving lights on in hotel rooms when traveling alone. For a while, my parents refused to leave the house without checking the backyard themselves. They changed locks and added an extra security latch. We put in motion-activated lights and an extra padlock on the gate. Benji, who had always been an earnest, goofy dog, became a sentinel who watched every shadow like it might be a hand. When I finally told the story to a girlfriend a few years later, wary and careful with phrasing as if words could drape or undrape the memory, she stopped me halfway through and said, simply, "They wanted you outside." It landed in my chest like the final piece of a jigsaw puzzle. Of course they wanted me outside. Laying a hand through a security bar or asking someone to step into the night isn't about brute force. It's about manipulation, prodding at the social instincts that make you polite to whatever face someone puts on. It's about turning ordinary trust into a tool. I never saw those two men again. I never had a flash of their faces in crowds or the intimation of the pale man pacing behind a hedge. The world, mercifully, does not always hand you continued confrontations. Sometimes the scars are just that, scars, reminders, and not ongoing threats. But every so often, a metallic squeal at a stranger's gate will make me pause. Every so often, a shadow that hugs a bush's edge will set me to scanning for a shape that might be watching. The smallest, most mundane things became litmus tests for possible danger. Years later, when I walk past the street where my parents still live, the gate looks ordinary. Flaking paint, a little rust at one hinge, a ribbon of weeds in the crack. In daylight it becomes nostalgic, a marker of growing up. At night it is simply a gate. But if I stand there long enough, letting the town's ordinary warmth wash over me, the mind is capable of digging up the past like a hand from under a sheet. The pale man's still intensity, the second man's ordinary voice folded over a lie, Benji's bark like an alarm. The scene replays in thumbnails, the porch light hitting hair, the hand between bars, the click of the bolt. If there's one thing I learned that doesn't sound like a moral or an instruction but simply a fact, it's this. Some people will try to make you walk into danger with a kind voice and a practiced smile. It's a small, terrible lesson that has stayed with me. It informs the way I teach younger siblings to be wary, and the way I check locks twice before collapsing into sleep. At the end of the day, the men were ghosts that left behind only a few physical traces and 1,000 internal footprints. The police never gave us the comfort of an arrest or a confirmation that their canvassing had turned up anything substantial. They did their jobs as much as they could, took photos, filed reports, told us to stay vigilant. But the knowledge of those two men, that they could be patient and quiet and polite enough to try to lure someone out, remained with me, a tiny electric wire running under the skin. I learned to respect the thinness of safety and the ease with which strangers can ask you to step into the dark. It was a Thursday when the house finally felt like mine. Mara, my mother, was on a late shift, my brothers away at college, and the rooms hummed like something waiting. I had friends over, we watched a baseball game and drank too many beers. When they left through the back door, the house folded into silence. I packed the leftover bottles into the fridge, climbed upstairs, and lay in bed counting nothing. The house made its usual noises, the refrigerator's cough, pipes settling, the floor's old complaints. Footsteps padded up the stairs, stopped outside my door. I pictured Mara's silhouette, her slump in the doorway. A cough. Then the kitchen erupted. Cabinets, clattering dishes. Too tired to protest, I texted, "Please stop making so much noise." I turned onto my side. The hallway light was off, the doorway a black mouth. Then other steps returned, closer, quicker. My bedroom door opened, and a figure filled the frame. In the thin streetlight, it read like my mother's shape. Slouched. Familiar. I snapped, "Stop making so much damn noise." No answer. My phone vibrated. A text. Mara still at work. My throat tightened. The figure at the doorway didn't move. I tried to act normal. "Mom, I'm trying to sleep." "Get out," I said, voice brittle. When she stayed, I texted my mother in a panic. There's someone in the house. Call the police." "Okay," she replied. A new sound cut the air. A rough, repeated phrase. "Don't know where to go," mumbled close, like breath scraping wood. It grew louder, nearer. I fumbled for the lamp. The light revealed a small, bent woman at the foot of my bed. Hair like white wire, and hands like dried roots reaching toward me. Her skin folded into maps, her voice frayed into a plea. "I freeze, don't know where to go," she whispered. Fear shoved me up. I screamed, "Get back," and ran. I slammed the bedroom door and pressed my weight against it. On the other side, she thudded and scraped. Nails scored the paint. "I need to get out," she wailed, pounding until the door shook. My mother called, but my fingers wouldn't manage the phone. I braced until my arms burned. The banging never stopped until officers knocked sharply at the front door. I ran down, opened it, and the police rushed in. They pinned the woman to the wall, cuffed her, and led her outside into the flashing red and blue. She stared past us with blown pupils, like someone who'd been walking in circles for years. The officer said she'd need evaluation. They suspected mental illness. They said it with the calm of people who deal with such nights, often words that try to compress the oddness back into something explainable. After the cruiser lights peeled away, I learned how she'd come inside. The back door my friends used had been left unlocked. A small oversight, a hinge swinging open that let her fold into my night. That fact lodged in me. Now small sounds rewire me. A drawer becomes a footstep, a vent, a whisper. A single creak can push cold into my limbs, make me bolt upright, searching the doorway. Once, months later, I woke to a soft scratch and convinced myself it was her. It was only the cat relief, thin as paper. Daylight doesn't dissolve the memory. I still check the locks twice and listen to the house's tiny noises as if tuning a radio for static. That night left a bruise. The reaching hands, the rasping words, the way a human shape can feel wrong. Sometimes I wonder which is worse, the world itself, or the versions of it that nearly walk through your door. The house seemed smaller after the police left, as though the walls leaned inward, pressing me toward the center. I sat on the couch with every light on, staring at the dark reflection of myself in the television screen. The silence was thick, a living thing that shifted when I breathed. Somewhere outside, a siren wailed faintly and then dissolved into the night. I thought about the woman's words. Don't know where to go. They didn't feel random. The phrase clawed at my thoughts, repeating, folding into itself. Why here? Why my house? I imagined her wandering through backyards, slipping across porches, pressing her face against windows before finding mine open. When I finally dared to climb back upstairs, each step seemed louder than it should. The stairwell groaned under my weight, and the air carried the faint smell of metal like old coins or rust. My bedroom door was still scarred, the paint chipped where she'd scraped and pounded. I shut it quickly and leaned against it again, though this time nothing pressed back. Sleep never came. Shadows at the edges of the room writhed like they had weight, and every passing car outside painted stripes of light that seemed to pause too long on my walls. I kept hearing her cough, even though she was gone. Once, I swore I heard the fragile creak of footsteps just beyond the door. I sat upright, holding my phone in one hand and a lamp base in the other, heart hammering as I waited for the knob to turn. Nothing did. But when exhaustion finally dragged me down, dreams surged in her place. I saw the hallway in endless loop, her figure always standing in the doorway, bent and silent until I blinked, and then rushing at me, whispering that same broken line. I woke with a strangled yell, the taste of iron in my mouth, convinced I wasn't alone. Morning didn't bring comfort. In daylight, the house looked ordinary again, like nothing had ever happened. But when I touched the chipped wood of my doorframe, the raw edge of paint under my finger, I knew it wasn't just a nightmare. The damage was proof. At the kitchen table, I traced the condensation ring left by a beer bottle from the night before. It seemed like another world, friends, laughter, the hum of a game on TV. That version of my life had ended the moment the back door clicked open for her. Still, a part of me kept circling the question, why had she come upstairs? Why had she chosen me? Maybe she wasn't just lost. Maybe she was searching. The thought sat like a stone in my gut, immovable. The next nights were worse. I thought that once the police took her away, the house would breathe easy again. Instead, it seemed to listen. Every floorboard pop, every faint whistle through the windows carried the echo of her voice. My brain had learned her cadence, and now it filled in the silence with whispers. I tried music, television, even leaving the lights on, but nothing disguised the sensation of being watched. Shadows seemed heavier near the corners. Sometimes I caught movements where none should be, like someone stepping back just out of sight when I turned my head. On the fourth night, it returned in a form I couldn't dismiss. Around 2 a.m., I heard the kitchen cabinets slamming, one after another, in sharp rhythm. My chest tightened. I remembered the first night, the racket I thought was my mother. I grabbed the lamp base again, creeping down the hall. The kitchen was dark except for the glow from the street. All the cabinet doors stood wide open, swaying gently as though they had been pulled all at once. My pulse drummed in my ears. I whispered into the dark, "Who's there?" The sound of my own voice seemed foreign, shaky, almost too loud. A cough answered. Not from a corner, not from the window, but right behind me. I spun, slamming the lamp base against the wall, and the bulb shattered with a pop. The hallway behind me was empty, but I felt the cold exhale of air across my neck. I staggered backward, fumbled for my phone, and in that moment the phrase came again, rough, guttural. "Don't know where to go." It came from the stairwell, a rasp echoing upward. The sound bent my body into panic before I could think. I ran, bolted into my bedroom, and locked the door. But this time she didn't pound. Instead, her voice seeped through the cracks in the door, softer but relentless. "Don't know where to go. Don't know where to go." It looped like a chant, growing tighter around my thoughts. I pressed my palms to my ears until they hurt, but it only seemed to come from inside now. At some point, I must have blacked out from exhaustion, because when I opened my eyes again, sunlight was spilling across the floor. The chanting was gone. The hallway was quiet. But when I crept out, one of the cabinet doors downstairs was lying on the tile, torn clean off its hinges. The police later told me no one had been booked into custody that matched her description. "We're still looking," they said, which meant the woman who clawed at my door was never in their system, never processed, never safely away. And yet the scratch marks remained on my frame, The cabinet lay broken, the words still scrawled across my nights. The nights kept folding over themselves like pages of a book I could not close. Each morning the sun pulled the curtains aside and promised daylight would stitch the edges back together, but the stitches never held. Small things had migrated from being frightening to being inevitable. The cough that echoed in empty rooms, the scent of metal that clung to the air like a second shadow, the way the house seemed to inhale when I entered and exhale when I left. Sleep had become a gamble I always lost. One evening I decided I wouldn't be timid any longer. I set a recorder in the hallway, a cheap voice app running on my phone, and left it recording while I sat in the living room with my hands clenched around a mug of cold coffee. I told myself I would catch a noise and finally have proof. Something physical to hand to someone who would make it stop. The house hummed. The television showed late-night reruns I didn't watch. The clock ticked. I listened until my ears buzzed. Around 2:30, the house began its familiar punctuation, a soft scrape from the back door, a low cough that was almost a sob, and then the phrase patched together like broken glass. The voice wasn't just coming from one place anymore. It seemed woven through the walls, riding the pipes, curling around the banister. "Don't know where to go," it said, over and over, until the words stopped being words and became a thudding presence in my chest. I walked toward the stairwell. Light from the street made a thin stripe across the floor, and within it the dust looked like a slow tide. I moved deliberately, each footfall measured. On the third step, something shifted at the edge of my vision like cloth being pulled away. I turned. A shape, impossibly thin, wrapped in gray that didn't catch light, hovered at the landing, its head cocked as though listening to a radio only it could hear. For a breath, I thought it was the old woman. For another, my mind offered explanations. A coat on the banister, a trick of moonlight. Then it moved. Not with legs, but with the slow, patient glide of a tree branch in a windless night. It leaned toward me, and the air turned metallic. My mouth filled with the taste of pennies. It opened a mouth that was more shadow than flesh and whispered the phrase with the same ragged rhythm. But under the words was something else, like a map being read aloud, naming rooms and hours and small betrayals. Window, cupboard, back door. The voice layered them like a list of stops. My hand shook so hard I dropped the mug. It shattered at the base of the stairs, porcelain and coffee exploding outward like a small constellation. The sound should have been ordinary, but the house answered with the patter of tiny feet overhead, feet that stopped, then began again as if circling. The shadow at the landing tilted toward the top of my head, and for a fraction of a second I heard, crisp and very near, a child's giggle folded inside the old woman's rasp. The amalgam of wrong ages and wrong sounds made my vision swim. I ran, not upstairs away, out into the yard beneath that thin ribbon of sky, barefoot on cold concrete, heart punching my ribs. The neighbor's porch light blinked, indifferent. Cars went by on Hemlock Road, their drivers oblivious. I shouted for them, "Help! There's someone in my house." But my voice came out small and flat, swallowed by distance. When the police finally arrived, it was the same two officers as before, their uniforms creased, their faces set in tired lines. They found nothing at first glance, no one on the porch, no one in the yard. They checked the house with flashlights and radioed that the place was clear, an administrative word that made my chest hollow. Then one of them paused on the staircase. The wood there was smeared with something that had dried in a pattern like a handprint and then stretched. What looked like fingerprints dragged into long, thin streaks, as if someone had tried to climb and been pulled sideways. They took pictures. They took my statement again. They promised to step up patrols. The officers spoke in the language of procedure, while my skin kept waiting for something else to happen. Another whisper, another scrape, the soft insistence of presence. For weeks, the house was under a kind of siege. Doors double locked, lights left on, curtains drawn. I slept in the living room with every possible barrier between me and the hallway. Sometimes the sound would come and die on the other side of the couch, a hesitant rustle, the echo of a footfall, and I would hold my breath until my lungs burned. Other nights were worse, filled with internal images that stabbed like ice. The old woman's face inches from mine in the dark, her breath a cold halo, or the shape of many faces pressed just beyond the pane of glass, watching me in the flat, unwavering way people watch through a train window. The novelty of terror gave way to a slow erosion. My friends stopped staying over. They said they couldn't sleep in my house, and the irony of their distance felt like nails. Mara started coming home between shifts when she could, or if she couldn't, she called and stayed on the line while I fell apart into the night. Once I tried to sleep with the porch light on, and in the amber circle outside, a pair of eyes reflected back at me, too high for a dog, too level for a human. They blinked once, and were gone. I imagined them moving along the fence like moths, watching. Months later, a phone call arrived. A social worker had tracked down records. An elderly woman had been living rough in a neighboring district for some time, unregistered and missed by welfare checks. Someone had reported seeing her move through yards late at night. They thought she might be the one. It felt like a conclusion, until the social worker added her own hesitant note. People she encountered described not one person but sometimes many, like surfaces of a single thing reflected in different frames. The language of officialdom fumbled at the edges of what had happened and could not describe all of it. That was when the house did something I never expected. On a rain-heavy morning, after weeks of tension and shutters and plastic tarps over the windows, I went to open the back door half mad with the need for fresh air. The lock clicked easily. The porch mat lay where it always had, but when I stepped onto the stoop, the world that met me was slightly off. A single footprint in the dirt, too narrow at the heel and splayed at the toes, as if some foot had been strangled by its shoe. A smear across the railing like something that had dragged itself up, and perched on the top step, small and deliberate, a child's drawing crayon on paper of a house with a single crooked window and a swung-open door. On the front of the paper someone had written, in a shaky hand that wasn't mine, "Don't know where to go." Wasn't a tidy ending. There was no arrest with handcuffs clanging, no neat report with boxes ticked. The scar remained, The chipped paint on the jamb, the dent in the stair rail, the way my nights folded into waiting. But life moved forward in the blunt, stubborn way it always does. I moved the recorder files to a folder, played them sometimes when the doubt rose, and heard the old woman's voice threaded with other sounds. Local radio, a dog barking, the clink of dishes, and wondered which parts were real and which were memory carving itself sharper. The last image I carry is simple and bright and wrong. A sliver of daylight sneaking under my bedroom door, catching a single dust mote as if to say everything was ordinary again. And for a second, I believed it. Then the dust mote shuddered, elongated like a thin finger, and crawled along the beam of light toward the crack. It paused there, right at the edge of morning, and the whisper came, not from the hall, not from the stairs, but from the wood itself. Don't know where to go. I left for California later, but before that I spent my late teens on my dad's spread out in what felt like the middle of nowhere. Hollow Creek Ranch, an endless ribbon of pasture and sage that cut into Wyoming's dry air. The land was beautiful in the way a photograph is beautiful, wide, sunburnt, and calm until you notice the edges. I never loved it. I found the quiet boring in a way that left my thoughts echoing. And as that old cartoon Courage the Cowardly Dog would warn, creepy things have a habit of picking the loneliest addresses. Dad Caleb had a habit of treating property like a sacred thing. He kept 3 guns in the house for that reason, not out of show, but because people wandered where they didn't belong. Once he'd chased a pair of men off the range with his rifle. The memory was a rough, proud story he told at the table, a tale that stiffened my spine every time. It set the tone for how we lived. Locks checked, gates latched, visitors assumed hostile until proven otherwise. What I'm about to tell happened one June that sat hot and heavy on the land. My parents were away on a vacation together, one of those rare indulgent trips, and my little brother Eli was out somewhere with friends or at his girlfriend's house. I didn't know which. The house was mine by default. The creak of the floors, the hum of the fridge, the way night fell like a blanket and stayed. I slept late in those years. On that night I was stretched on the living room couch, the window screens open to let the warm, thin air whisper through. A baseball game flickered on mute. The porch smelled faintly of cut hay and motor oil. Around 1 a.m, the motion-sensing patio light snapped to life, a broad square of harsh white unrolling along the back deck. That light didn't come on for moths or cars. It came on for bodies. My first thought was Eli, trudging home late. I peered through the blinds. The yard was a black field, folded under the halo of the lamp. No silhouette moved in the dark. I called Eli on the phone. No answer. I texted him a half-joke. "If this is you, don't let me catch you." My thumb hovered over the screen, and then I sat back down. Then a knock came at the front door. We had a peephole because the drive to the house was long, and anyone who hunted this far usually wanted something. I eased toward it, half expecting a prank, neighborhood kids playing ding-dong ditch, or Eli with his dumb grin. Nothing. The peephole showed only black, a smear of depth. The air felt suddenly smaller. I shut the blinds tight, a private fortress sewn from fabric and hope, and texted Eli again, this time with a bit of heat. If that's you, I'm not opening. The house made its usual idle sounds, pipes, a far-off owl, but my jaw went tight. Being watched has a way of making the world shrink until the watching thing fills every inch. Moments later, a knock erupted behind my head so loud I jumped. It wasn't the front door this time. It was the living room window next to the couch. A precise, brutal hammering, followed immediately by two voices layered and simultaneous. One low and coarse, the other higher, breathy and almost sing-songy, saying, in unison, "We see you." For a second I wanted to believe it was Eli and his girlfriend screwing with me. The wish for normalcy is a stubborn stranger. When fear arrives, you sometimes grab at whatever thin thread of ordinary will hold. But the voices had no warmth, only a pressure that pushed air out of my chest. The banging slid down the house and started on another pane, the dining room window where the blinds had been left open. Through the uncovered glass, I could see two shadowed figures pressed flat against the pane. Their shapes were human enough, but no face resolved, only smears and the suggestion of shoulders hunched against the glass, as if sheltering from a wind I couldn't feel. I didn't stare at them. I ran to Dad's room, hurtling up the stairs with my heart in my throat, and fished a rifle from beneath his bed where he kept it loaded for emergencies. Caleb had said, matter of fact, if you ever need it, you know where it is. I did. My hands were clumsy and my breath was a ragged thing as I chambered around and felt the old cold metal sit heavy in my palms. The rifle gave me a kind of stupid confidence I'd never known I could lean on. I crept back downstairs, checking corners like a child playing grown-up, and went to the dining room window where the figures had been. The glass was damp with fog left by palms that had been there moments before, prints smeared into transparent smudges. But when I pulled the curtains aside, the porch was empty and the night kept its secrets. I stepped outside into the porch light and did a slow, methodical lap around the house. The cattle were grazing in silhouette, their low calls sliding off the dark. Everything looked normal and wrong at once. Fields and fences bored and ordinary, yet each shadow seemed to hold a promise of movement. I checked every lock, every bolt, and after walking the perimeter, I let myself in. I went upstairs and fell into bed, with the rifle propped against the nightstand, a ridiculous sentinel. For about half an hour, peace held. I fooled myself into thinking adrenaline would drain away, and the world would resume its honest shape. Then, like a stone dropped into still water, a new sound reverberated through the house, frantic, relentless pounding at the front door below, and some man screaming with the raw animal pitch of someone who has nothing left but the sound. My muscles tightened like sprung wire. I grabbed the rifle and shoved the living room window up, the cheap frame protesting, and fired into the darkness without aiming for anything specific. Just a sharp, singular warning that broke the night like glass. The pounding stopped mid-beat. Two sets of boots stamped across the porch and away into the dark, heavier than ghosts, and gone in seconds. The night settled back, punctuated only by crickets. I went back upstairs and tried to sleep, the rifle still warm from my hands. The rest of that night nothing else happened. In the morning I learned it hadn't been Eli or his girlfriend at all. Dad was proud when I told him what I'd done. Proud in the way men wear that kind of conviction. I was relieved too. grateful the guns existed, grateful I remembered where one was. But something in the house had shifted. The knock, the voices, the prints on the glass. They left a residue you can't scrub off with daylight. After that night, the ranch stopped feeling like a refuge and started feeling like a stage set. Everything in place, but wrong in the way a painted backdrop is wrong when the lighting changes. For days afterward, I walked the yard in long loops, checking latches, testing gates, and looking for footprints that could make sense. The porch light kept me honest. It threw the world into a hard, impartial clarity, and sometimes that clarity revealed nothing but the ordinary. Moth wings, cattle prints, the heel of a boot where the wind had nudged the soil. Other times it revealed smudges and shapes that refused to fit. Sleep was a petty thing I could no longer afford. My nights unstitched into small, watchful pieces, the slow drip of a condensation line, the fridge's soft groan, the distant river of highway sound. Every little noise took on the personality of threat. A branch scratching the roof turned into a hand tracing the shingles. The clink of a loose hinge became the methodical note of someone testing entry points. My mind learned how to rationalize and how to invent at the same time, building scenarios like a mason piles bricks, some real, some fiction, all heavy. One night, a week after the first pounding, I woke to a sound that lodged in bones rather than ears, whispering, layered and insistent, like breath skimmed across the back porch in a language made of syllables and rust. It threaded through the house, curl by curl, settling under the floorboards and in the hollow spaces of walls. I lay frozen, listening to the syllables come and go until a pattern emerged, a clipped phrase repeated with tiny variations, the sound like someone trying different keys in a lock. We see you, we see you. The cadence was wrong too even, like practice speech. And then underneath it a second voice, quieter, slipped in. Don't know where to go. It felt mechanical and personal at once, the way a funeral bell is both an object and a verdict. I grabbed the rifle and walked the house without turning on the lights. The safety of the flashlight beam was a pity. It made shadows denser outside of its cone. In the kitchen, the back door was locked, deadbolt engaged, but the bolt had a fine rust-brown smear where someone had dragged a hand. On the dining room glass there were fresh semicircular smudges, as if someone had leaned their cheek to the pane and breathed. The prints were too low for my father, too narrow for me. They suggested smallness or something knuckled in a way a normal hand is not. That detail lodged in me like a splinter. At dawn I found whispers of other signs. A single deliberate scratch along the banister, an arc that began wide and narrowed like a claw, plus the faint drag marks on the back step that pointed away from the house in a neat, patient line. The tracks disappeared where the pasture met sage, and the night made everything flat again. I walked that line with my boots, looking for disturbance in the dirt, for a shoe print, a cigarette butt, anything to prove this wasn't someone's fantasy. I found nothing but the long, clean print of an animal's paw, and later a small scrap of paper nailed to the fence with a rusty tack. One crooked scribble on it. We see you. People in town started noticing me looking tired. Caleb grumbled, proud that I'd used his rifle and calm that I had taken it seriously, and offered practical comfort in the form of extra batteries, a new lock, and a long lecture about being careful around strangers. My mother called when she could. Her voice carried a softness that did not reach the innards of my worry. Friends stopped dropping by. The farmhouse became a place of fewer witnesses, which only made the house's strange guests bolder. There was one night I will never clear from memory. The heat had finally relented, and a wind moved across the pasture that sounded like far-off water. I sat on the back porch with a blanket over my knees, the rifle leaning beside me. The radio was low. The corn stalks in the field moved, as if they were having a secret conversation. Somewhere behind me a vehicle passed on the distant county road headlights, slicing the horizon like two bright eyes. Then the dog began to bark. Not my dog, not any dog I knew, but a frantic, layered chorus that came from different parts of the property at once, barks that were out of sync, each one starting and stopping as if being cued. The hair on my arms tightened. The porch light flicked, as if someone hands-on had bumped the sensor, and in that uneven strobe the night peeled away like an onion. For a heartbeat I saw figures, not full, but enough. Curved shoulders, a tilt of heads, the suggestion of faces turned toward the house. They stood beyond the fence in the pale spill of the road, far enough away to be convenient illusions. They did not move to come closer. They hummed instead, a sound between a chant and a tune, and then at once the entire line began to clap soft, deliberate slaps against the air that traveled toward the house in a wave. My breath turned quick and mechanical. The clap came again, closer, now from the fence line, and then from the porch rail, and then, worse, from the living room window right beside me. Someone knocked there. 3 hard, deliberate raps, then pause, then 3 again. The pattern made my teeth ache. It felt ritualized. I could have called the deputies. I could have stayed out there and faced whatever that was with the gun leveled and steady. Instead, fear braided itself with a small, stupid hope. Maybe they were just kids. Maybe Eli. Maybe neighbors with a dare. I stayed put, frozen, until the knocking melted back into the sound of the wind and the clapping stopped. When I finally dared to stand and check, the porch was empty. Nothing but the last wisp of a footprint in the mud at the edge of the field. The heel narrow, the toes splayed strangely, like a foot that had been squeezed. The porch light hummed. The radio played a song that did not match the night. I began to sleep with the rifle by my bed every night after that, eyes flicking to the window, listening for the low, coordinated chant that felt as if it could be mapping me, assigning me a role in something I had not chosen. The house kept its secrets as well as it could. Paint chips, hairline cracks, the subtle resignation of a floorboard having been trod by a weight that didn't belong. Each morning I told myself daylight would do what it promised: repair, explain, absolve. Daylight never did any of those things. It only made the residue of night more stubborn and precise. By the time the sun stopped convincing the world it was harmless, the ranch felt like a place kept on a hair trigger. Days were work and lists. Nights were patrols of the porch light and the perimeter. I stopped leaving the back door propped. I checked every lock twice. The rifle was no longer an emergency talisman. I kept in a closet. It sat by the couch like something waiting to be used, heavy and honest. I slept less. My thoughts learned to scout ahead of themselves, searching for exits, for mistakes to correct before they could be exploited. A week after the first night, the sound stepped up in precision. It began small, a rhythmic tapping at the kitchen window that matched the cadence of my own pulse, then a whisper threaded through the eaves like someone reading letters off a list. I lay awake and listened to the house, rehearsed the noises, and tried to tell myself they were cows, wind, or a truck far away. Logic could not erase the way those sounds had agency, as if they were being arranged by an unseen hand. One night I decided to confront the pattern. I propped the back door ajar by just an inch and sat on the couch with the flashlight and the rifle across my knees. The porch light made a square of pale safety on the deck's boards. Everything beyond it was a throat of black. The air tasted of dust and cut grass. The radio was off. My fingers found the trigger and kept a soft, steady pressure that felt like a promise. At 3 a.m, the clap started. A single hard knock at the dining room window. Then 3, then pause, then 3 again, and in between the knocks a hiss of breath that was not quite human. Under the pattern another voice, threaded low, layered, saying, "We see you." Closer now, as if the speakers had been turned up, and the sound crawled through the siding and into the house's bones. My heart tried to run a race it could not win. I moved toward the window, flashlight angled down, and for a moment there was nothing but my own reflection and the square of glass. Then something slid into view at the edge of the light. A handprint, pale against the dark, smeared and small, the fingers too long and the palm too narrow. Another handprint hovered below it, and another, like the marks of someone who had traced the frame methodically. I felt foolishly, dangerously, that I was watching the hand of whoever had been pressing their cheek to the glass earlier. The prints were cold to think about, cold in the way a wound is cold before it scabs. The knock returned, harder now, then the two voices in a harmony that felt practiced. The higher voice sang a single line, an almost playful cadence, while the lower voice supplied punctuation like a metronome. "We see you." The glass began to fog faintly as breath met cold pain. Then, with a sound like silk dragged across wood, something leaned against the window and slowly turned its head, not to look at me, but to listen for motion inside. I caught the suggestion of a face pressed to the glass, too thin, the features smeared like someone had tried to draw through fog, and my stomach flipped. Adrenaline is an unreliable friend. I jerked, raised the rifle, and fired a single shot through the window, not aiming at a body, but at the margin of the dark outside. The report cracked the night like a gunshot in a canyon and shattered the echo of the voices. The clamor stopped so abruptly it left a hollowness, the kind that is worse than sustained terror because it is the sound of attention severing. Footsteps retreated, a ragged breath or two, and then the night folded back over the ground as if nothing had happened. In the morning, the glass was still. No prints, no breathing fog. The curtain sagged where I had yanked it aside too quickly. The only evidence left was a thin, triangular chip at the lower corner of the pane, spidered veins in the glass where the bullet had nicked it, and a smear on the outside rail like a fingertip dragged away in haste. The sheriff's truck came again. They took notes, photos, and said the words you expect. They'd increase patrols, check the fence line, and ask neighbors if anyone had seen anything unusual. They wore professional faces that did not translate into answers. That night I dreamed of hands. I dreamed of small, practiced movements, taps, knocks, smears, as if someone had learned my rhythms and was making a map of them. I woke, convinced the sounds had names and could be recited. I began to move through the house like a sleepwalker, checking windows, listening to the undersound behind the drywall. Sometimes when I paused long enough, I heard something that sounded suspiciously like counting, soft syllables that rose and fell, voices enumerating stops along a route. Window, they said in the hush. Porch, rail, door. It felt like a route list read by someone planning. The words were not aimed at me so much as recorded, cataloged. A month passed. The calls to the sheriff slowed. People stopped asking about it at the store. Life rearranged around the idea that the ranch was simply a place with a bad night. I tried to do the same, feed the cattle, patch a fence, start the tractor, but the memory had teeth. On a morning when the sky was a brittle blue, I found something nailed to the post of the back gate. A small, torn page from someone's notebook. On it, in hurried, uneven letters, were 2 words, "We see." No exclamation, no punctuation, just the sentinel statement. I took that paper to my father. We stood on the porch and held it between us like evidence of both insult and intent. He folded the page, put it in his pocket, and told me in the way men tell things away. We'd board up the lower windows and install a sensor that would wake the whole valley if someone crossed the lane. He doubled the lock on the workshop and stayed later to check the gates. There was comfort in action. There was a quiet shame in knowing wars are often made of paper and the people who write their plans. But even those measures felt small against the scale of what had happened. The voices had not been human in their certainty. The patterns were too regular, too ritual. At night I began to understand that being watched was not only a physical exposure, but a rewriting of where you felt safe. The ranch had been a world with borders, and something had learned the borders and tapped them like a clock. After the paper on the gate, something in the night changed shape from nuisance into intent. Precautions became rituals, bolts checked in the same order, lights left on at odd angles to cut the yard into manageable squares, the rifle cleaned and set where my hands could find it in the dark without thinking. My father set motion sensors that screamed if anything larger than a rabbit crossed a lane. He bolted shutters and taught me how to listen for the particular geometry of a footstep that belonged to a person and one that did not. Those lessons were practical calculus for keeping flesh and fence intact, but they did not stitch the other things back together. The feeling that my life had been measured and cataloged without my consent. One night in late July, the heat finally cracked and rain came hard enough to blur the horizon. I sat by the window watching it pool on the porch boards, trying to be brave about the small, stupid things like chores I still had to do. The radio was a soft static, and the house smelled of wet hay. I kept expecting the knocking to start again, some rehearsed performance, but the rain drowned everything into a steady, blank roar. Shortly after midnight, the porch light blinked once, and the sensor quit. At first I thought it was power. The thermostat clicked. Then, slow and deliberate, a new sound threaded through the rain. Someone walking the length of the fence, as if reading it with their feet. The steps were soft but too regular, like someone counting the posts. I grabbed the rifle and went out onto the porch with my jacket hood up, the rain making me a pale shape illuminated by the porch lamp. Faint through the water beyond the fence, a row of shapes stood in the shallow wash of the road, wayward silhouettes that could have been people or coats hung on stakes. The figures stayed motionless, but their presence moved like a weather front toward the house. I felt the old sick pressure of being looked at, not just seen, but drawn into a line of sight worked like thread through a loom. The nearest of the shapes stepped forward in a slow, ceremonial way and knocked on the air above its head. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. The ritual that had dug into my nights for weeks. Only this time, instead of voices, the sound that rode the knocks was a scrape like fingernails finding wood at exactly the places where the grain runs soft. I had had enough. I fired over the fence. No aim, only noise meant to announce presence. And for a second the night exploded with sound. The silhouettes blurred and then staggered back. One collapsed into the shoulder of another, and then all of them turned and moved away into the rain, as if wind had taken them. Sopping footprints led to the edge of the road and disappeared like a wet painting rinsed under a tap. In the morning, the yard was full of marks. Prints ringed the porch in a circle. Narrow heels and splayed toes that refused to match any boot in the house. On the porch rail was another scrap of paper, folded like an offering. Inside was a childlike drawing of a house with a crooked door and a window with a single eye staring out. Scribbled beneath in uneven, capital letters were the words, "We see, we wait." No punctuation. No sign of a face to pin this to. No way to know whether the hand that had written those letters was steady or shaken. My father wanted to call in favors, bring men with flashlights and dogs to fan the fields. He wanted reports filed, cameras installed, a light on every fence post. I wanted the same things, I told him, anything to anchor the house back to the ordinary. But there was another undercurrent, a sense that these measures would at best be cosmetic, that what watched us had learned the safe responses and would adjust. We could lock doors, but it had already typed our reactions into a pattern it could use. Weeks became months. The sheriff visited less often. The scrap of paper dried and browned in a drawer. The prints in the mud faded, replaced by herds and storms and other footprints. Life resumed a shape that was prosaic. Chores, nights in town, lamps turned on when I felt brave. I moved to California eventually, because the world there had more noise, more faces, more reasons for human things to happen, and Ridgefall softened into memory the way a scar fades to a pale line. Yet some residues do not go away. The last time I visited, years after I'd left, the porch felt smaller and older, as if the house had gathered the patience of loneliness while I was gone. I walked to the back gate, and the sun threw long shadows across the lane. For a half-second I thought I heard the faint cadence of a hand against glass. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. So precise it could have been a clock. I told myself it was wind. I told myself the old nervousness was a habit, a muscle memory that lived in the back of the throat. On the top step, someone had left a scrap of paper. My fingers went cold before I unfolded it, but curiosity is a poor substitute for sense. The paper had a single small drawing, a house, 1 crooked window, the door ajar. In the corner, In letters that wavered like breath on a cold night, someone had written, "Don't know where to go." I folded the paper and put it in my pocket. I closed the gate. My boots pressed the same grass my father used to walk, and the path back to the truck felt ordinary underfoot. For a moment, as I drove away, the ranch fell behind me like a painting. The road hummed under the tires, warm and indifferent. Then, at the edge of my vision as the sun lobbed itself into the sky, a single dust mote caught a slant of light and elongated, thin as a finger. It drifted toward the crack between the boards of the porch and paused. For an instant it shivered, like a leaf deciding which way to fall, and from the silence there came a whisper, so soft I barely heard it, a rasp threaded with sleep and seasons. Don't know where to go. Spring has a way of softening everything, even the edges of a neighborhood that had always felt too ordinary to be dangerous. My name is May Calder, and on that April night I was alone in my room, pacing in small, restless loops while on a FaceTime call with my friend Tess. I had this nervous habit of walking whenever we talked, back and forth from the desk to the window, like a goldfish swimming its glass tank. The house was quiet in a way that felt more like waiting than resting. My parents had gone to bed hours ago, the neighborhood was hushed, and only the soft hum of Tess's voice filled the space. The first time I noticed him, it barely registered, a shape at the curb caught in the weak yellow pool of the streetlight. I thought it might be a neighbor walking late, or someone lingering with a cigarette. But when I passed the window again, I saw he hadn't moved. He stood rigid, arms slack, head tilted back just enough to stare directly up at my window. I froze, the phone half forgotten in my hand. "Tess," I whispered, angling the camera toward the street. "Do you see that? There's a guy out there." Her voice sharpened, pixelated with panic. "I don't see anything. You're freaking me out. What guy?" But I could see him, a black silhouette against the faded asphalt, his gaze angled upward like a moth drawn to a single light. The longer I looked, the more certain I became that his eyes had locked on me, tracking my every twitch of the blinds. My chest tightened, and suddenly the room felt too small, the window too bare. I hung up with Tess and dialed my mom. Her voice was groggy, thick with sleep. I spilled out what I'd seen, words rushing over each other until she cut me off with the calm of someone who didn't see the scene in front of me. "Turn off your light. Close the blinds. He'll go away." So I did. The room folded into darkness, my reflection hovering faint in the glass. I climbed into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. Curiosity gnawed like an itch beneath the skin. After 5 minutes, I peeled back the blinds just an inch, just enough for a sliver of vision. The man was closer. No longer on the street, but at the edge of the sidewalk, leaning ever so slightly forward, his head still cocked toward my window. He hadn't flinched, hadn't shifted, just watching. Cold slid down my arms. I grabbed the phone again, this time dialing 911. The operator's voice was steady, routine. Did I see a weapon? No. Was he on the property? Not yet. Then wait, she told me. If he comes onto your lawn, call again. A patrol car will circle the block. Her words had a clinical edge, too practiced to hold the weight of what was happening. I hung up, hands trembling, and watched the street through the slit in the blinds. Minutes later, headlights swept down the lane. A patrol car crawled past, its side spotlight sweeping over the hedges, over the porch, over the man. Except when the beam cut across where he had been, the curb was empty. The cruiser idled in front of the house, scanning, then rolled away. I let myself breathe. Relief fluttered weak and brittle. Tess answered when I called her back, her voice a fragile tether. "See? He's gone. You're okay." For 10 minutes I almost believed her. I set the phone on the pillow, let her voice hum in the background, tried to let my eyelids grow heavy. Then the sound came, a sharp crack outside, wood splitting under weight. I bolted upright. Another crack followed, louder, closer, vibrating through the frame of the window. When I turned my head, I saw him again, not on the street, not on the lawn, but at my window. The crack was a punctuation mark that rearranged the night. It snapped through the hush, a brittle little fracture that made the plaster in my skull ache. I bolted upright, and the duvet slid to the floor. The phone blinked black where Tess's face had been. For a few seconds, my whole body was that small sound alert and raw synapses firing like faulty bulbs. I eased to the window and peered through the narrow slit of the blinds. The street lamp pooled a soft, tired light, and the man stood at the curb as if carved from shadow. He hadn't moved from that place. The longer I watched, the more his posture unnerved me. Not the slouch of someone waiting, but the locked stillness of a thing that has found its quarry and decided patience is a strategy. My chest worked. I called Mr. Patel first, because he was thin and stubborn in a small neighborhood orchestra of noise in a quiet world. He answered in a wash of sleep, and then, when I explained, he vowed giddy with old man righteousness to stand on his porch and keep his lantern lit. I liked the idea of one other human light burning near me like a small, stubborn star. I dialed 911 a second time. The woman's voice was softer this time. She promised to drive by, maybe two if they could. It was the same loop of protection as the first call, but each iteration felt like a stitch over a wound. I taped the screen up a hair to watch the yard and pressed a hand to the cool pane. The glass felt like a barrier that could be believed in if you squinted hard enough. For the next few hours, I became two people at once, a retina fixed to a rectangle of night, and a wildly imaginative brain that filled every absence with motion. The house started to whisper at me. Pipes sighed like small animals in the walls. The fridge hummed a tune that sounded, in the dark, like a slow voice counting. 1, 2, listen. Every small house sound rewired itself into threat. The scoop of the wind against the eaves could be a hand testing for a loose shingle. A branch's scrape could be fingers reading the siding like Braille. The tapping began as a curiosity, and then learned to be ritual. First it was nails scoring the drain pipe. 3 short rakes, a pause, 3 again. I counted them on a brittle breath. Later the knocks traveled along the front windows, precise, like a finger tracing the perimeter of a map. When the pattern arrived at my bedroom glass, it felt intimate, as if someone were not merely testing the house, but charting its seams. I tried to sabotage my fear with logic. Maybe it was kids, some bored trio daring each other near midnight. Maybe it was someone drunk and unhappy, or an animal with clever paws. I told myself stories, scripting neat ends where cops found a beer can and a bad Snapchat joke. But the scratches near the funged gutter were too clean for claws. The smudges on the window where breath had hit the glass were small, human-sized, and the pale prints on the porch rail were too narrow for any of my neighbor's shoes. One night, when the tapping had woken me 3 times already, I crept downstairs. The house was a sculpture of the familiar coat hooks, keys in a bowl, the quiet stack of mail I had no interest in reading. I moved like a thief in my own life, flashlight shaking as if the light could be steadied by will. The kitchen window, where the knocks had been most deliberate, bore a new sign, a shallow groove etched into the paint along the latch, a faint smear of grime like a fingertip dragged then wiped in haste. I pressed my palm to the frame and felt a small, oily residue that made my skin crawl. The police made their passes lights slowing, the spotlight painting the hedges white and then leaving them black again. Sometimes the beam found a silhouette and the shadow feathered away like smoke. Other nights it caught nothing tangible. Once a cruiser idled and the officer leaned out to tell me they'd canvassed the block and everything looked clear. I friendlier lied, "Thanks, I'll call if he returns." My voice sounded small under the radio static. False scares piled up like cheap ornaments. A neighbor's cat leapt into a bush and sent my heart into my throat. A delivery truck idled too long, and I imagined a hand slipping a note under my door. Once, I opened the curtains a fraction and thought I saw a face. That split second when 2 leaves moved and a shadow matched them, and my mind dressed the shape and features. Each false alarm honed the edge of my anxiety. They were traps of their own, convincing me the next sound would be the real thing. There were also moments that were almost tender in their wrongness. An overturned ceramic bird on the neighbor's stoop, a child's plastic horse placed neatly on my lawn, facing the house like a mute sentinel. Each small object felt deliberate, a punctuation from whoever watched me. The handwriting on the scrap of paper stuck to the fence blocky. Urgent. "I know you're light," was the first time the watching put ink to paper. I smoothed it in my hands like a relic, trying to divine its grammar. At 3 in the morning, the street held its breath. The tapping came as a whisper at the window, barely audible, and my throat closed. I reached for the rifle I kept tucked in the closet. Dad's old thing, heavy and honest. And it gave me a ridiculous sense of agency. Holding it felt like holding a promise that could be broken in a single, terrible instant. Yet even with the gun, the sense of being mapped continued. In the weeks that followed, the scratches formed a narrative in my head. A route drawn in 3-beat segments, a choreography of where to approach and where to pause. When Mr. Patel finally found a scrap of torn notebook pinned to his gate with a rusted nail-child-like scrawl, 3 little words, "We map." It felt less like a joke and more like a plan. I began to measure my life in small calculations. How long it took the cruiser to drive past. How many minutes until Mr. Patel's porch light cut the street into a cone where the moon would fall on the steps. My body learned new habits, sleepless vigils, the ritual of checking the locks 3 times, the ritual of leaving a light burning like a small offered hearth to ward off the watching. The night kept shifting, patient and curious, and I learned to sleep with one ear open to the rhythm of knocks that might, one day, move from the glass to the frame and then, finally, to the inside. By the third week, the night no longer felt like absence. It felt like a presence circling me, waiting for its cue. The house had become an instrument, and whoever haunted Lantern Lane had learned how to play it. Every pane of glass was a drum, every stretch of siding a string. I lived in an orchestra pit where the music began only when I tried to sleep. It started earlier that night than usual. Around 11, before I'd even settled into bed, the first knock sounded at the kitchen window. 3 beats. Pause. 3 again. I froze in the hallway, phone in hand, Tess whispering on the other end. "Don't move. Just call them again." But before I could, the rhythm traveled. Living room glass, dining room pane, then back to the kitchen, as if someone were walking the house with a conductor's baton. My skin prickled. This wasn't random. It was a pattern being rehearsed. The sound climbed. I heard the drain pipe groan under weight, the metallic complaint of screws being tested. A scraping shuffle advanced upward until it was outside my bedroom wall. I pressed myself against the plaster and held my breath. The blind trembled as if a finger had traced it from the other side, and then a whisper came closer than it had ever been, threading through the seam of the sash. "Don't know where to go. Don't know where to go." My stomach turned liquid. The latch rattled once, twice, a slow test. Then a pale hand curled over the frame, fingers long and thin as candle wax, nails scratching as they searched for leverage. I screamed Tess's name into the phone and dropped it. Her voice crackled, frantic, then vanished into the rug. The blind bowed inward, and for the first time the face appeared, pressed to the glass so close, the features blurred into fog and shadow. Cheeks stretched flat, mouth parted in a wet, silent smile, eyes gleaming like wet coins in the streetlight. It pushed. The sash creaked, wood moaning as though it remembered 100 years of strain. I snatched the rifle from the closet, braced it awkwardly against my shoulder, and shouted nonsense into the dark. "Get back! Get out!" My own voice startled me, cracked and ragged. For a moment, the figure froze, as though listening. The whisper resumed, softer now, almost pleading. "Don't know where to go." The words fogged the glass, letters invisible but somehow written across my nerves. Then, with sudden force, the pane buckled inward. The latch scraped free. A shoulder began to wedge through. I fired. The blast was thunder in the small room, sharp and final. The recoil slammed my arm, and the light bulb overhead flickered with the echo. The figure jerked backward, a shriek tearing through the window that didn't sound entirely human. A ragged noise, layered, too many voices crammed into one throat. I stumbled back against the wall, ears ringing. Through the smoke of the shot, I saw the thing fall from the sill, a dark bulk hitting the soil below, with a thud that seemed to shake the foundation. For a moment there was silence. Then footsteps erratic, frantic, pounded away down Lantern Lane, fading into the black. When the officers arrived minutes later, lights strobing the hedges, they found only the evidence of intrusion. Scratches deep along the drainpipe, a handprint smeared into the paint of the sill, and a faint trail of wet earth leading off into the street. No body, no trespasser, just proof enough to say it hadn't been in my head. One officer muttered something about transients, probably unstable. Another promised more patrols. Their words were professional, neat. But I knew better. The face pressed against my window wasn't lost. It hadn't been asking for shelter. It had been practicing, learning, waiting for the night when it could finally step inside. After the gunshot night, silence became a predator of its own. The house felt changed, as if the walls had absorbed the shriek and were waiting to give it back. Every corner seemed to hum with memory, every creak of wood a faint rehearsal. I slept with the rifle beside me and the shoebox of collected scraps, pebbles, crude drawings, the note that read, "I know you're light," at the foot of my bed like some strange altar. The police patrolled more often, or at least promised they did. Their flashlights sometimes cut through the hedges, white arcs that painted the lawn in brief absolutions. But light leaves as quickly as it arrives, and when the beam swept on, the dark folded neatly back over everything. I learned not to trust those short blessings. Neighbors began to whisper. Some said it was a vagrant, others muttered about kids playing at terror. Only Mr. Patel believed me without question. He left his porch light burning until dawn and sat outside with a thermos of tea like a sentry too stubborn to quit. Once he pressed a folded paper into my hand. "For luck," he said. It was an old prayer written in curling Hindi script. I kept it under my pillow, hoping words might mean as much as bullets. But the house still collected signs. One morning I found muddy handprints smeared along the porch rail, long-fingered and uneven, as if whoever made them had been reaching upward, testing angles. Another night, a single child's shoe appeared on the step, too small to belong to anyone on the block. Each artifact felt like punctuation at the end of an unfinished sentence. We wait. The worst came a month later. Rain hammered the siding, and in that steady percussion I heard it again. The 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks, louder than the storm. I forced myself to the window. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then lightning cracked across the lane, and in its white flare I saw him. The same silhouette, crouched at the fence line, head tilted in that patient curiosity. The thunder swallowed my scream. When the darkness closed in again, he was gone. After that night, I stopped calling the police. Their reports were pages in a binder, boxes checked, but nothing more. I stopped FaceTiming Tess after midnight, too. Her voice cracked with guilt she didn't deserve. Even my parents' calls became brief, practical exchanges, locks, lights, how was work, because I couldn't force my fear into sentences they would accept. One evening, walking to the mailbox at dusk, I found another scrap of paper wedged beneath the flag. This one bore only 4 words in that same childish, desperate scrawl. "Don't know where to go." The letters bled into the fibers, as if written with a hand that shook or a pen running dry. I tucked it into the shoebox with the others, though part of me wanted to burn it and scatter the ashes in the gutter. Sometimes I dream of the night he nearly got inside. In those dreams, the window always gives way. The pale hands grip my shoulders. The whisper fills my ear until I can't tell if the words come from him or from me. And I wake with the echo of those syllables rattling around my skull, a mantra I never asked to learn. I still live on Lantern Lane. People ask why. I tell them I'm stubborn, or that moving would mean surrender. But the truth is simpler and worse. Leaving won't matter. He mapped the house, and in doing so, he mapped me. Wherever I go, the pattern goes too. The last time it happened was just a week ago. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks again, precise as ever. I opened the blind an inch and saw nothing. But pressed against the outside glass was a single new scrap of paper, held there by damp and will alone. In slanted letters it read, "We see you still." My name is Ava. I was 22, freshly hired for a copywriting gig in Midtown, and living in Jersey without enough cash or patience to commute into Manhattan every day. When a Craigslist ad flashed across my phone, room for rent, Hell's Kitchen, cheap, quiet building, I clicked before my brain caught up with my hopes. The rent was suspiciously low, the photos grainy but charming in a way city apartments often pretend to be. I took the subway into the city the next day and met the man who'd posted the ad. He introduced himself as Mr. Carlyle, a small, awkward fellow who kept laughing at his own pauses. His eyes were polite but restless. His handshake was damp. He showed me the unit like a privateer showing a cabin, quick, practiced, and a little too smooth. He warned me, almost as if it were a selling point, that the place came with one roommate. Very quiet, keeps to himself, he said. He rapped on the closed bedroom door down the hall, called a name I misheard the first time. "Bren!" No answer. He told me Bren was probably asleep and that we should talk in the living room. The apartment was decent. Old wood floors with the soft croon of settling, sun coming in from a fire escape, a small kitchen that smelled faintly of lemon oil. I signed the application on a folded kitchen table and left with a key the following week when he rang to say the room was mine. I felt like an adult key jangling in my palm, city life beginning. Moving day made everything feel real. My dad helped haul boxes up the stairs. The building's elevator, a relic that moaned like a ship. We stacked my books and a thrift store dresser into the snug room. The strange thing back then was how quiet the place was, despite there being 2 other rooms. Mr. Carlyle never once introduced me to Bren. The door to that room was always shut, and sometimes I heard the muffled rustle of movement behind it, like someone pacing or just turning in bed. The first night I tried to be neighborly. I'd intended to knock the moment I heard the door click open and step out, assuming that would be the chance to say hello. But before my hand reached the knob, the apartment's front door slammed hard in the hall. The sound vibrated through the whole unit and settled into my bones. Whoever had left had gone or slammed it in anger. Either way, it cut the chance short. Over the next couple of nights, I noticed the same odd choreography. Footsteps in the corridor outside my door, a pause as if someone were listening at the threshold, then the slow retreat of shoes. Once, late and half asleep, I could see the outline of 2 feet through the crack of my door shapes, traced by light seeping from the hallway. They didn't belong to any courier or neighbor. They felt deliberate, like a quiet patrol. I wanted to call out, to demand a hello, but that lull of not yet acquaintance kept my mouth closed. I told myself I was being dramatic. A new city, new building, thin walls. But my muscles kept their own memory. Jaw clenched, shoulders tight, always ready. On the third night, the apartment's creaks became rhythm. There were thumps from the closed room across the hall, staccato noises like someone stacking boxes, or maybe heavy boots being moved on the floor. I tried to be reasonable. New tenants settling in, noisy at night, late work shifts, maybe construction nearby. The next morning I found a note wedged under my door from Mr. Carlyle. "Brent out for work. Keep it down, thanks." I folded the paper twice, the ink a neat script, and added it to a pile of receipts and flyers. But that night, my roommate's door stood ajar, a sliver of light leaking into the living room. My curiosity finally trumped my caution. I went to the door, heart thudding, and pushed it open, just a sliver to say hello. Inside, nothing but a single, institutional chair sitting in the corner, a bare floor, and a dust line where the rest of the furniture should have been. The room felt staged, emptied quickly. The light buzzed overhead like a fluorescent interrogation. I stood there with the doorknob in my hand and felt the floor drop out under me. I shut the door as quietly as I could and pressed my back against the cool wall of the hallway. My skin prickled with that raw instinct you get when you've seen something you weren't supposed to. The room wasn't lived in. It wasn't even half moved out. It was nothing but an empty shell with a lone chair, as if designed for one purpose: to make someone sit and watch. My brain churned through rationalizations, but none of them stuck. Why would a tenant sleep on the floor with no bedding? Why would a landlord rent a room without a lease if the roommate wasn't real? I retreated to my bedroom, locked the door, and perched on the bed with my phone in hand. A pounding headache crept over me, a sharp reminder that adrenaline was already coursing my bloodstream. I scrolled to Mr. Carlyle's number, thumb trembling as I dialed. The ring buzzed in my ear, and then another sound hit me, jagged and wrong. The very same ringtone, muffled, vibrating from inside my closet. For a moment I froze, the phone to my ear, hearing both rings echo, one in my hand, one from the dark behind the closet door. On the third ring, mine cut off. Whoever had the phone declined the call. That realization hit me like a knife sliding cold across skin. If his phone was in my closet, then so was he. My mouth went dry. Every rational explanation I tried to conjure just evaporated. There was no Bren. The empty room was a prop. Carlyle had been in the apartment all along, slipping in and out, and now he was only feet away. I pressed the phone to my chest to muffle the tiny shaking sound it made and forced myself to move. Slowly. My closet door was 5 steps away, but I couldn't look at it. I turned toward the bathroom instead and bolted. The bathroom door slammed. Lock clicked. I pressed my weight against it, as though that flimsy bolt would stop him if he lunged. My hands shook so hard it took me 3 tries to dial 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm, but mine broke in sharp bursts. "He's in my apartment. Closet. Unlocked in the bathroom." I could hear her steady instructions. Stay quiet. Stay put. Help was coming. but my ears strained against every creak, every soft shuffle in the apartment. The silence outside the bathroom was worse than noise, the not knowing. The image of him crouched under my bed, or waiting by the door with that damp handshake and forced smile. Red and blue lights stuttered against the frosted bathroom window less than 5 minutes later. Then boots thundered on the hallway floor. A deep voice boomed, "NYPD!" My chest cracked with relief. I unlocked the bathroom and stumbled out, almost colliding with a uniformed officer. 2 more fanned through the apartment, guns drawn. Their shouts echoed off bare walls. A minute later, "Got him!" They dragged Carlyle out from under my bed, his shirt covered in dust, his face blank as slate. He didn't resist, he didn't even blink, just stared at me, like I was the one intruding. The officers cuffed him and read him his rights, their words swallowed by the thunder of my own pulse. The empty chair in the other room sat there like a punchline, silent, mocking. The police asked me questions right there in the living room, their notebooks open, pens scratching. I tried to hold my voice steady as I explained everything. The fake lease, the phantom roommate, the sound of his ringtone inside my closet. One officer shook his head, muttering, "Jesus," while the other flipped through the drawers in Carlyle's so-called office. They found nothing. No lease agreements, no documents, nothing to prove he had any right to the apartment. When I pressed for answers, who was Bren? How did Carlyle even get the keys? The officers could only shrug. "We'll run him," they said, "but people like this slip through cracks." That night I slept at my parents', in Jersey, sitting awake on the couch with all the lights on. Every time the house creaked, my stomach twisted, convinced he'd somehow slipped free. The image of him curled under my bed wouldn't leave me. I kept picturing what might have happened if I hadn't called 911, if I'd opened the closet instead of the bathroom door, if I'd gone to bed believing Bren was real. Sleep came only when the sun rose, and even then it was thin and broken. The next day, my dad drove with me back into the city to collect my things. I didn't enter the apartment alone. I couldn't. The landlord imposter's absence didn't matter. The walls felt poisoned. My dad asked if I wanted to check Bren's room one last time, but I refused. I didn't need to see that chair again. We loaded everything into his car, my body shaking with relief the moment the last box slammed shut in the trunk. By then, the real management of the building had been contacted, and they confirmed what the cops already suspected. Mr. Carlyle never owned or even rented that apartment. He was a fraud, a squatter who had somehow acquired a set of keys. The name Bren had never been on any paperwork. There had never been anyone else. I found another place within the week, a crowded walk-up with too many roommates but real locks and real leases. Every time I turned the key in that door, I told myself it was different, that this time the person on the other side actually belonged there. Still, some nights, when the pipes groaned or the floorboards popped, I'd imagine feet standing outside my door, quiet, patient, watching, waiting. When I was 19, broke, and working long shifts at a chicken farm outside town, the last thing I cared about was luxury. Convenience and price were my only criteria. That's why the Zillow ad caught my attention instantly. A fully furnished shared apartment for dirt cheap, just a few minutes from work. The photos showed a modest place, beige walls, mismatched furniture, carpet with bald patches, but it had a bed, a dresser, and heat. That was all I needed. The man renting it out called himself Ben. He had to be 70 at least, thin as a broom handle, with shaky hands and a voice so deep it rasped. He didn't ask for references or paperwork, just a verbal agreement that I'd pay him weekly. No contract, no lease. At the time, it seemed like a blessing. He even let me use everything in the house: the old couch, the ancient TV, the chipped plates. All included, he croaked when I moved in, as though that generosity should earn him sainthood. I didn't pay much attention to him beyond polite nods. I was always exhausted after work, stumbling to the spare room where I'd collapse into the creaky bed and barely move until morning. For a while, it was easy, almost routine. Cheap rent, close to work, no hassle. But that ended on a night when I jolted awake to the sound of my door opening. A strip of light cut across the floorboards. There he was, Ben, standing in the doorway, his silhouette filling the frame, one hand clamped on the knob. His eyes glistened faintly in the light, unblinking. His voice, deeper than I'd ever heard it, rattled the silence. "Stay out of the basement. I know you've been down there." My throat locked. I hadn't even touched that door. I stammered, defending myself, swearing I hadn't gone near it. He didn't respond, just shut the door with a slow, deliberate click and shuffled away. His footsteps faded down the stairs. I lay frozen, the words echoing in my skull. Stay out of the basement. It was such a bizarre thing to say. Why accuse me? Why warn me? A normal landlord would have just locked it. Something about the way he said it left my skin crawling, like there was a layer of meaning buried under his words that I didn't want to understand. The next day I was off from work, and when Ben rattled out in his rust-colored jalopy, I was left alone in the house. I stared at the basement door for what felt like hours. Curiosity ate at me until it was unbearable. The thought circled in my head. Why did he tell me not to go down there if there's nothing to see? The handle was cold under my palm, colder than the rest of the house. I pulled it open, expecting a stiff resistance, but the door creaked wide easily, spilling a wave of stale, earthy air into the hallway. A staircase yawned before me, steep and narrow, sinking into shadow. My breath hitched. Every nerve screamed to leave it shut, but Ben's voice gnawed at me like a dare. "I know you've been down there." I gripped the railing and descended. Each step groaned beneath my weight, the wood damp and swollen. At the bottom, my hand slid along the wall until it found a switch. A dim bulb buzzed to life, swinging slightly on its cord. For a moment, it almost looked ordinary. Boxes stacked against the wall, an old workbench cluttered with tools, the smell of mildew and dust. My heart slowed. Maybe I was being paranoid. But in the far corner stood a door, squat and out of place, like it had been added later. A black strip of rubber lined the bottom, sealing it tight. The closer I came, the heavier the air grew, until the stench punched me in the face. Sweet rot, copper tang, decay. My eyes watered as I grabbed the knob. It stuck, heavy and reluctant, as though something didn't want me inside. When it finally gave way, the rubber hissed as it peeled back. What I found made my knees nearly buckle. The small room was a charnel pit. Stains marred the concrete floor, thick, rusty smears that told a story no bleach could erase. In the corner, black plastic bags were stacked like grotesque parcels, each stretched into long, sagging shapes. The air burned my throat. And on the wall above a workbench, a small camera lens blinked red, aimed squarely at the space as if recording every grim detail. My stomach lurched. Bile rose. I clapped a hand over my mouth, choking back the scream clawing its way out. I forced myself to raise my phone, snap a single photo, and then I fled up the stairs 2 at a time, lungs searing, ears ringing with the imagined sound of footsteps chasing me. In the spare room, my hands shook so violently I could barely stuff my clothes into a garbage bag. I had to get out. Now. As I zipped the bag shut, the front door slammed below with a violence that rattled the frame. He was home. The sound of his boots on the floorboards was enough to snap me into motion. I slung the garbage bag over my shoulder and forced my face into calm as I stepped into the upstairs hallway. Ben's voice didn't greet me this time, only the sound of the basement door creaking open, followed by his heavy tread descending. My blood turned to ice. He was going down there to check. This was my only chance. I padded down the stairs as lightly as I could, every muscle braced for him to reappear. The front door loomed just 10 steps away. I forced myself not to sprint, not to make noise, until the last 3 steps when panic broke through. I bolted, shoved the door open, and launched myself into the night air. The old man's voice bellowed from below, a roar of rage that sent my legs pumping faster. I didn't look back. My car sat in the gravel drive like a lifeline. I dove inside, jammed the key, and peeled away so fast the tires spat stones against the siding. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning everything else. Only when I reached the road, headlights cutting through the empty dark, did I allow myself to breathe. 15 miles later, I skidded into my brother's farmyard, burst into his kitchen, and shoved my phone at him. The photo glowed on the screen, the plastic-wrapped shapes, the stains, the camera lens. "You're an idiot," he said, his face pale. "Why didn't you call the sheriff the second you saw that?" So I did. With shaking hands, I dialed 911 and told the dispatcher everything. The basement, the bags, the smell, the hidden camera. I gave them the address and begged them to move fast, before Ben cleared it all away. Hours later, headlights swept across the farmyard again. A sheriff's cruiser rolled up, and an officer stepped out, asking for my ID and a full recounting of events. I complied, voice ragged. He scribbled in his notebook, then finally said the words that made my knees weaken. "You did the right thing. He's in custody. We caught him trying to move evidence out of the basement. Didn't make it in time." They wouldn't say what exactly was in the bags. They wouldn't describe the stains or the tools on that workbench. But they didn't have to. The look in the deputy's eyes told me enough. I stayed at my brother's farm for weeks afterward, sleeping in the spare room, sometimes staring at the ceiling until dawn. I kept thinking of Ben's face in that doorway, his voice gravelly and flat. "Stay out of the basement." I still remember the exact weird smell of that dorm room the first time I stepped inside it. A mix of cheap carpet cleaner, someone's leftover instant ramen, and the faint metallic tang of anxiety. My name's Sophie, and I just moved into my freshman dorm with the usual mixture of hope and a stomach full of nerves. The room was smaller than the brochure pictures made it seem. 2 cinder block walls, 2 desks that leaned toward each other like apologetic friends, and 2 beds with those institutional mattresses that make every noise into a threat. My roommate was already there when I walked in. He was slight and pale, with black hair that kept falling into his eyes, and he wore thick glasses that magnified the way he watched the world. He introduced himself with a voice I could barely place, soft, somehow clipped, like someone who rehearsed conversations and then forgot the ending. He said his name once, flatly. I'll call him Eli. Eli gave me a handshake that felt like someone pretending to be warm, limp, hurried, a greeting without roots. He didn't talk much. At dinner that first night, I tried a couple of easy questions, where he was from, what he was planning to study, and he returned them with monosyllables, or with a reflexive stare at his own hands. He wasn't mean. He simply unraveled social threads in a way that left me untethered. By midnight, he'd turned off his lamp and slipped under his covers like someone extinguishing a match. The rest of the floor sounded like dorm life, a laugh through the plaster, a friend calling someone down the hall, the tinny music of the television in the common room. I put my headphones in and watched videos until my eyes grew heavy. The first sign that something was off was small and stupid, the way my duffel felt lighter when I rummaged through it the next morning. At first I blamed myself. Maybe I'd taken something out and forgot. But the absence had weight. I asked Eli about it, caught him off guard. He snapped, oddly brusque for someone who usually hid behind silence. I backed off, angry at myself for the accusation, but unable to shake the little, hollow feeling. Over the next few days, the pattern crept in. My stuff nudged, a zipper slightly open, a toothbrush moved. I started telling myself it was the building settling, or that I was tired, paranoid after a semester's worth of warnings about theft. The rationalizations were comforting and thin. Then the storm came. It was late, the sky a flat basin of thunder, and the flashing lightning made the ceiling of our room into a strobe. The sound of rain on the window was like an anxious drum. That night I woke, often half dreaming, when I noticed the flicker again. 3 bright, almost cinematic bursts, too regular to be random lightning. When I turned over, I saw Eli sitting upright in his bed for a heartbeat, shoulders tight, hands fumbling under his pillow. He curled in on himself like someone rewinding a scene, and, as soon as my eyes met him, he lay back down and pretended to sleep. The flashes kept coming, and I realized with a sick lurch that those bright, mechanical lights were not thunder at all. They were camera flashes. I felt my blood cold as a sink. For a second I toyed with confronting him, with saying something theatrical that would make him stop, but fear has its own language. Instead, I said nothing and listened. The room breathed around us. The radiator ticked. The storm roared, and the soft sound of Eli's phone sliding under his pillow sounded like a small professional whisper. That night did what nights like that do. It sat heavy until morning, and when morning came I found my backpack open, the internal pocket rifled through, as if someone had been trying to find something specific. It stopped being about missing things and turned sharp and personal. Someone had been in my bed, within arm's reach, while I slept. For the next few days I moved like someone half asleep, watching my things as if they might sprout legs and walk away. I started carrying my backpack into the bathroom with me when I showered, leaving nothing unattended on the floor. Friends on the hall noticed I was quieter, and a couple asked if I wanted to go out more often so I wouldn't have to sleep in that room alone. I said yes to anything that got me out of there, even if it meant spending more money on late-night coffee or pretending I liked walks I didn't. That storm night replayed in my head in tight slices. The flash, the slip of a phone, the way Eli's shoulders tensed and then pretended to relax. I wanted to believe I'd imagined the whole thing, that the flashes were lightning, that my bag had been left lighter because I was careless. But the unease didn't wash away. I started staying up later on purpose, determined to catch whatever small theft or invasion had been happening. I would lie in my bed, eyes open, and make a calendar in my head of the times things went missing. I learned to tell the difference between real lightning and something else. Human-made flashes were precise, a tight, bright burst, always the same intensity. Nature had variety. This had a signature. One night when Eli was out, he'd said he was staying in, but later that week I saw him leave with a backpack and didn't see him return until the next afternoon. I finally gave in to curiosity and the nagging need to know. His laptop sat on his desk, the lid cracked, sleep mode engaged. I told myself I was crossing a line. I told myself I'd put it back the way I found it and never say a word if I found nothing. My hands shook as I flipped the lid and tapped the trackpad. The desktop bloomed with a million tiny icons and folders, a chaotic collage of things that made my skin prickle. I started clicking through folders like a person checking under couches, but I didn't have to dig long before I found a file labeled in a way that made my stomach drop. One folder held subfolders named by dates. Inside were images, hundreds of images, and my throat closed. There I was, in a dozen different positions, rolled onto my side, curled up with my arm over my face, the glow of my phone lighting my cheekbones, the crumple of the blanket. Each photo was taken from the angle of a nightstand, or from an almost impossible vantage point, as if the camera had been set up deliberately to catch me mid-sleep. There were close-ups of my hands, a shot of my duffel unzipped, a picture of my passport page. My stomach dropped to the floor. I clicked faster, scanning, and found time-stamped images that matched the storms, the nights I knew I'd been watched. My hands moved on autopilot. I recorded the screen with my phone, fingers fumbling, making sure there was proof. Then I deleted every photo I could find, wiping the trash bin, heart thudding like a drum. It felt obscene and necessary in the same breath erasing someone's invasion, taking back the proof, and removing the ugliness from my life. When the laptop screen went black in sleep mode, I closed it and slid the lid down like a trap door. The apartment still hummed with the ordinary noise of other people's lives, footsteps in distant halls, a laugh from the lobby. But in my chest the noise was a different animal, a tight, constricting panic. I didn't wait. I walked straight to the residence life office in the dorm building, my recorded video pressed in my hand like a talisman. The coordinator on duty was a woman in her 30s, who smelled faintly of peppermint gum and wore the kind of patience that only late-night dorm staff develop. I told her everything in a rush. The flashes at night, the missing items, the photos I'd found. She listened with a slow, careful tilt of her head. Without making me feel ridiculous, she ushered me to a small office and watched the video I'd recorded, face unreadable as the images played. When it was over, she sat back and fixed me with a look that made me feel small and also somehow steady. "You did the right thing coming to tell us," she said. "We'll move you to another room tonight. We'll also check his machine and take copies of anything we need. You won't have to see him again." It felt like a lifeline. I signed the paperwork, packed the essentials in a duffel, and shuffled back to the room with a hollow sense of farewell. Packing felt unreal. I kept thinking I was being dramatic. Still, relief was a warm, clumsy thing when it arrived. The next morning, I walked into a different room across campus with a new roommate who seemed plain and normal, and who asked me about classes and coffee like a human being. It was small and perfect. But before I left, the last night in the old room kept me awake. I lay there with the lights out, the new mattress giving a hollow thud whenever I turned over, and convinced myself that I'd finally managed to be brave. I told myself I would sleep, that the worst was gone. Then I heard it. The springs under Eli's bed creak as he shifted. A small exhale, soft, controlled right above me. It was a sound that meant he was standing, and not in a casual way. My whole body tensed, and I'd told myself not to move a muscle, didn't dare to breathe loud enough to give him a cue. For less than a minute, the silence stretched like taffy. The springs moved again, steps retreating, and then nothing. It was the most intimate violation I could imagine. Someone standing over me while I pretended to be asleep. I didn't scream. I didn't confront him. I simply let dawn come and moved out with everything I had. I filed the complaint with housing, handed over the video and a written statement, and left the campus 2 days later. The university took action. At least that's what they said when I asked. But I never stayed to watch what discipline fell on Eli. I think sometimes institutions handle these things by moving the people they worry about, not always by dealing with the root. For me, moving was enough. Getting away from the room, changing the locks in my mind was salvation. Sometimes at night I still check my bag twice. I still flinch at flashes that are too close to the window. But I also learned something important. Names matter less than action. I told someone. I collected proof. I left. Those things felt like small victories carved out of a very ugly experience. The weeks that followed should have been a relief, but the fear didn't loosen its grip as easily as I hoped. Even in my new dorm across campus, I found myself sleeping with my phone clutched in my hand, thumb resting on the screen, ready to light it up at the faintest sound. My new roommate Ryan was a completely normal guy, the kind of person who snored gently, laughed at dumb TV shows, and minded his own business. Still, I couldn't help watching him sometimes, searching for hidden signs, bracing myself for some new betrayal. Trauma makes you suspicious of even kindness. The university emailed me once about further proceedings with Eli, but the message was deliberately vague, full of institutional language about privacy protections and disciplinary review. I deleted it without opening the attached PDF. I didn't want the details, didn't want to know if he was expelled or quietly shifted into another room where someone else might have to live through what I had. I wanted the distance, the silence. But silence has a way of twisting into its own noise. Your brain fills in the blanks. Sometimes, late at night, I'd walk past my old dorm building, not intentionally, just because the path to the dining hall sometimes curved that way. Each time, I felt the weight in my stomach, a sour heaviness. Once, I thought I saw him through the glass doors, hunched over at a vending machine. I told myself it couldn't be him, that he'd been moved out, but the glimpse of pale skin and dark hair was enough to quicken my pace, to keep me awake for another night. The creepiest part wasn't the photos, though that memory is branded into me. It was that last night, the sound of him exhaling above my bed, the weight of his presence without touch. That was worse than anything tangible, because it was invisible, unprovable. If I hadn't stayed awake that night, I might never have known how close he came, and that thought still makes me shudder. How many times had he stood there before, while I was too deeply asleep to notice? Ryan eventually noticed the way I locked my drawers, zipped up my backpack, double-checked the window latches. One evening he asked if someone had robbed me before. I just said, yeah, something like that. He didn't push, and I was grateful. Saying it out loud meant reliving it. There's no clean end to stories like this. No moment where the world resets to normal and you trust people the way you used to. The truth is, Eli probably still has the originals of those pictures on his phone, maybe on a cloud backup. They exist somewhere, pixels of me in my most vulnerable state, stored in the possession of someone who saw me as a thing to be collected instead of a person. I can't erase that. I can only live past it. And yet, in a way, I learned something about myself, too. Fear doesn't make you weak. Sometimes fear teaches you to act, to speak, to run. And that's survival. My name is Mara, and at 23, I thought I was being practical when I took my dad's friend Kathy up on her offer. A cheap furnished room in a 2-bed apartment, just until I saved enough to move somewhere permanent. Kathy said the other tenant was an older woman she trusted. Quiet, keeps to herself. She promised, and I believed her. I moved my duffel and a cheap dresser into the spare room, stacked boxes under the window, and tried to make the place feel like mine. The rent was a steal. The mortgage on peace of mind I didn't know I was buying. The oddness started the second night. I was half watching a sitcom in the living room, the TV glow painting the walls acne orange, when the hallway opened like a mouth and a pale head appeared. The woman, small, a little stooped, hair gray and straggly, stared at me from the shadow as if she were trying to read the script of whatever show I had on. Her lips made tiny, muttered noises, an under-breath that might have been words if I were willing to lean into it. "Betty?" I said, trying to sound casual. She groaned and retreated. The sound she made wasn't a word so much as a friction. Throat on bone. I told Kathy. She shrugged. "She's had an off week," she said, as if that explained a person peering through the doorway like an exhibit. The little episodes multiplied. Soft moans in the corridor, the slow sound of her feet stopping just outside my door, a rustle like paper dragged across wood. They always happened after dark, which made them feel scripted, purposeful. Once, around midnight, I heard a knock at my bedroom door, single, insistent, and accompanied by that same groan. It went on long enough for my throat to close with panic. The knob never turned. The door was unlocked, and whatever misfiring part of me that wanted company kept me from calling out. The knocking finished, footsteps shuffled away, and my heart didn't stop racing for hours. That first time I woke to the silhouette at my bed, I assumed, stupidly, maybe she'd come to sit with me, maybe to ask for food. Instead, in the dark, I felt a presence at the edge of my mattress, a weight of air, a quiet outline, and then heard the same wet, low groan in my ear. I flipped on the lamp. There she stood, Betty, a 60-something woman with her hair in a loose gray halo and a look that could have been confusion if only confusion wore a certain fierceness. In her right hand, steady, deliberate, she held a long kitchen knife. The blade caught the lamp's light and threw it back like a promise. I remember the exact angle of the metal, the way it split the light into a thin, ugly line. For a second, my brain tried to file it away as a mistake. People bring knives to bedrooms for ordinary reasons, cutting fruit, opening boxes. But the way she held it, arm relaxed, a predator's patience, made my bones remember something older and more elemental. My mouth was dry. My suitcase tumbled, forgotten, to the floor. The TV's laugh track from earlier seemed like a different life. I opened my mouth to make a sound and found it shredded into a whisper. Her groan deepened, almost pleased, and then she took a single step forward. The floorboards sighed under her weight, the house itself a witness. In my chest, a small, rational voice kept trying to explain. Betty is confused. She needs help. Get help. But when the lamplight washed across her face, I could also see something colder. An oldness that wasn't just age, and an intent that felt too patient to be accidental. I did the only thing I could think to do. I edged backwards, slow and quiet, until my back hit the wall opposite the bed. My phone was on the dresser, just out of reach. Each second stretched like taffy. The groaning stopped. The knife tilted. For a second, I thought she might just turn and walk away. Then she raised the blade the smallest fraction, as if measuring whether motion would startle me. My hands shook so hard my fingertips left crescents in the plaster. I whispered Kathy's name at last, hoarse and stupid. The sound startled Betty like a bell. She didn't lower the knife. Instead, as though obeying someone else I couldn't see, she turned and drifted back toward the hallway, the blade dangling at her side like a pendulum. I didn't move until the sound of her footsteps faded. When the apartment was quiet again, I slid off the bed and grabbed my phone with both hands, nails biting into the plastic, and dialed Kathy faster than I'd ever dialed anyone in my life. Kathy picked up on the third ring, groggy and annoyed. I didn't care. I hissed into the phone what I had just seen. Betty standing over me, knife in hand, groaning like she wasn't fully awake. My voice cracked so bad it hardly sounded like me. Kathy fell silent for a long moment before whispering that Betty had no history of violence, that maybe it was sleepwalking or some other excuse. I told her no. There was nothing sleepy about the way she stared at me. Kathy finally muttered that she'd come by in the morning, but by then I'd already decided I wasn't spending another minute in that apartment. I grabbed my bag, shoved in whatever I could, and crept to the door. The hallway was black, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound. My own pulse was louder than everything else. I kept waiting to hear her groan again, to feel that blade catch the air near my back, but somehow I made it out. Outside, the street lamps threw weak yellow circles on the wet pavement. I walked until my legs ached, found a 24-hour diner, and sat in the booth under buzzing fluorescent lights until dawn. The normal clatter of coffee cups and the smell of bacon grease never felt so holy. Later that morning, Kathy called me again, swearing she'd confronted Betty. She said Betty didn't even remember leaving her room, didn't remember the knife. Whether that was true or a convenient lie, I'll never know. I didn't go back for the rest of my stuff. I had Kathy mail it to me. To this day, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I can still picture her gray hair tangled in the lamplight, the blade reflecting that single cruel strip of brightness. I don't know if Betty was sleepwalking, psychotic, or something worse, but I do know one thing. Sometimes sharing a roof with a stranger means gambling with your life. I used to think living in a small town meant a kind of gentle safety, the kind that comes wrapped in familiar faces, slow nights, and lawns, people still tended by hand. Call the place Ashfield. It's the kind of one-story neighborhood where the space between houses gives you room to hear the evening, and the woods across the street make a soft, constant border. My sister Nora shares the house with me, though she's seldom around. She chases a second life down in Florida most of the year. That leaves me with a quiet map of routines. Come home from work, make dinner, shower, run the neighborhood loop, snack, then bed. The rhythms were dull and soothing until they weren't. The first night it happened, I was back from my run, shoes still half-laced as I stepped into my yard. Across Birch Street, a white cargo van sat where no car should have been. Our block isn't a shortcut, and strangers don't usually park here. I froze and walked backwards as if retracing a bad decision. A shape hunched inside the driver's seat. The window's glass was either very dark or the streetlight had turned traitorous. I couldn't tell what they were doing, only that someone was sitting there watching the houses breathe. Later, after I'd turned in for the night, tapping through Instagram and letting the shower steam dry in the bedroom mirror, I heard a sound like a hand scraping along a chalkboard, but lower and closer. A cadence of metal on concrete that threaded under the house's ordinary groans. I said hello out the window, as if a human voice could make nonsense stop, and the sound stopped like someone held their breath. I shrugged it off, told myself it was the neighbor fixing something in the yard, and fell asleep under the steady hum of the heater. Friday changed the plans. I ran a little earlier, met friends for a comedy show, and came back later than my usual rhythm. When I slipped in the door and locked it, the house felt small and private again. I turned off the bedside lamp, lay down, and let my shoulders loosen. That's when the house became a drum, and something else became the stick. A faint thumping began somewhere behind the walls, a scritch of movement that seemed too deliberate to be raccoons. I pressed my ear to the plaster and heard the cadence. Scrape, pause, tap, an eagerness that stitched into the dry wall and under the floor. I padded into the living room and looked out. The van was back, parked in the same place as before, like a white bruise on the curb. This time I stepped outside barefoot, the air nipping at my ankles. There was no one sitting in the vehicle. The cab was empty, the street quiet as a held breath. In the side yard, the old crawl space door, a narrow rectangle of plywood I hadn't checked in months, sagged open. The lock had been sheared clean off, the metal like a bitten tooth. My mouth tasted like pennies. I didn't grab a flashlight because there wasn't time for small comforts. Instead, I leaned into the crawl space throat and squinted into a black that ate the porch light. At first, the sounds were little. Pebbles dragged like beadwork, a friction that could still belong to an animal. Then they shifted into a human cadence, the soft, slow shuffle of someone testing their route, the scrape of fingers on concrete. A silhouette moved. It wasn't a quick flash. Someone crouched inside, shoulder to shoulder with the dark, sliding like a practiced shadow toward the crawl space opening. I slammed the door with both hands until wood-kissed frame, but with the lock snapped, the door simply protested and swung like a wounded thing on its hinge. Adrenaline was a cold wire that ran my limbs. I backed inside, shut the main door, and called 911 with my voice a small, brittle thing. On the line with the dispatcher, I could hear my own breathing, a rapid drum, and outside the street lamp washed the van in a bald noon. The vehicle was gone when she asked me to look, and my throat did that small, hollow sound people get when their footing disappears. The officers came and shone flashlights into the crawl space. The beam revealed a nightmare stitched in sensible detail. Cuts into the crawl space ceiling where someone had tried to saw a way through to the floor above, ragged gouges that smelled faintly of rust and wet wood. The marks were precise enough to suggest intent and clumsy enough to suggest haste. I could only tell them about the van and the noise and the windowless black of the crawl space. No plates, no faces, nothing to point at. They photographed, jotted notes, and promised patrols. Their radios stitched the night with a hope I couldn't yet accept. For reasons that had nothing to do with paperwork, I felt stupidly proud that I'd caught what I suspected. A silent plan interrupted. But pride was a small thing against the raw fact of those fresh cuts, and an image lodged in my chest. The idea of someone, patient and patient again, working at the house's lowest belly with a blade and a purpose. When the officers left, the neighborhood returned to its sleep as if nothing had tried to become part of it. I sat on the back steps for a long time, shivering not from cold but from the knowledge that a door in the house had been invited, and the lock snapped off like a promise. The van is the last image I keep before sleep, a white rectangle, a face hidden by dark glass, a quiet predator learning the contours of a street. I thought I had woken to a new kind of caution, but what I had really woken to was the shape of watchfulness. The morning after the police left felt like a bad bruise, tender and absurdly sensitive to the smallest pressure. I tried to will the house back into ordinary shape. Load the dishwasher, water the porch plants, steam a mug of coffee, but everything had an edge. The crawl space cuts stared up at me from memory like brackets on a sentence I couldn't finish. I called my sister, even though she was in Florida, because saying the words out loud made them less monstrous. Someone tried to get in through the crawl space. The lock snapped. There were marks, like they were sawing. She said to call the precinct again and to get better locks. And her voice sounded small over the phone, the faith of someone at a distance. Neighbors drifted over with lanterns in concern. Old Mrs. Keene from 2 doors down brought a thermos and a look that asked more than she said. Her husband had been in the Navy and had slow, practical ways of looking at things. He knelt by the crawl space door, flashlight cutting into the black, and said the cuts were deliberate. Not the nervous bite of a raccoon or the clumsy claw of an animal, but the angled, repeated score of someone who'd chosen a tool and a target. They were testing the bones, he said, and the metaphor lodged like a thumb under my ribs. The police put a patrol on the street for a few nights. Every passing cruiser was a tidy bar of light on the horizon, and at first the presence felt like an armor I could lean against. But armor rusts when you rely on it to be permanent. The vans I half expected to return didn't show for a week. Then they did. A white blur parked for 2 nights 3 houses down, a small, patient menace that slid through the evening like a cold thing looking for a seam. Once I tried to follow it with my car, and I lost sight of it at a 4-way. When I pulled up, the white van was gone as if it had melted under the street lamp. Whoever had been watching knew how to unspool themselves. Sleep became a factional war inside my head. I set traps for myself, motion lights, a cheap door alarm that screamed like a car alarm and made every dog in the block bark until I felt the world narrow to noise. I hammered extra bolts into the crawl space and stapled sheet metal where the cuts had been. Practical armor. The weirdness was the way my senses rewired. The house acquired a new vocabulary. The particular groan of the dishwasher when a pan shifts, the breathy sigh the heater makes when the pilot light stirs. Each sound got labeled. Harmless, maybe. Suspicious. Check. Alarming. Call someone. I carried a flashlight like a talisman. There were false alarms, which are its own kind of cruelty. At night, a raccoon got into Mrs. Keene's trash, and the skitter sent my heart into a sprint. Once a neighbor's teenage kid used a saw to build a backyard fort, and the rasp snapped every hair on my neck into attention. Each time I cursed at my body for being small and afraid, and each time I also felt a strange gratitude. The fear was doing its job, keeping me alive for the real thing. One evening, 3 weeks in, I woke to the scrape of something along the side of the house. My throat tightened, and I swung my feet to the floor, breath a hard little animal. I thumbed my flashlight on and went outside. The van was back. Tail lights dark, windows black. A figure moved inside. A small, sudden motion that made me step back as if the person inside could snatch a piece of me through the glass. My phone camera flared and I grabbed a shot through the windshield. The picture came out a smear, a ghost in a cab. I called the non-emergency line and the operator said she'd log it. I wanted more than logging. I wanted someone to show up and put lights on the hood and tell the man inside to leave. A surveillance company gave me a quote for a camera system that uploaded to the cloud. It was not cheap, but privacy rarely is. I swallowed the cost and watched as a rectangle of tempered glass and circuitry was mounted beneath the eaves. the camera's eye turning like a sleepy animal and then finding me in its lens. For the first time in days, I felt a small, practical relief. The van still came once or twice after that, but the driver sat in the cab more like a reader at a window than a hunter taking aim. Maybe the camera made him cautious. Maybe he noticed he was being mapped. Maybe he simply moved on. On darker nights, though, the things that had happened replayed like a film strip at the edge of my vision. I would awake to my own breath as if someone else had exhaled it near my ear. Sometimes the house would smell faintly of oil and metal and something else. Old fabric heated up in the crawl space, and my stomach would sour. Once, in the early hours, I thought I heard someone humming outside the back fence. A low tune without words that settled like a promise to return. I grabbed the flashlight and walked the perimeter, chest tight, but found only dew and a small fox that vanished into the blackberry brambles. False alarms. Real terror. The neighborhood conversations shifted into something quieter and more honest. People who used to keep their lights off all night began leaving a front lamp burning, leaving radios on softly in their living rooms. A neighbor installed motion-activated floodlights that turned the night into a stage theater whenever anything moved near the yard. We traded security tips like recipes, how to position a camera, where to angle a light, what noise to make to scare off practice intruders. The community became an organism that learned to look. It didn't erase the fear, but it shared it so that the burden didn't belong to me alone. Months later, the sense of violation eased into a duller vigilance. I still wake sometimes with the shape of a white van in the corner of my eyes, and the image of the crawl space cuts flashes when I close my hand. But the wall between me and the dark is thicker. I added steel to the door and installed motion cameras that kept their little red eyes on the curb. The police never caught a plate. The van never again sat with a person hunched in the driver's seat watching my window. Whether the threat moved on or learned its own lesson, I don't know. But I learned to trust the old, ordinary muscles of community, to ask for help, to put light where shadows gather, and to take the small, angry courage of locking doors seriously. The scrape on the crawlspace roof became a line on the map of my life, a place I know not to turn my back on. Time is an odd balm. It softens the shriek of panic into a steady, watchful thrum. After months of flashing lights on my phone, extra bolts, and the camera's boring eye, the immediate terror loosened enough to let me breathe again. The camera's footage never produced a plate number or a clear face, just grainy after images of a van's silhouette, a shadow that learned to stay out of frame. Maybe whoever it was decided the game wasn't worth the risk. Or maybe they found another street with less light and fewer eyes. Either way, the van stopped sitting across from my house in the same way it once had, and my nights stopped feeling like waiting rooms for someone else's plan. That didn't mean things slipped back into naive comfort. I still check the crawl space door every couple of weeks, run my hand over the metal where it's been repaired, listen for the particular hush that means everything is ordinary. My sleep is more ritual than rest. The motion lights time to come on at a whisper of motion. The camera app I check once too many times before turning off the lamp. Sometimes, in the quiet hour before dawn, the memory returns with the clarity of a recorded sound. A soft scrape, the slow turning of a knob, the voice that said he could smell us. Those echoes are less sharp now. They have the distance of things you survived, rather than the immediacy of things you nearly did not. Neighbors stopped seeing the threat as mine to carry alone. That was the deeper change, a slow shift from private dread to public responsibility. People who once left curtains drawn now leave porches lit and radios on. We trade updates about packages left at doors and headlights idling at weird hours. When someone spotted a suspicious van a few streets over soon after my incident, it didn't take long for multiple calls to be made. The neighborhood had become an organism alert to its edges. It had learned to speak in a louder tone. The shared attention didn't stop fear from existing, but it made fear less isolating. There were small, concrete victories that mattered more than I expected. A friend installed a motion sensor lamp for the yard for me as a surprise. Another neighbor volunteered to keep their camera pointed where it could catch the street at night. The police would roll by more than they used to, and while patrols aren't a perfect safety net, they are a practical one, a visible deterrent that can break the show of someone practicing patience. I learned that vigilance is less heroic than communal, and that asking for help is an act of civic maintenance rather than shame. In quieter moments, I let my mind unwind and test the softer things that make a life tolerable again. I go for runs without circuiting the block twice before I step back inside. I sit on the porch with a cup of coffee and a book, letting the ordinary sounds, kids on bikes, the distant click of a neighbor's sprinkler fill the spaces that had once been reserved for the imagined footfall. Sometimes a white van still makes my heart pull like an old bruise, but the pause is shorter now. The reflex has been trained into a practical list of responses rather than an avalanche of dread. The thing that sticks with me, long after the officers logged details into their databases and the house's scars were patched, isn't the image of the dark glass or the cuts in the crawl space. It's a smaller, quieter memory. The neighbor who brought over a thermos at dawn, and the Navy veteran who crouched by the broken lock with the kind of steady hands that know how to fix more than handles. It's the way people showed up and made light work of a thing that tries to be quiet and private. That ordinary neighborliness became the real weapon against whatever patience a prowler might have. There are lessons in the slow aftermath. Lock the doors, yes. Reinforce the crawl spaces, yes. Spend a little money on cameras and lights, yes. But the larger lesson is to tell someone when your life bends into something that feels like a plan being directed at you. The solitude of a small house can be a refuge, until it isn't. The remedy is not only bolts and alarms, but the small outrage of a neighborhood that will not let a silence become a secret. Call someone. Tell your neighbor. Make brightness routine. Share the burden. The last image I carry is not of glass or metal, but of light. The camera's small LED glowing red under the eaves, steady like an eye that refuses to look away, and the porch light across the street that neighbors keep on not because they're afraid, but because they're awake enough to notice. That, more than any lock, feels like a promise that the street is not alone, and that watchfulness, shared and deliberate, is a reasonable defense against a patient darkness. I've been backcountry alone enough times to know the difference between ordinary silence and the kind of quiet that carries intent. Call the place Silver Pine. The old family cabin rests in a hollow of the national forest, a 7-hour haul from my city life, the kind of place you go to hunt and unspool the static in your head. For years, it was my refuge, a modest, wood-sided house with a sagging front deck, rattly windows, and a keypad on the door because my father and I hate fumbling for keys in cold weather. I've probably made the trip 40 times in my life. By 2017, I still went up alone sometimes. But after what happened that trip, I didn't want to go alone again. I pulled the truck off the dirt road and eased it onto the long, unkept grass that serves as our driveway. There's no formal path, just the tired ruts made by decades of pickups and ATVs. The late summer breeze was merciful. Even in the valley heat, there was that cool edge at dusk that always smells like pine and old cordwood. Inside, the cabin felt both familiar and slightly out of use. Mouse traps leaning over in one corner, dust on the windowsill, a chair missing a spindle. I tossed my gear inside, flicked the breakers, and coaxed the water heater back to life. Little rituals like tossing stale mouse carcasses into the trash and airing the place out are maintenance and comfort all at once. Tiny repudiations of wilderness entropy. By the time I had my hunting vest laid out and my Winchester cleaned, the sun was folding itself behind the ridge. That is when I heard it. High, bright peals of laughter from the trees. At first I thought it might be hunters passing on a trail, a group of teenagers maybe, but the sound was too young, lilting like kids playing hide-and-seek around a creek. My back went a little hard with irritation. This was my property. Trespassers on private timber mean trouble, not only because of liability, but because they scare game away. I stepped to the living room window and cranked the heavy sash open to listen. The laughter sounded solid and close, but when I peered into the darkening woods, I saw nothing. I walked out the back door toward the sound, Winchester slung across my shoulder like a calm talisman. The laughter stayed the same distance ahead of me no matter how far I pushed. Step after step, the sound arranged itself like a shadow that preferred to stay just out of reach. At one point, I thought I glimpsed a white flash among trunks. A jacket, a child running. But the trees can play tricks at dusk, and the world was awash of trunks and black hollows. Finally, I gave it a few loud terminal commands. A shotgun blast into the air, more for startling the pranksters than for anything else. And the laughter cut off as if someone had pinched the power switch. That should have been the end of it. The next day I took the High Lookout, a crude wooden tower my dad built years back. The tower overlooks a sweep of valley where deer like to pass. Good vantage, good coffee, and the patient deliberate nothing that makes hunting holy. Mid-afternoon, something bright and childish threaded the stillness again. The same laughing, the same impossible cheer. I called my dad and he told me to chase them off if I saw them. So I fired a couple of near misses into the clearing with the same scorched apology of sound. The giggles cut off like someone had hung up a phone. For a while I watched the tree line and felt the smugness of a man who'd done his duty, chased off trespassing kids and saved his hunting season. Night turned cold. The kind of cold that makes the cabin huff and breathe in ways you can feel through the floor. I opened the windows to let air move through the rooms. the screens clattering as the breeze negotiated its way into the house. I was nursing a headache and a quiet soreness from the tower, and sleep felt possible with the windows wide and the land breathing. Then, sometime after 11, the laughter returned. Louder. Closer. It had a quality that it had not possessed before. Not simply voices, but layered, as if a chorus of children were shifted through some electronic lens into a hall of echoes. My skin tightened. I grabbed a flashlight and my Winchester, and this time I went out with purpose. The laughter swelled, no longer a teasing faraway thing, but a wall of sound that seemed to sit 20 meters away, just on the edge of the pool of my light. I scolded them in a voice I hoped would sell menace and authority, a single man shouting into a dark tree line. Then something thudded beside my boot. An object landed like a blunt punctuation in the grass. I looked down and saw a cheap, battered speaker. It had been placed so the recorded laughter blasted out into the clearing, an electronic mask for whatever lived out there. I picked the thing up and heaved it back into the trees without thinking. There, beyond the spill of my flashlight beam, something crossed the edge of the circle, a figure, human but oddly still, the silhouette sliding between trunks like a practiced animal. For the first time in the night, I felt a raw, animal hollow where my blood collects. I fired one round into the air. A warning, the kind of sound meant to slice fear into the world, and yelled threats about what would happen if anyone came closer. I wasn't there to kill. I wanted them gone. I ran back inside, slammed the door, and bolted the keypad with shaking hands. I closed every curtain and told myself I was being rational. Call the sheriff. Wait them out. Don't sleep with the windows open. Then I saw it. A smear on the living room window, in the lower corner, too dark to be condensation. I angled the torch, and the smear glistened with a viscous, dark splattered sheen. For a breath I couldn't read it. Then the instinct to not look too long made me rip the curtain back a sliver. Words were scored there, crimson and crude. A message written across the glass in something that had run in streaks. I didn't give it time. I stuffed a bag, threw the Winchester in without thinking of leaving it. And for the first time since I'd been a small boy, I felt the clean, cold steer of pure flight. I locked the keypad as if locking life itself, jumped into the truck, and drove away before the engine's warm-up chimes finished. On the road, lights smeared the night into a watercolor of pine and peak. I called my dad while heading back toward civilization and heard the brief, flat relief in his voice. "Go now," he said. "Don't risk it." That night I slept in the fluorescent safety of a motel, the cabin and the smeared words behind me like a wound I couldn't yet name. In the morning we would go back, but even as the road took me down the mountain, the laughter lingered in my ears, stubborn and wrong, like a loop of someone's attempt to make joy into menace. Morning came up the mountain like someone pulling a thin sheet across a bruise, hesitant, pale, and revealing things you didn't want to see. I stayed in a motel that night because staying in that house felt like knotting at a guillotine. Sleep came in fits, punctuated by the small, involuntary flashes of the recorded laughter, that cheap speaker landing like a punctuation mark in the grass, and the red smear on the window that had the awful clarity of someone else's script across my life. By the time my truck wound back up the dirt road, the valley smelled like wet earth and juniper. My father was already there, boots making a steady clockwise of sound on the porch, as if he'd been walking it in circles to keep his hands useful. He didn't look surprised when I told him what happened. He listened the way men listen when they've learned the difference between a bluster and alarm. Nodding, arms folded, mouth working around the syllables he preferred not to say. We went through the motions. He checked the locks. I showed him the smear on the glass that had looked like blood. He touched the pane with a gloved finger and then frowned. The crimson was gone, wiped clean in a way that made the edges of my stomach ache. Whoever had been there had taken care to leave an image, and then, perhaps later, to remove the mean proof of their message. That action felt personal and deliberate, the sort of small cruelty that isn't about vandalism so much as theater. We split the cabin into zones and searched like two soldiers clearing a house. The bedrooms, the kitchen, the pantry. My flashlight scoured the corners. Old hunting trophies glowed in the sweep like indifferent witnesses. The closet where my gear lived was undisturbed, the windows all latched. My father pried the baseboards where mice had chewed once and checked the attic route for any sign of a visitor. We found nothing dramatic, no forced entries, no overturned furniture, no small hands left behind. That made me angrier than a break-in would have. A break is honest. This felt like a thing designed to be felt and not seen, a performance staged for maximum dread and minimum legal consequence. He walked the perimeter with me, boots sinking into the damp grass where the speaker had landed. The impression it left was more like a bruise in the lawn than a footprint. No intruder track that we could follow into the tree line. The speaker itself was gone, as if someone had thought better of being crude about it, or had retrieved it in the dark after they'd finished their message. If I hadn't found it, I would have called it a weird hallucination. Finding the object and then finding it had evaporated made the whole thing feel contrived and cruel, and that cruelty lodged like a pebble behind my ribs. We stayed the day and combed the edge of the woods with care, calling out in voices that were part bravado and part stupid hope that someone would answer, and we could yell and end the weirdness in a fist fight. The trees only answered with their ordinary sounds: wind through needles, a woodpecker ticking on distant bark, and the occasional distant caw of a raven that made the hair on my arms rise. My father kept circling back to the practical. He wanted better locks, a sturdier latch, and for me not to bolt the house at the first odd thing, but to sleep there with the doors closed and a radio on so someone couldn't get the idea they were unseen. His voice tried to trade fear for sense. It worked in one sense. Actions quieted the raw edges of panic, but they couldn't erase the image the laughter had tattooed across the back of my skull. At dusk, the sense of being watched thickened like fog. I sat on the porch with the thermos and watched the sun shrug off the ridgeline, thinking about how something had used the sound of joy, the sound of children, as a mask. That thought wouldn't leave me alone. Children's laughter made into mechanical playback as a means to lure and disorient. The pure, defiant noise of youth perverted into a lure. It was obscene in some way that pressed at my throat. I tried to imagine the person behind it. Teenager with a prankster's cruel streak, a local kid with a taste for shocks, Or something weirder, someone who knew how people reacted to certain sounds. The possibilities multiplied, and every one of them left a bitter tang. That night I didn't sleep in the cabin. We drove down to the nearest town and took a motel with fluorescent lights so bright they made the shadows retreat politely. My father stayed up late, drinking coffee and tapping his cigarette against the ashtray like he was doing arithmetic with the problem of bravery. At 2 a.m. he told me, flat and tired, that we would go back at first light and sweep again. That he would bring a camera and some of the traps he used when he did trail cams for game. He wanted to set things up. A heat sensor, a recorded playback of human chatter, something to turn the tables and make whoever it was aware they were being watched. We returned at dawn like people expecting the worst and hoping for evidence. The camera and sensor were cheap and honest. Black boxes mounted under the eaves and aimed toward the clearing. We left one on a tripod at the spot the speaker had landed, covered and ready to be tripped. For hours nothing happened. The forest gave us noon sun and the boring chorus of insects. My father made a joke to loosen our shoulders, and for a moment, absurdly, it worked. We laughed about tracks and about how cautious you'd become when a chunk of your life got rearranged by an anonymous cruelty. After sunset, though, the woods decided to remind us it had other plans. The speaker never returned. The blood on the pane had been cleaned by someone who wanted to remove the explicit evidence while leaving the implicit terror intact. That fact felt like a signature. Someone who wanted a message recognized but not cataloged. The sensors, however, did pick up a series of blips that night, a small, moving heat source at the tree line that phased in and out like something wearing an insulator or a shadow with pockets of warm air. We watched the live feed with the quiet fury of people watching someone rummage in their home. The image was grainy, a smear that could be dismissed as a rabbit or a fox if you were an optimist. But the shape paused in the fringe, as if listening, and for a beat it felt like it had tilted its head toward the cabin where we sat and watched it fidget. I swear in the dark to this day, there was a moment when the feed showed a dim, upright shape at the tree line that matched nothing natural. It was not a human silhouette proper, too long, too deliberate, and yet something in its motion was patient, deliberate as a hunter deciding whether to spring. We didn't wait to find out. The shape melted into the trees as if it had been pulled by a string. We packed up the gear and drove the long road down the mountain again that night, my hands white on the wheel. My father's voice, a low, steady instrument in the passenger seat, insisting it was all traceable, that the evidence would speak eventually. Back in the city I slept badly, with the cheap, steady confidence that people paying attention is better than the alternate. My father stayed up that night and called me 3 times, each check an ordinary ritual, until the mountain's distance felt like a thin line on the map. He told me over the phone that the scratches on the window frame were not random. They suggested a tool, and a person practiced at small handiwork. He said something that landed soft and terrible. Sometimes you don't know what targeted you. You only know you're wearing eyes now. The laughter in the back of my head became a loop I couldn't unhear. Bright, shrill, and triumphant in the way anger sometimes is when it wants to be cruel. I started to imagine the house as a stage set used to teach patience. Whoever did it had thought about how people respond to certain noises, how they rush to investigate, how the night amplifies fear, That planning felt monstrous because it required time and empathy twisted into malice. I stopped going up alone after that. I wasn't brave enough to trust the woods with a voicemail from a stranger, or the bright innocence of children's laughter turned into a weapon. The forest had become not a cathedral, but a theater, where someone practiced in the dark and learned how easily humans would answer a call to play. We tried to outthink whatever had visited the cabin, and in trying, I learned a few hard rules about fear. It loves routines, it studies small habits, and it retreats when visible light and a noisy crowd strip its theater bare. After we hauled the gear down the mountain that second time, I told myself the sensors and the camera footage would be the end of it. That was the useful lie people tell themselves to sleep. The camera never gave us a clear face, only blobs, jumps of heat, the occasional animal silhouette. But it did reveal something worse in outline. Someone learning the edge of the property, lingering long enough to map approaches, testing the timing of our comings and goings, like a carpenter checking a door's swing. Months passed and the immediate terror cooled into a more manageable, vigilant memory. I stopped going up alone. I stopped leaving the bedroom windows open at night. Instead of solo escapes, I invited company, friends with camping gear who laughed too loudly, my father who brought his slow, practical calm, and once a cousin who taught me to string a snare properly and to trust how a trap talks when it's been tripped. The cabin became a place that smelled of coffee and oil again, of animal fur drying by the stove, of the small human rituals that undo dread, shared meals, lights left on, footsteps that were not mine. Those things mattered more than the cameras. Even so, the sound of laughter haunted the gaps between ordinary noises. In the middle of a clear morning, I might suddenly pick at the air, half hearing an old loop of children screaming with unalloyed joy, and my throat would seize. Nights were worse. The way wind catches a hollow log and makes it sing would, for a second, fold into the timbre of that recorded mirth, and my limbs would want to move before my mind could say why. The best defense turned out to be banal. Keep the curtains closed, keep the lights timed, keep a radio on low. The worst defense was over-familiarity, telling yourself it's safe, and then being surprised when it's not. One autumn a rumor started in the small community that hugged the forest roads. Someone had found a stash of old speakers near an abandoned hunting camp 20 minutes down Ridge Hollow. They were cheap, waterlogged, the kind you buy at a pawn shop, and one still had a recording on it, static, then laughter, looped and thin. A neighbor dropped the speaker off at my place, embarrassed and strange-eyed. We set it on the porch like a relic you don't quite want to touch. Hearing it played back in daylight changed nothing about the mechanical cruelty of that sound. It was still the same bright, hollow laugh, but it stripped the encounter of some of its theater. In daylight, the laugh was a thing with wires and a dented case. At midnight, it had been a wall of living noise that could drown a man's sense of place. There were explanations offered in the small, practical conclaves of hunters and foresters. A bored teenager with a taste for pranks. A local who'd made a macabre hobby of unsettling city visitors. Someone with a grudge against the owners of the cabin for reasons no one could remember. None fit perfectly, and the gaps between suspicion and proof are where paranoia feeds. But the community's attention made the person behind the plan less confident. We made the place less private. That worked in its blunt way. Years later, the worst thing about the incident isn't that a stranger borrowed the voice of children and used it like a lure. The worst thing is the lesson it insisted on teaching, that some people are practiced at turning everyday sounds into alarms, and that the smallest domestic habits, leaving a window open, parking a truck with the lights off, can be invitations if someone is patient enough. The memory is not a single dramatic scene, so much as a series of smaller, sharper images. The cheap speaker landing with a dull plop in the grass. The smear on the glass that had me thinking of blood, even though my rational mind begged for a less monstrous origin. The silhouette that paused at the tree line and then slid away like a shadow being pulled back through a keyhole. There were nights I rode the highway home and rehearsed how I would confront the thing if I'd stayed, aimed a beam until the creature was sick of being held, forced it to show hands and face, laid a trap with the hunters. Patience. Those are hero fantasies. Effective in small doses because they give you back a sense of agency. Real courage, I found, was more pedestrian. It was in the chores my father insisted on, in the camera's unreliable watchfulness, in a neighbor offering a coffee and an honest ear, in teaching someone to identify the ordinary sounds from the ones that try to pretend to be ordinary. Sometimes I think about the person who set the whole performance in motion. Were they bored, cruel, practicing some dark curiosity? The question gnaws like a gnawed bone because the answer matters less than the pattern. Whoever did it had taken time to study how a man in the woods would react to a child's laugh. That knowledge is what unsettles me most, because it presumes a certain intimacy with human reflexes. It presumes an intention to frighten for the thrill of seeing fear bloom. The final image that follows me now, when I let memory unspool, is simple and stubborn. The porch at dusk with a line of cheap speakers on the step like mute sentries, the camera's red LED blink beneath the eaves, and my father's boots on the deck boards as he lifts the thermos and says, in a voice rough with worry that has become the household's anchor, "We're not letting this be a private thing." It's not cinematic vengeance. It's neighborliness and preparedness, light where there was darkness and company where solitude once reigned. That is the small, humane end to a story that could have been something much colder. It taught me that the best answer to a patient, cruel voyeur is not steel alone, but company, noise, and the steady light of others who will not look away. I was 14, sudden and foolish with the new privilege of being left alone for a weekend. My parents had started trusting me, at least enough to let me keep the house to myself while they went out of town, and the tiny combustible pride I felt about that still tastes like cheap gum when I remember the night. Call me Marcus. That name's small and ordinary enough to be swallowed by the story. I'd had friends over the first night, the kind of noisy, reckless teenagers who treat a living room like a festival grounds. We went late. We left late. I rode the last of the adrenaline until I started walking home under sodium streetlights, shoes slapping the cracked sidewalk like a metronome. Halfway between where my friend's corner ended and my front stoop began, a car that had been behind me started to behave wrong. At first, it was reasonable. A sedan, headlights on, inching forward. The kind of car you notice in any small town because there aren't many of them at that hour. Then the brake lights flashed. Then the beams dipped and brightened again as if sticking a finger in your face. My skin went slick with a small, animal dread. At that hour, with my city of comfort sleepwalking, flashing lights are not signals of camaraderie. I picked my pace into a jog. The car accelerated to match my gait. I turned into a run. The car matched the cadence. I made my house in a blur of breath and lamp halos. My front windows are low and bare. I always kept the curtains thin, part of a stupid teenage desire to seem like a grown-up who had nothing to hide. That night the curtains were a mistake. I didn't realize until someone in a car parked in front of the curb and stepped out. A person who moved like a shadow squeezed into a jacket. They came up to the door faster than they should have in polite neighborhoods. When the doorbell started ringing in an assault and hands began to bang against the wood, the house stopped being mine and started being a stage for whatever had chosen me for an audience. There's a particular sound to panic, not the scream but the brittle cracking, the quick, useless animal sounds before a mind centers itself on one productive thing. I'm embarrassed to say it took me a second to lock my jaw around that productive thing. Call my parents. They wouldn't answer. True to their normal pattern, they were asleep where they weren't supposed to be. I learned, in that moment, how sharp loneliness can be. A sudden, cold clarity, the knowledge that adults are a half hour away, and your own heartbeat is the only live line between you and the monstrous outside. But then the knocking moved. The door was replaced by the window. Where I had thought the glass would be a boundary, it became a membrane someone pounded at until it sounded like bone. They began to yell in muffled, angry bursts. The words were raw-edged, half-voiced through thick glass. I ran downstairs. My bedroom's on the lower level, and the rhythm of the pounding followed like a chorus. Whoever was out there knew how to pick a house and how to pick a weakness. They banged until you flinch, and then they banged some more to make you believe you'd been heard and that breaking you was easy. I found my parents' bedroom and hid in the closet like a boy with a bad plot in his chest. The phone's little green line on the screen vibrated with the dispatch voice. Calm, efficient, the sort of calm that gives you instruction instead of comfort. Stay hidden, she said, voice steady, and then the world shrank to the two of us in the dark. I could hear the person outside, so close I could feel the pressure of their breath against the insulation of the house. Their voice shifted then, suddenly urgent and strangely helpful. There's someone in your house, he shouted, and I thought my childhood might crack open into pieces right there in the closet. The dispatcher kept me talking, asking small, precise questions that tethered me to reality. How many people? Do you have a weapon? While the pounding evolved into a triad entry. The doorknob near my hiding place turned and fought with the lock as if it were testing a riddle. I remember a surreal, flat sound as the glass on the back door, the one I'd kicked open the last summer for an air mattress move, gave under a pressure I'd never imagined. The intruder's methods were crude and direct: smash, reach, unlock. It felt obscene and intimate, like someone translating a private act into public violation. Through the thin slats of closet door, I could hear the footsteps, deliberate, heavy enough to be practiced, moving down the hall and trying the other bedroom doors as if they had an eye for where a child would hide. The banging escalated into a thumping rage, and each impact painted the air with a new color of fear. Somewhere in the middle of the noise, a stranger's voice called from the living room where the police would later stand. He claimed to have seen a figure in the bushes following me. That explanation arrived like a sudden, wet salve of hope. A car that had been flashing lights wasn't some random predator, but someone who thought he could be a backup. Or maybe he was the opposite, a collaborator. In the fever time of the closet, I couldn't sort the hero from the threat. The world's categories blurred. Every sound meant two things at once: help or harm, misdirection or truth. That slippery ambiguity is the worst kind, because you can't act on it without risking everything. The evening blurred into a police-lit haze. Voices moved around my house the way wind moves through a stand of thin trees, sharp, directional, and then gone. Officers checked the smashed glass, took prints off the sill, and paced out the yard with flashlights that made the night feel like a stage lit for an audience who'd rather not be there. One of them, young, tired-eyed, patient, sat with me on the living room couch while another walked the perimeter. He asked me the same questions you hear in movies and in real life: timelines, names, descriptions. I told him what I could, how the car had matched my pace, how the banging had shifted from door to window, the voice that tried to sound helpful. He listened, and when he left to speak with a neighbor, he told me, quietly, that sometimes people bluff and sometimes they weave a lie to confuse you. "We'll put a patrol near your block for the rest of the night," he said. It sounded small and big at once. The man who'd been banging, who, according to the story he told, had been trailing me from the bushes to help, stayed on the porch while the officers took my statement. He looked like someone who'd put himself between danger and child. Sleeves rolled, breath even. The more I tried to sort him in my mind, the less tidy he became. His words were exact about a crouched older man in the hedgerow. His eyes too blank at odd moments. His hands too steady when he laughed. The officer spoke with him, compared timelines, and for the moment, the narrative held. A person in the car had tried to intervene by following the shadow that had followed me. It was a thin comfort, but it made the dispatcher's voice feel like a real thing instead of a looped instruction. After they ran a search of the yard and the back hedges, an officer found prints soft, partial leading under the eaves where the intruder had tried the windows. They were small, close to the ground, as if the person had crouched low and tested edges like a craftsman feeling a seam. The prints ended at a damp patch of mulch, and there the trace turned into nothing. No shoe tags, no clear tread. Whoever had been out there had either moved fast enough or had the sense to erase tracks. That deliberate lack of choice, intending to be unseen, felt worse than any smashed pane. It said the person knew how to pick the parts of a house that make it easy to get in and hard to show you were there. My parents arrived in the blue-gray hour before dawn. Their faces were a mix of travel fatigue and raw anger. My mother's hand trembled when she hugged me, and my father's jaw looked like a locked hinge. They listened to the officers, whose notebook habits made the night into a report: form, fact, timestamp. My mother cried a little in a corner that morning, the small, private grief of someone who'd imagined the worst and now had to face how close it had come. My father paced the porch with a slow, angry patience that felt like a promise to change things. Locks, alarms, light rigs. He said the house would be made inconvenient for any further visitors. In the days that followed, the house became a series of small defenses. We changed locks, installed a Ring camera on the porch, and tucked a loud-keyed alarm on the back door. A neighbor offered up a trail camera and set it to watch the hedgerow where the prints had faded. The police came back twice to canvass the neighborhood, asking other residents about headlights and odd silhouettes. People remembered seeing a sedan idling and lights that flashed, but no one had a clear plate or a name to give. The man who'd been helping left a message later, claiming he'd simply been waiting in his car to make sure I got inside, no heroics implied. The tone of his message felt like a paper armor. Thin, loud, and fragile. Even with these practical measures, the worst parts of the nights were not the smashed glass or the prints, but the spaces inside the house that used to feel safe. I caught myself at windows at odd hours, scanning unautomatic left hedge, right hedge, porch light, street lamps like a man rehearsing for a performance where the stakes were his own life. I slept in short, precise stretches, always with the closet light on and the phone in my fist. The house hummed differently now. The refrigerator, once a background instrument, sounded like a possible threat. The heater's pale clicks became knock mimics in my mind. False alarms multiplied. Once a raccoon clambered onto the roof and made a conversation of its paws. My heart leapt so high I could taste fear's copper. Another night the wind snapped a gutter loose, and the noise read like someone pacing. Each small misread tightened the wire of anxiety. Friends came over those first few nights like torches, the human kind, not the literal kind, and their voices cut through the house's thin panic. They laughed, brought coffee, and stayed until the porch light felt honored by human presence again. Community is a soft but effective weapon. Having someone's eyes on the place makes the idea of being watched less absolute. My parents sat with me on the couch the night after the incident, and my dad spoke in the slow, blunt way he does. Roof latches, new windows, a siren we could set off if anything moved. The list of items to fix made me feel busy, and less like the person who'd been selected. But there were other things that crept in, quieter and smaller and less easy to fix. In the weeks that followed, I began to catch hints of a presence I couldn't prove. Phones that would buzz with a phantom notification in the dead hour between midnight and dawn, a cigarette butt on the curb that hadn't been there before, a shadow folding wrong at the edge of my peripheral vision. Once, I woke at 2 a.m. to the smell of cigarettes in the hallway. Sweet and chemical and wrong, and for a moment I wondered if someone had tried to smoke in my room as a claim of territory. My rational self-cataloged possibilities. Cars idling, kids with lighters, neighbors, bad habits. But the part of me that had been 14 and alone slept with a small, exposed ache that had nothing to do with logic. I enrolled in late-night self-defense classes with a friend, partly to feel useful and partly to practice not being a victim. There's a small, particular power in learning how to move your body to make space for breath. I also changed the house rules. Curtains closed at dusk, lights on a timer, a phone always charged on the nightstand with a list of numbers. I told myself these moves were sensible, and they were. But I also said them aloud like prayers. Don't get followed home. Don't let the dark be patient enough to learn your habits. And then, on a thin, ordinary Tuesday 3 weeks after the night, my doorbell rang once at 1:14 a.m. I wasn't home. My sister saw the ring and thought it was a late pizza. A neighbor driving by later called to say someone had been on the porch and left a single small paper on the step, a folded rectangle with a child's scrawl on the front that made the neighbor's voice catch when he read it aloud. Inside was a scrap. "We're watching. No fingerprints, no address. Just that small sentence folded like a bad joke." That note taught me something cold. The person had not been a one-night thing. Someone had decided the house was a stage and my life a test. The police took the note, cataloged it, and said they'd keep the case open. I felt the relief that paper gives, someone listening, but it didn't warm the nights. Instead, there was now a line of small, persistent instructions. I followed the way you follow a recipe: lights, locks, phones, neighborhood watches. I told myself that these actions would be the end of the story, that the line would be drawn and forgotten. But the way the porch note clung to me was not a thing you could clean off with bleach or a locksmith. It lodged like an audience, and I had to learn to live with it. The weeks after the porch note were a study in small, grim rituals. I learned to perform them with the same mechanical calm I'd used to unload the dishwasher. Check the camera feed before I left the house, slide the deadbolt and test it twice with my palm, place my phone face up and red-eyed on the nightstand so I could seize it like a rescue line. People told me to sleep, to stop rehearsing the worst, but the rehearsal is what kept the panic from becoming a panic attack. I rehearsed the noises that meant nothing: pipes cooling, wind on the eaves, the neighbor's dog scratching at a midnight itch. I rehearsed what meant something: the soft scrape of rubber on gravel that might be a car, the metallic click that meant someone testing door hardware, a distant cough that could be a hand signaling to another person through a chain of hedgerows. The cheap camera on the porch did the one thing it could. It proved the perimeter was not a private hole where a prowler could operate freely. It recorded late-night silhouettes that were never clear enough to convict, but clear enough to nibble at my confidence. Once, at 2:13 a.m., the camera caught a figure drifting up the path and standing on the lawn for 12 full seconds, hands in pockets, head bent, like someone checking for wind direction. The figure moved in the frame with the casual confidence of someone who had practiced not being noticed. That clip-grainy, anonymous was all I needed to send a shiver down my spine and another call to the dispatch non-emergency line. We installed more lights. My mom insisted on motion sensors that flared like a waking animal. My dad set up a siren he swore he'd never use. Our conversations became a litany of contingency plans. The yard became bright, public. We made noise and left radios on. The neighbor who'd left the coffee said the little changes were comforting, because the dark had been made inconvenient. He was right. It's hard to keep a habit of patience when someone turns your life into a series of tests you didn't sign up for. In time, other things crept in, quiet, insidious little proofs that someone had been braiding themselves into our nights. Packages left in odd places, a cigarette butt on our walkway that smelled faintly of brand I didn't recognize. The trail never led anywhere obvious. No one ever left a license plate in our mailbox or a name on a porch canvas. I started to imagine how methodical the person must have been, what they'd learned about our comings and goings when lights blinked off in the kitchen, which curtains were thin enough to betray silhouettes. The imagination is a sharp tool. Used on itself, it can cut deep. There were nights of false alarms that were nearly as cruel as the real ones. The mailbox lid snapped in a storm, and my heart did a sick, fast flutter that left me tasting metal. The neighbor's kid skateboarding at 1 a.m. past the curb left me with a pulse that took half an hour to settle. Each false alarm was a rehearsal that taught me the shape of my fear. It was less cowardice than training. Still, the mind prefers proof to pattern. I wanted something to point at, something that would make the case definitive. A plate, a face, an arrest. The police kept the case open. They read me the updates like someone reading a weather report you do not want to hear. Leads, threads, nothing conclusive. One night, months after the first pounding, I almost had my answer. I woke to the porch camera's ping and stumbled to the monitor in a dream squid of sleep. The image was a smudge at first, and then a person stepping into the light as if compelled to test it, as if someone in the dark wanted to know whether our rituals would hold. The figure lifted something small and white from the porch step and turned away, retreating with the easy, practiced gait of someone who never expected to be seen. I called the police and watched the recorded clip again and again until every frame had been memorized. The officers came and took the clip, their faces sober. They promised to run it through regional databases for license plate blurs and gait patterns. I watched as the file moved from my hands to theirs and felt the strange lightening of letting evidence go somewhere that was not merely inside my skull. The answer they found was not cinematic. No dramatic arrest. Instead, several neighborhoods reported similar notes and similar lights. A cluster of complaints pointed to a transient with a history of petty invasions, paper notes, idle surveillance, a taste for making people know they were watched. The description fit a kind of anonymity, mid-30s, thin, habitual loner. The man was known to move through towns, testing the texture of domestic life, and he had a tendency to dissolve before the police could catch him in the act. The case file grew like bramble, prickly, and full of thorns but not easy to harvest. Eventually, the police marked a person of interest, and late one autumn they arrested someone who matched the pattern. They suspected he was the author of the notes, the man who liked to watch. The relief was not the cinematic mercy I'd imagined, but something quieter. A call from the detective that said, quote, "We think we've got him," like a hammer tapping a wedge in place. When they told us the news, relief washed through the house like rain seeping into dry soil. It was not instant unburdening. The note's memory does not evaporate the same day a suspect is cuffed, but there was a new softness to the nights. The porch cameras stayed, the lights flashed less often, and the motions that once felt like chains rolled into habits that protected rather than imprisoned. I slept longer. I let curtains remain thin when the day was wide. I let the sound of the refrigerator be merely the refrigerator again. Even now there are echoes. I sometimes wake with the shape of small, exploitive intentions in my mind. How casually someone can repurpose a child's laughter into a weapon. How easily a person can learn another's rhythms to exploit them. The experience rewired me in ethical ways. I am less wantonly trusting at night. I teach my younger cousins to close curtains and to tell an adult if a car follows them. I check the porch camera when I hear a night sound, and I call a neighbor if I think I see movement. The work of reclaiming ordinary evenings is both communal and tedious, and that is its dignity. What stays with me as the final image is small and human. My parents, sitting on the porch one evening in late summer, a thermos between them, the Ring camera's red LED blinking like a patient eye under the eaves. They were not heroes in the book sense. They were people who changed locks, made calls, and never once minimized my fear. That ordinary response, the mix of tenderness and practical problem solving, felt like a cure I could carry with me. Not spectacular. Not cinematic. Just neighborliness and the stubborn hum of lights left on, so the night has fewer places to hide. It was October, the kind of cold that threads itself into your bones and makes the world feel like an old movie grainy at the edges, too quiet between frames. We were a group of us stationed out west, fresh from field rotations, and the sort of restless boredom that makes legends feel like homework. One of the crew, Jonah, grew up here and knew every rumor stitched to the map. Hollow Ridge Road, a 2-lane ribbon that wound through pines and past a slow river, the sort of road that curves like a question. Jonah rattled off the usual catalog of whispers, joggers tapping at windows, handprints that bled into signposts, hitchhikers that melted into mist. But the one that stuck with us was simple and loud. The Phantom Camaro. A car, a crash, a driver too fast for the turns, a machine that came back to drive people into places they didn't want to go. We treated the story like a dare. With October light gone early and a week of cold settling over Colorado, 5 of us climbed into one car and drove out after midnight. When you're on base, the hours bend. Suddenly, a 1 a.m. run feels like the right time for folly. The road was black enough to swallow lamplight, the trees leaning in close as if to eavesdrop. We pulled up where Jonah said there'd be a roadside cross, the sort of thin memorial someone sticks where the pavement got cruel. A couple of the guys hopped out to pee into the weeds. The rest of us lingered by the cross, breath fogging like little clouds of confession. The air was so thick you could hear it. The silence had a texture, like velvet dampened with ice. We'd only been standing there a minute, maybe less, when sound found us. At first, it was the kind of distant roar you expect in movies, the high, hungry note of an engine letting out a challenge. Then the car came around the bend, like a thing conjured. Low black silhouette, an old Camaro's lines swallowed the moonlight, and the taillights equals 2 small red moons that cut through the dark. We laughed, half a joke leaning into the legend. Jonah muttered, "That's him," and the words slipped between us like a dare. When it passed, the tires whispered over asphalt, and then nothing sudden, clean. We turned to go, and the world narrowed to the crunch of boots and the hollow of our own hearts. That's when the Camaro reappeared, out of the dark like it had been summoned by breath. It was right there, now behind our car, too close for comfort. Up close, the paint lost detail. The passenger side headlight was gone, the chrome eaten by age. The driver's silhouette sat low and deliberate, no light from inside. I remember Jonah's face in the rear view that moment, the easy grin gone, replaced by a look that had met ghosts before, and decided not to smile. We told the driver, our driver Mark, to keep it calm. "Do the speed limit," one of us said. The tale said the Camaro chased speeders, and the whole group agreed that flashing bravado would be stupid. So we drove like Sunday churchgoers, careful, measured, the car's heater fogging the windows into soft glass. The Camaro tailgated, a dark punctuation on every mirror. There was something obscene about it killing its lights. In a place this dark, turning off your headlights is not stealth. It's a dare to vanish or to make others do the same. The road pulled us through hairpins that felt like teeth, and the Camaro breathed close enough that I could feel its absence of noise like a pressure behind the seats. When we reached the stretch that marks the end of Hollow Ridge, a place where the road widens and the trees open to low fields, the Camaro did something that made all of our spines slide cold. It rolled forward until it was level with our bumper and then stopped. The driver's silhouette leaned forward in a motion that looked almost human, like someone taking off a mask, and the car spun a smooth arc and was gone, folding back into the dark in the opposite direction. For a long minute we sat with our breath in our mouths, heart hammers echoing in the chest like hollow bells. On the drive back, the discussion was small and brittle. Some of us argued it was a prank. Someone with a taste for old muscle cars could have known the legend and timed the pass. Others said it was coincidence, a late traveler, a local with too much time. Me? I'm the sort of person who wants patterns to make sense. I felt the road bend under me like an animal. The silence afterward was the worst sound. Not emptiness, but a thing that sits and measures you, patient and unimpressed. I still think about how the Camaro came from nowhere, no headlight sound until it was upon us, no glow on the tree line, like a thing that wasn't meant to be in the world anymore but insisted on being seen. Whether phantom or man-made trick, it felt as if the road itself wanted to be remembered. And there's an exact sliver of terror in believing the improbable is possible, the gap between laughter and the sudden knowing that you are not alone. We tried to laugh it off on the ride back, but the sound came out thin. Cold fingers of October wind pressed the car's heat into fog on the windows. Every silhouette of tree looked like a thing listening. Jonah sat quiet in the back, thumb running the edge of the roadside cross in his pocket like a talisman. We circled the story around ourselves again. Prank? Coincidence? Someone with an affinity for muscle cars. But none of us could invent the way the Camaro had killed its lights, like it wanted to melt into the dark and turn us into a different kind of story. That week, the image of that empty headlight lodged in the back of my eyes. I started replaying the moment in my head with the meticulous cruelty of someone rearranging details until they fit a pattern. How it had appeared after we stepped out of the car, how silent its approach had been, how it had matched every line in Jonah's description. Skeptics insisted that someone could have timed it, that a guy with an old Camaro and a grudge could have practiced. But practice leaves habits. The tiny sounds of tires on gravel, a coolant whistle, a radio letting a song leak. What we'd seen had none of those human signatures. It moved like a memory wearing chrome. A few of the guys wanted to go back the next weekend, part dare, part stubbornness. This time we went with more people and more lights, thinking numbers and bright phones would be a kind of armor. We parked farther off the road, away from the cross, because nobody wanted to be that cliché in front of a memorial. The air smelled of wet leaves, gasoline, and something older, like old rubber left too long in sun. When we walked, the road under our boots had a grave, hollow sound, as if the asphalt itself had learned to hold breath. We waited longer than the first night. Time blunted into something elastic. Our jokes dried up. Then, like someone exhaling behind a door, the Camaro came. It rolled around the bend without a roar. The night swallowed the approach until the red taillights were already there, floating like two dead stars. It followed at the same cautious, impossibly close distance as before. Nobody said speed up at first. None of us wanted to feed any legend with a stunt. But Tommy, the loudest of us and the one who believed in nothing that cost him sleep, muttered, "Come on, let's give it a show." He drove. We all knew it was a bad idea the second the car moved. The road tightened into a series of teeth-blind crests, narrow shoulders, and the Camaro clung to the tail of our brakes like a shadow intent on copying every panic. At first it sounded normal, a throaty inhale of an engine, a rattling muffler. Then the lights went out, not the kind of dim that happens while blinking through a potholed road, but absolute. The Camaro disappeared from sight except for the faint red ghosts of its taillights, and yet we could feel its presence like a push against our bumper. My hands were a lead band on the wheel. Each bend felt like a test of whether gravity would decide to be honest. Tommy swore and floored it, the car leaping forward into the night. The Camaro accelerated too effortless, as if the road had learned to push under its tires. The trees blurred into ribs on either side, and the radio cut to static. The only sound left was the ragged bark of our own car, and something behind us that had no right to be so close without making noise. I remember thinking, with a clinical clarity of dread, that if we lost control on that stretch, we'd be the ones to make a new cross. The Camaro flirted with our bumper, then, impossibly, nudged to the left as if to say, "Now you see me." Its taillights winked out like candle flames snuffed. Darkness swallowed it. For a second, I felt the absence like a physical shove, an emptiness where pressure should have been. We didn't stop until the road opened to the main highway and lights bled back in from a distant intersection. We pulled over in a lit lot with hands throttling air. We sat in the car panting like men who'd just been held underwater. Then, in the rear view, a shadow unrolled across the road. One last outline, the Camaro sliding away with a smooth, almost ritual patience. It turned a corner and was gone. No headlights to mark its retreat, no exhaust to cloud the night. We watched until the trees stole it whole. That night shattered something soft in our group. The bravado drained out of us. Even the jokers were quiet. We called friends, posted a video clip Jonah had grabbed on his phone shaky at the moment the lights went out, and watched the feed eat it like it was a bad file. Nobody could explain the blackness. The clip was grainy. Taillights, a white streak of paint, then a smear of night. Some comments called it fake. Others, stranger, said they'd felt like something watched them on Hollow Ridge, even in daylight. After that, we split into conversations that felt like an attempt to repair the world with evidence. We scoured local archives for wreck reports, checked police blotters, and found a faded article about a crash decades back. An old man too fast for the curves, A Camaro twisted off a guardrail. The name matched the one Jonah's friend had muttered in the car that night. It matched enough to make our stomachs drop. The article used the passive voice, was lost, was recovered, but it mentioned the family putting up a cross. People will believe different things. The skeptic sees coincidence, the believer sees pattern. I keep seeing the Camaro's headlights die and thinking about what it would mean if the road kept a driver like that, practicing for an audience. We stopped going at night after that. The legend had gotten bigger in our heads. We'd fed it with our fear, and it grew. But sometimes, when the highway is empty and the radio plays an old muscle track, I drive slow in the passing lanes and watch the tree line like it's a mouth. The memory doesn't leave. It sits behind the ribs like a second pulse, steady, patient, waiting to be noticed again. The weeks after that second drive stretched thin. We pretended to carry on like the road hadn't rearranged something inside us, but the memory of the Camaro lived in small, stupid places. The hum of a neighbor's engine, the way a passing truck's taillights bled red across a dark window. Jonah stopped joking. Tommy sold his old coupe and washed his hands of anything with more than 4 cylinders. I found myself cataloging explanations in order to sleep prank, coincidence, urban legend amplified by adrenaline. Yet every catalog page ended with a blank line. Curiosity didn't die. It migrated into obsession. We dug through county records, scoured microfiche at the library, and tracked down the faded police blotter that referenced a wreck on Hollow Ridge in 1973. The car was a '69 Camaro and the driver, young, fast, unnamed in the short paragraph, had been pronounced dead at the scene. A neighbor had stuck a cross where the guardrail chewed concrete into teeth. The article was small and sterile, the kind of obit that shrinks sorrow into a line. It didn't explain why the car kept coming back to the road, or why its lights would die like a candle snuffed. But finding that piece of paper made our spines feel colder in daylight. Proof can be comfort or kindling. In our case, it offered a rhythm to our fear. A month later, though the rational part of me wanted to walk away, I found myself driving back out alone. Nobody else wanted to go, not because they were scared, but because they'd already seen what they needed to see. I told myself this was investigation, not bravado. I parked farther off the shoulder, out of the place Jonah had pointed the first night, and left the engine running so I could leave in a hurry if I had to. My breath made small fog flowers on the glass. The road smelled of wet leaves and cold oil. I waited until a wash of moonless black made the trees into barbed silhouettes. At first the night did nothing but make my chest a metronome for quiet. Crickets stitched a thin net across the dark, and the occasional metallic scratch of a distant farm gate punctured the sound. Time folded. I checked my phone. No new messages or any trick. I had told myself to be sensible. The myth had been a dare once. Now it felt like a test. After an hour, when exhaustion had started dissolving the sharp edges of my hope, the Camaro came. Not with a roar like in movies, but like a slide of black material across the road. It appeared on the bend, tail lights low and dull, just as the legend had promised. I did not panic. Instead, I strapped both palms to the wheel and reminded myself of the rules we'd made the first time. Do not speed. Do not swerve. Do not try to outmaneuver whatever is behind you. The car fell into our old pattern. It followed at a small, obscene distance, then killed its headlights so that its taillights hung like red eyes in a shallow dusk. In the mirror, it was a smear of shadow that wanted to be a threat. I kept my foot steady. My stomach rolled in a slow, sick wince each time the road carved a new turn. When I reached the final stretch where the trees opened, the Camaro slowed again. This time, instead of cruising beside me and disappearing, it eased forward until its bumper lined with mine. The silence between us felt dense enough to press into the leather. I thought I saw as shapeless a person, then a posture leaning from that low driver's seat, a suggestion of a face turned toward me. It moved in a gesture that could have been a nod or an accusation. My heart knocked so loud I feared it would echo into the field and wake anything that listened. Then the headlights blinked back on all at once, and the Camaro was simply a car again, rust under the paint, a cloud of exhaust. It idled a foot away, and then, with a human impatience that made my skin crawl, it simply turned and drove off. I followed it with my eyes until it swallowed itself in the trees. No apparitions reached from the passenger seat. No spectral driver raised fingers in farewell. Just a car that knew the road and used that knowledge to move with uncanny deliberation. After that night, I stopped looking for ghosts and started looking at narratives. What a road carries in its history. What towns keep in the margins. People who grew up on Hollow Ridge told half-truths and then refused the rest. Locals left flowers and a beer at the roadside cross and then moved on. The myth did work for some. It wrapped men in a story that made the past tactile, made grief visible. For others, it was a sequence of scares that diluted into Halloween lore. For me, the Camaro became an emblem, not proof of the afterlife, not a hoax, just an event lodged so precisely into the edges of a place that it refused to leave. I don't know if the Camaro was a phantom or a man who loved the shape of the car too much and the road even more. Perhaps it was an old grief replaying itself the way a record skips at the same crackle. The thing I'm left with isn't a tidy answer, but a lasting image. The dark of the trees pressing close, the road a throat of asphalt, and two small red lights pulsing like a heart that refuses to stop. That picture sits in my memory like a road sign you can't read. It warns and it invites, and it keeps you awake long after the ignition turns silent. My name used to be something smaller, before shame and relief reshaped it into a private geography. For the story, call me Evan. It was 2007, and I lived out on the spine of the high desert, a place where towns are punctuation marks and everything you need, gas, a taco joint, a friend, can be 20 minutes of road away. The highway through our valley, Route 47, was under construction then, a slow, grinding project that made the familiar routes into detours and the night feel longer. I was a senior in high school, stubborn and lazy in equal measure, with a steady girlfriend who lived over on Pinecrest Ridge. Getting to her meant crossing highways and walking country miles. My mom worked nights and slept the day away, so I learned early that you can't always rely on kindness at home. Hitchhiking was partly habit, partly necessity. I had learned the secret goat paths that shaved an hour off the walk. But sometimes I wanted the simpler, warmer human presence of stop-and-go travel someone's radio, a cup holder, a face that didn't belong to the landscape. That evening I was walking the long shoulder, as the sun buckled under the horizon and the desert leaned into cold. The sky browned and then blacked out like a curtain. A maroon van eased up beside me, and the passenger window lowered with an apologetic creak. "Need a lift?" the driver asked. He said his name was Charlie, though he pronounced it like a question. He had a big van and a thin smile and a twitch that lived in the corner of his jaw. His cheeks were drawn. He had that stretched, wired look of someone surviving on energy instead of sleep. When I climbed in, I told myself the old rules ride with my back to the door. Keep a hand free. Don't let yourself get cornered like a litany. He didn't smell like anything I could name, a chemical tang under sweat. He moved like a man who had rehearsed normal. Keys, seatbelt, small talk. He started talking about a guy named Mateo, as if Mateo were the sun. "You ever meet Mateo?" he asked in a cadence that suggested the answer should be yes. He described Mateo's house, Mateo's truck, Mateo's bad knee. It was small, harmless filler until the words turned strange. "He's got a place out past the orchard. You ever been? He's got money. He'll set you up." He asked me questions I couldn't answer. Did I know him? Did I like him? And when I said no, he didn't seem to hear the refusal. There was a repeatability to his sentences, like a scratched record trying to find its groove. We didn't take the highway. "Too many delays with the construction," Charlie told me, eyes twitching toward my face. "I know a quicker cut." He steered off Route 47 and into the waste of desert tracks I'd learned to negotiate on foot. My chest did that clumsy thing of folding inward. The known paths I'd walked a dozen times in daylight now looked stranger from the passenger window. We passed houses dropped like afterthoughts into scrub, mailboxes with names I'd seen on school lists. There was that sick recognition. This is where you walk sometimes. This is where you could be alone if the person driving you decided to stop caring. When the van nosed down a long dirt lane, I knew we were in trouble. The gate creaked open like a throat. Dogs started up, a chorus of throats that swung from curiosity to outright frenzy with a velocity that made my knees go cold. Charlie's breathing changed. His fingers found the gear shift like someone clinging to a rail. I found a screwdriver in the door pocket and tucked it in my palm. It felt ridiculous and comforting both. A tiny weighted talisman. The property we pulled into was too neat to be abandoned and too remote to be normal. A 2-story tile house, white against the bruised sky, desert roses trimmed like a picture. Someone had cared for it recently. A man came to the porch, older, weathered, shaved head, a white circle of beard that made him look like a stern saint. He watched me with a patient, evaluating stare. Charlie hiccuped words about Mateo, about getting you right, and the older man, Mateo, or maybe his name had shifted in the storytelling, gestured, as if the script was complete. Go meet him. Stay a while. My legs moved toward the gate before my brain did. As my foot hit the crushed stone beyond the threshold, relief hit in a shallow, awful wash. I started running the moment the gate cleared my back. Running felt like a bright, simple answer. Forward. Faster. Away. I didn't look back until I was halfway down the lane, and the house had become a rectangle of dim light. In the dark, the van's engine stuttered, then started, iron and diesel withdrawing from me, and when I finally dug out my prepaid phone and called the police, my voice existed somewhere thin and distant, a small thing inside a big, unlistening world. Later, in my bed, the adrenaline flaked into a raw, trembling quiet. I told the dispatcher everything, and the report became a number stored in a system that made polite noises and then did nothing I could see. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell my girlfriend. Pride lives in small places, and admission would have unpacked 100 lectures I wasn't ready to carry. I still took that bus to Pinecrest, but I learned to plan. There were schedules printed in my head now. The bus times, the grocery closing hours, the faces that always sat in the last row. I never stuck out my thumb again. Even now, years later, when the light falls just so on desert brush or a van eases up alongside the shoulder, my heart remembers the tight, insistent drum of that night. The dogs howled, the gate creaked, a man on a porch watched me like a judge, and a driver called a name so many times it became an offering. The screwdriver is long gone, but my fingers still find the phantom weight when they grip a door handle. After that night, the map of my life rearranged itself in the smallest ways. Routes I'd taken without thought became lines I measured before I walked. Times, lights, faces on the bus. The desert didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like a place with pockets. Small, patient holes that could hold someone waiting. School carried on with its same noisy indifference. Classes, lunchroom jokes, pep rally banter. I kept the normal things because normal is an armor you can put on like a jacket. But the jacket never fit quite right after the van. Sleep was thin for a long time. I'd lie in bed and replay the sound of the dogs, an animal chorus that had climbed from curiosity to threat so fast it still startled me at odd hours. In my head, the howls looped like a siren. They weren't just an alarm, they were punctuation. You are noticed. I forced myself not to turn the lights on immediately when I woke. Darkness had a new vocabulary to me. It spoke in gate creaks, in diesel whispers, in the soft scrape of a boot on gravel. Once, months later, I woke to the sound of a truck idling 3 houses down, and I lay there, feeling the old pulse climb in my throat until I forced it down. I told myself the police would do something. I told myself the system was a grid that would catch a thing like a van on a rural stretch. I called back to the dispatcher twice more, asking if anyone had checked the property we'd fled from, asking if they'd run the license plate description. The first operator was polite and said someone had been dispatched to do a property check sometime that evening. The second promised, "We'll follow up." Promises are paper boats on a river of other people's. Priorities. No one called me. The paperwork I imagined filled out showed up only as a void. I didn't tell my mom. I told my girlfriend as little as I could, just the bare facts, enough to make her pester me for a while and then go back to planning the weekend. You don't always tell the people who love you the parts that make them worry. You hide the terror under a shirt because admitting fear is an amplifier. So I learned to rehearse. The bus schedule, the names of people who would sit at certain seats, the deliberate avoidance of the shoulder where a van could stop. I memorized the last 3 stops of every route I took, so that if something felt wrong, I could get off early and be in public. I started carrying a little thing in my pocket, a screwdriver once, then a folding pocket knife, later tiny objects that feel like insurance, even when you know they're often only symbolic. After a week or two, the group didn't talk about it much anymore. People have lives that tide over small horrors. They move on, or they laugh and repackage the terror into a party story. But Jonah still touched his pocket where he kept the roadside cross trinket. Tommy avoided any mention of old cars. The men who'd been with me that night started to make jokes that never landed. The laughter was a net with holes. I sometimes caught myself scanning brake lights when I walked home in the dark, and one night my pulse slammed when a maroon van eased past my bus stop. I froze on the curb until the taillights slid away. I didn't want to make it a thing, but the world kept offering me the same shadow. Weeks later, I had a near miss that made me see that the van had not been a one-off. I was coming back from a late shift at a restaurant, the sky a slab of hard black. I stood under a sodium streetlight, reading the most boring text message and trying to make my legs stop shaking. A van rolled up slow on the opposite side of the road and idled. The silhouette matched the maroon paint, the dent on the rear quarter that looked like it had been kissed by a door, the slow, lazy chrome of an older model. The driver didn't get out. For a long, awful minute, I considered running across the road and yelling and waking the neighbors. But the safe acts are awkward in the face of immediate possibility. I walked on, phone pretending to be important, heart doing a drumbeat that felt too loud to be mine. It pulled away after a block and stopped at the light, as if choosing whether to stay. Then it left. I told myself again these were coincidences. People keep cars like that. Old vans are everywhere. Maybe the man who'd stopped me had been off his meds or tripping, but maybe he'd also been practicing routes and faces and where someone like me might walk. The thought stuck. Someone patient enough can turn your routine into a plan. It was a small calculus that made me angry and small at once. The thing that haunted me most wasn't the image of the tall, twitchy driver or the older man on the porch. It was the way the house had looked at us, well-kept, polite, like a neighbor who'd never let their lawn grow wild, and how it hid that small kingdom of threat. Good houses are the worst places for mischief because they teach civility and hide what happens inside. Sometimes I'd catch my reflection in a dark window, and I'd think I saw that older man's gaze in the glass, curious, patient, not unkind, just a look that had watched enough to know what the world supplied. I stopped hitchhiking. That small decision rewired other parts of my life. I started walking earlier, took bus schedules I could trust, and saved a few dollars to call cabs if I needed to. Little acts of prudence stack up into a kind of shield, but the memory lives as a thin wire under my skin. How fast my mouth had gone dry, how the screwdriver had felt like a tiny island of control in my palm. It taught me one blunt lesson. Strangers aren't always strangers by accident. Sometimes they choose the places you make yourself visible. They study you in the underlight and wait. The desert didn't stop being beautiful. Sunsets still opened the world into color you could bottle. But there's a certain part of me that now watches for the flash of a van in the rear view, the sudden chorus of canines, the slow gate creak that marks the last second before a choice. When I tell the story now, my voice goes small in the middle because the memory tightens there. Even so, I tell it because memory wants company. I tell it because not hitchhiking again is a small triumph, and because knowing the sound of your own heartbeat, loud, scared, alive, is better than not knowing if you'll wake at all. The long winter after that year finally taught me how fear becomes a ledger you carry around in your head. I filed small rules in the corners of my life. Never accept a ride from anyone without a proper reason. Memorize bus schedules. Keep my phone charged and prepaid. And those rules slowly knitted themselves into habit. But habit is not the same as healing. The memory of that maroon van lived in the small places where my body kept score. A sudden silence at night, a gate's creak that sounded like teeth, the way my hands tightened on a door handle without thinking. Months after the first ride, when life on the ridge had settled into its usual rhythm, I got a call that made all the old dampness come back. A kid from school had been seen on the shoulder near the orchard. Someone had reported a van stopping to offer him a ride. My stomach dropped into a familiar hollow. It felt like someone had left a fresh print next to the old ones. I didn't want to be dramatic, but I also wasn't going to ignore the chance to do something. This time, I did not sit and wait for the police to catch what I'd already told them about. The memory of that empty, invisible paperwork sitting in the system made me change. I told myself I would be useful. I packed a flashlight, the old screwdriver that had felt so heavy in my palm the night Charlie first stopped, and my prepaid burner. I asked Jonah and Tommy to come with me. They agreed without jokes. The three of us left town in a single sputtering car, headlights swallowing the desert. We parked far from the orchard on a narrow side road, the engine ticking as it cooled, and walked the shoulder toward where the lighted highway folded into dirt. It took a while. We moved slow, listening for engines in the dark and watching the black line of the desert for any blink of a taillight. I felt ridiculous being proud of the little litany I'd learned. Check behind you. Know the nearest open store. Make a list of known buses. But the litany steadied me like a prayer. Halfway down the lane, flashlights scoured the brush. The night smelled of dust and metal, and those slow, wet old leaves that stick to the shoulder. Then, like a memory called back, the van eased into a hollow of the road, maroon dent on the quarter, paint dull as old skin. My breath went shallow. Jonah and I exchanged a look that had no room for bravado. Tommy stepped forward and, in a voice that tried to outspeak fear, called out, "Hey, you can't be here." The engine idled and then went quiet. The driver's window cracked down with that same apologetic creak. A face leaned out, Charlie or someone who'd been him, thinner than I remembered, his jaw more hollow, eyes darting like a man who was always listening for a siren. There was a twitching energy in his hands, the same nervous motor that had been so obvious the first time I'd climbed into his van. I felt my pulse in my neck like a small drum. I didn't step closer. Instead, I took the one thing the police hadn't given me the first night: presence. I held the flashlight high, aimed it at the van's interior, so any camera nearby would record light across the dashboard. "We called this in," Jonah said. "You better pull away." Charlie's mouth moved. I couldn't make out words, but he was trying explanation and negotiation at once, like a man listing the reasons his life should be believed. From my pocket, I took a breath, dialed the non-emergency number, and spoke into the phone with careful clarity. I gave location, license detail I could make out from one of the van's bumper stickers, and the make and model. My hands did not shake the way they had the first time I called the police. This time, I was an actor with a script: observation, report, follow-up. I wasn't letting paperwork evaporate into polite noise. Charlie started the van and tried to peel away slowly. "Get his plate," I hissed at Tommy. He took out his phone and, with a restless thumb, froze an angle as the van accelerated. We followed at a cautious distance, not chasing in anger, but keeping eyes on where it went. On the phone, the dispatcher confirmed units were headed our way. She asked us to remain safe, to keep our distance. The van turned toward a dusty side road and then into the sheen of highway light. The officers arrived before it could disappear into the black-blue strobes cutting up the night like a promise. They stopped the van at the shoulder. 2 officers approached slowly, hands visible, flashlights cutting rectangles into the cab. When they ordered the driver out, Charlie's movement was jerky, a flinch that looked like surrender with the wrong timing. He kept saying something about just helping kids, a mantra that sounded crackled and thin. The officer asked for ID and radioed for a check. In the back, someone opened the sliding door and a dog stuck its head out, a small brown face yawning in confusion. The officers found pills and paraphernalia, small bags in corners, and a set of gas-stained blankets in the van that could have easily been used for long, slow stays in desert hollows. There were also photos, Polaroids and crumpled prints, of boys at the shoulder, faces half smiling in the way of uneasy pictures. It wasn't a neat chain of criminal acts leading to a single motive. It was uglier, piecemeal, opportunistic, a predator with a habit. They read him his rights and took him in. The officers asked us for statements, and that part felt smaller and more ordinary than the rest of the night. Names, times, plate numbers. Paperwork at last. Walking back to the car, the desert felt like something you could breathe without a choking rod in your throat. The dog they unlatched shook itself, then trotted up to Jonah and nosed his hand like it had always known him. The officers promised follow-ups and told us to stay near town for a little while longer, just in case. I watched Charlie's shoulders as he was led away and felt a complicated unspooling inside me. Relief, sorrow, anger, a tired gratitude that we'd not been victims that night, and that, maybe, this time we'd helped keep someone else from being one. The legal outcomes came slowly: charges, hearings, a small newspaper story that condensed a night into a few awkward paragraphs. His name appeared in dispatch logs and court dockets. The van was towed. The dog, it turned out, was surrendered to a local rescue and later adopted. The city did its work in the way cities do: record-keeping and notices, and a slow attempt at closure. For me, closure never arrived as a single satisfying moment. Instead, it was a series of small loosening. I slept somewhat better. I caught buses without scanning the shoulders. I stopped imagining every van in my peripheral vision as a threat. That night on the highway didn't fix everything. It didn't take away the way my hands still remember the weight of a screwdriver, or how a gate creak will still cut my breath for a second. What it did was fold an ugly possibility into a different shape, one where attention mattered. Where, being the kind of person who calls, who waits, who shows up with a flashlight and a witness, could interrupt the pattern of someone waiting in the dark. The final picture that sits on my chest is small: a van under the police light, the dog curled on the seat like a damp rag of trust, and a man walking in cuffs whose eyes were not everything and not nothing. It's not cinematic. It's messy and human and true. The desert is still wide and pretty, but now when I hear a van ease up alongside the road, I don't automatically freeze. I reach for my phone and see if someone else is awake to answer the call. When I look back now, I can feel the hairs on the back of my neck rise like a memory waking up. I was 12, and sleepovers were still a badge of bravery. Sticky pizza fingers, whispering secrets, daring each other under blankets. Mason's grandmother lived in a house that smelled like old lace and lemon oil, a place where the wallpaper had been the same since before the war, and the front porch light hummed in kind of a tired, kindly way. During the day, the yard and the little park that threaded into the backyard felt safe enough. We ran and chased and hid among oaks and low swings. By sunset, the same trees grew teeth. Her spare bedroom had 2 twin beds, and that's why Mason's house became the place to crash. After his grandmother made us linguine and clam sauce, she scooped the pasta into bowls with hands that moved like history. We begged and begged to be allowed back outside for flashlight tag. The week was October, when the air tastes sharper, when shadows arrive earlier than you expect. She relented. The porch light dimmed for us like permission, and we ran back through her back gate toward the little park. A clump of trees, a dark field, a pocket of things that were neither neighbor's property nor fully wild. It was my turn to seek. I stood by the shed and counted, voice hollow and flat in the yard, 30, 29, 28. We'd made rules. No going past the creek. Come back when you hear the horn. Childish, ceremonial. I took the last number and pushed open the back door. My flashlight cut a clean white river through the dark. Its beam trembled from the adrenaline in my hands. I swept the immediate hiding spots, under the picnic table, behind the overturned wheelbarrow, beside the shed where the shadows pooled. And then the woods answered with dry, stepped sounds. There, a flash of motion at the tree line. I trained the light and froze. At first, I thought it was a coat hanging on a low branch, until the beam revealed a full shape, tall, impossible to be human-sized under that drape. Someone had thrown a sheet over themselves and tucked through it so it wrapped like a ghost in a child's costume. 2 crude eye holes, 1 small mouth hole, and the white shroud hung like a pale flag against the black. When the light hit, the sheet turned, and the cut-out eyes fixed on me. For a ridiculous second, I felt the old, naive relief. A friend playing a joke, and called, "Mason? Is that you?" Mason yelped from deeper between trunks, his breath a ragged sound. "Run!" he screamed as he burst from the underbrush. He was already moving, the kind of sprint that erases thought. Whoever had been under that cloth did not follow. They melted between trees, or simply evaporated. We ran for the back door like small animals, breath loud in our ears. Mason's grandmother slammed and locked everything with the kind of decisive clack adults make when they wish to reassure children. She kept telling us we were safe, the words the thickness of a carved bar, and her hands shook a little when she checked the deadbolt twice. That night the house felt wrong in ways small and electric. We lay in our twin beds and talked about nonsense to fill the space between heartbeats, about who was stupid enough to creep through yards at night, about who would do such a gross prank. Midnight came, and the house softened into quiet, but soft sounds are easily amplified in that liminal hour. A few faint thumps from the upstairs hallway drifted down like someone dropping a book. Mason and I exchanged looks and, because bravery is performative at 12, we assumed his grandmother had just shifted in bed. Sleep found us eventually, but it was shallow and rehearsed, like a play you practice until your voice goes hoarse. In the pale morning, she knocked on our door. Sunlight made the room feel smaller, sharper. She walked in and looked at us with an expression I can still taste. Part anger, part worry. "Who opened the upstairs window?" she asked. We both said we hadn't. Small trembling chorus. She didn't believe us. She walked us up the narrow staircase, past family pictures where everyone's eyes seemed too well lit for comfort, to the spare room upstairs. The window hung wide like a mouth, the brittle air from outside curling the curtains. We repeated ourselves. Not us. Her face tightened and she moved to the bed. With a sound like someone finding something you hope you'd never see, she reached for a crumpled lump of fabric tossed on the mattress. A sheet, filthy with smudges and a smell that pushed at my stomach. She unfurled it and held it flat. The light from the window revealed 3 holes, 2 eyes and a small mouth, as jagged as if cut by a child's clumsy hand. In the center, one of the eye holes, there was a faint, dark smudge. My skin went cold. We told the story about the figure in the trees. Her reaction was a mixture of a woman protecting her order and a woman who had seen things grown dangerous. She didn't call us fools, she called the police. The officers who arrived performed the kind of polite search that the law allows. They swept rooms and asked questions with pens poised. They found no one hiding in the rafters or under floorboards. They explained the entry later. Someone had jumped off the backyard railing onto the awning, opened the upstairs window, and slid in. The logic was almost clinical and therefore more terrifying. A person with a plan who knew how to bypass simple locks. I didn't spend another night there. Mason's parents took him home, and his grandmother stayed with him for a few days. The police said there was no sign of theft, no forced doors. They left, and the house that had felt like a safe island went back to being a place that could be entered by a step you didn't hear. The scarier thought, the one that settled and stayed, wasn't that someone had gotten in. It was the idea they might still be inside a closet, under an unused bed, or wedged in an attic corner that the search missed. I remember that small sense of violation like a physical bruise, how the house kept its polite light and yet had a place where it could be breached. Even years later, when I picture the sheet with 2 eye holes and a mouth ripped into it, the image is not funny. It is the exact shape of a thing that waits just beyond the comfort of your porch light and knows the rights of entering unnoticed. For weeks after that morning, the world felt like it had been rearranged by small hands. Mason's grandmother kept the house on a short, brittle leash. She double-checked locks, wedged extra bolts under the sliding door, looped a chain across the back gate. She moved with the steady efficiency of someone reasserting order. Laundry, tea, firm refusals, when friends asked if the boys could come back over, but the edges of her calm had frayed. I watched her at the sink one afternoon, hands deep in suds, and it was like seeing a thin armor flex. She'd put the sheet in a plastic bag and left it under the sink. Every time the cabinet creaked, I imagined the 3 holes turning to stare. The police did what policemen do. Polite questions, diagrams, and neat handwriting. The single line about method of entry that turned into a fact you can file away. They showed us where footprints on the outside railing probably were. Explained that awnings and low attic windows made for easy climbing, and promised increased patrols in the neighborhood for a few nights. Those nights came and went with a corridor of police lights, a couple of houses down, and faded like the rest of the town's sympathies. The official record closed. My chest didn't. At school, I tried to keep the stories small, the way you package a bruise so adults won't pry. But at night, the yard's silence unraveled. I would imagine the person who ducked through the window making use of the spare room, folding himself in the closet the way you fold a map into a pocket, learning the routes of steam from the radiators, training his breath to sound like the pipes. Every little household noise mutated into possibility. The thump of a settling beam became boots. The faint scratch of squirrels on the eaves became fingers on glass. The house had been breached, and I couldn't stop rehearsing the angles of that breach. A week later, unable to sit with the fuzz of unease, Mason and I went back during daylight with a flashlight and a childish insistence we were being brave. His grandmother offered us hot cocoa and a thick look, the kind that means both gratitude and worry, and then she watched us go, a tiny sentinel on the porch. We told ourselves we were checking for evidence that the police had missed. We were also checking for courage. The first time I pushed the attic hatch open, the smell hit like an apology. Stale dust, dry cardboard, the old house sweetness of curtains that have never been washed. The attic was a dim auditorium of insulation and forgotten boxes. I swept the beam of the flashlight across trunks and old holiday ornaments. Nothing moved but a thin family of dust motes. I felt foolish and relieved all at once, the relief like a patch of warm sun under clouds. Then, in the guest room itself, something caught the light behind the radiator. A small smudge on the wall. A smear of dirt high enough that an ordinary thief would not have bothered. The dust there was disturbed in a way that suggested hands, quick prints that had been pressed and dragged, and the spatter of mud had the identical texture of the tiny globules we'd seen on the sheet. Mason stared at it too, his face going something pale. We tracked the smudge down to a faint scuff on the window frame and, just beneath it, a single dry leaf wedged in the sash. It was the sort of trivial thing police reports never take the time to note. A leaf jammed under the lip where a sleeve might have brushed it in climbing, folded into the living memory of a man moving through the house. We found another thing in the back shed, a twisted length of rope, knotted crudely, tucked under an old tarp. It wasn't a crown jewel clue. It was gritty and ordinary, the sort of thing a child might use to swing, or a gardener might use to secure a load. But the knot, an awkward, impatient stitch, was the same stitch someone might make if they needed a rope quickly and had never really needed a rope before. Maybe he used it to climb up, Mason whispered. The word ascribed shape to my fear in a way that tightened my throat. That afternoon, our bravado collapsed into the kind of quiet that prefers to be left alone. Mason's grandmother, who had already done enough to make the house feel less penetrable, offered to have a friend stay over the following week, and not a second more. She made me promise to call if I saw anything odd. I promised, and my promise felt like a small, fragile bridge. But promises are lights you carry until they burn low. That night, sleeping in my own bed with the ordinary hum of my mother's late shift pumping through the house, I still dreamed in the voice of someone else's patience. Footsteps over wallpaper, a socked foot shifting on a floorboard. I woke with the taste of dust in my mouth and the image of the sheet's eye holes hovering under my eyelids. I checked every lock along the route I knew you could take climbing into a second-floor window. I slid a chair under the latch on my bedroom window like a child inventing defenses. The house stayed quiet, in the way a held breath is stillness with a future in it. But the tiny traces we'd found, leaf, smudge, rope, quietly insisted on being read. They arranged themselves into the outline of a presence that might have chosen to become part of the house rather than just pass through. The scariest thing, I realized, wasn't the figure under the sheet. It wasn't even the idea that someone had crept through a window. It was the possibility that the person had learned the room so well they could be invisible inside them, sleeping inside the insulation banked under rafters, tucking a blanket into a gap between boxes, listening to the house breathe and learning how to mimic it. Every creak after that sounded like a voice rehearsing itself. Sometimes the terror was a false note, a raccoon moving through the neighbor's bin, a branch tapping the window, and sometimes it was a private truth that could not be explained away. I kept my flashlight on the bedside table, and the weight of the unknown pressed at the back of my neck like a hand you can't quite see. The weeks dissolved into a steady ache of vigilance. Mason's grandmother tightened her routines into a ritual of small defenses: a chain on the back door, a broom laid under the window latch at night, a garden light left on until dawn. We were children pretending to be adults, practicing the motions grown-ups perform when they want to make a house feel safe. But ritual is only a comfort if it's shared, and fear refuses to be shared evenly. The thin, embarrassed silence at school widened into an invisible boundary around the house. Friends stopped asking to come over. Parents whispered about bad luck and shut the subject with a laugh that didn't reach their eyes. The attic visit had given me something to hold, a dirty leaf, a smudge, a rope proof that the world had been trespassed. Yet proof is a brittle thing. The police wrote their notes. The patrols came 2 nights in a row. And then life made the same call it always makes: move on. Days piled into each other. Homework, baseball practice, the low chorus of afternoons. But at night, my head rewired itself to attend to the house in ways it never had before. Every creak of settling wood read like someone testing a seam. The radiator hissed, and, against my better sense, I imagined a sock sliding across floorboards. A month later, when the house had quieted enough that my courage frayed into curiosity, Mason and I went back after dinner. His grandmother stood on the porch, hands folded like an anxious sentinel, and watched as we circled the yard with flashlights. The trees threw our beams into narrow ghosts. The park beyond was a fabric of black. We climbed the back railing and examined the awning where, weeks before, a person had stepped like an animal remembering a route. My flashlight found scuffs there, thin abrasions on the metal edge, the kind marks a climbing shoe would leave. It was an ugly little certainty. Someone had used that exact gap to come inside. We kept looking. In an old tool chest under the back stoop, we found a tightly folded scrap of the same sheet we'd seen hanging in the trees. A corner, frayed, still smelling faintly of the same rank thing that had made me gag that morning. Some fool might say the sheet had been planted as proof. Adults might claim kids make myths into evidence, but there it was. A white triangle folded like a handkerchief, an object that refused to be explained away. Mason's grandmother held it in her gloved hands and said nothing. Her mouth made the shape of someone swallowing something bitter. The most unnerving discovery came later that night when we turned on the spare room lamp out of a cat-like need for brightness. Taped carefully behind the wardrobe was a small faded photograph, a grainy Polaroid of two boys at a school picnic, smiling with mouths full of fries. Someone had creased the corner and tucked it behind furniture where dust could keep it. The faces weren't ours, but the picture had the same recognitions that make you feel exposed. Children you might have known, or children who looked enough like children from someplace you'd been. Whoever had placed it there hadn't left some deranged trophy. They had left small human things, evidence of someone learning the rhythms of a family. We took everything to the police station the next day. Unlike the first visit, the officers listened like people who had time left to care. They dusted for prints on the awning, photographed the sheet, and took the Polaroid as if it were an artifact in a quiet inquiry. A detective with tired eyes said they'd run the fibers and check for DNA. For the first time since that night, the hollow in my chest filled with a tentative, brittle hope that someone was paying attention. The lab results were never something I learned in full. Months passed on the calendar, and the precinct's calls were thin. An update here, a polite, "We're still working on it" there. The neighborhood held its breath, and then exhaled into the usual complacency. But the small things kept happening. A porch light that blinked at 1 a.m., muddy prints on a heat grate that disappeared by morning, the soft suggestion of a footfall in the hall when the house was otherwise asleep. Each time, my first reaction was older and sharper than fear. Documentation. Note the time. Call the neighbors. Take a picture. Keep the proof that the world is not as simple as we want it. Years have a way of smoothing raw edges. Mason's grandmother eventually moved closer to family. She was tired of being watchful and decided the loneliness was worse than any single indignity. The house was sold, and the new owners painted the porch a jaunty blue and replaced the old awning. People move into houses and bring with them their own rhythms, their own tolerances for creaks. The park stayed the same. Trees, grass, a swing that still sighs when the wind crosses it. I returned once as a teenager, older and more careful. A different family had more lights. Laughter and a dog running loose pushed the dark back in ways it hadn't been when we were children. Still, some things don't leave. The sheet's jagged eye holes live in my memory like a cut on the map of a place I thought I knew. I sometimes picture the man, the person who used the rail and awning, the one who tucked a Polaroid behind the wardrobe, not as a monster in the movies, but as someone who learned a house in the dark and then put himself where the quiet was thick. That idea is worse, because it doesn't give you the neat relief of a villain who vanishes. It gives you a neighbor with patience and the skill to be unnoticed. On certain nights when the moon is low and the trees throw hard-edged shadows, I imagine a figure moving in the park's periphery, a small, careful silhouette that makes the bushes whisper. I imagine them learning which floorboards creak, which windows are easiest to push, how the light falls across the guest room in mid-morning. The thought tightens the throat in a way nothing else does. You realize the danger is not always in the break-in itself. It's in the possibility that someone can become the architecture's quiet resident. They live in the margins, folded where we don't look, breathing through the house like a second clock. The final image that refuses to settle is simple and small. The sheet, folded and smudged, with 2 eye holes and a mouth hole like the remnant of a child's costume, left under a sink where the house keeps its cleaning tools. It looked, for a moment, almost domestic, like a rag or a potholder, until you remember what the holes were for. It is the ordinary thing that carried the intent to watch. It is the idea that someone once made themselves into a shadow giant and learned to live inside a family's privacy. That notion sits like a stone in the throat. Not cinematic horror, but the small, enduring terror that someone may still know the steps that take them into your house while you sleep. We'd lived like ghosts on the edge of town for as long as I can remember. My life folded into the rows of corn that rose like a dark ocean behind the farmhouse. Marta and I ran a small corn operation outside Dryford, Nebraska, where the map thinned into gravel and telephone poles shrugged off the wires. The land is honest in its solitude. Long days of soil under the nails, nights that flatten sound until even breath seems loud. On paper, it was routine, the sort of life that makes people think in seasons instead of hours. Sow in spring, pray for rain in summer, harvest before the frost. In truth, that routine is a skin we wear to keep the cold out. On nights like the one in August 2018, that skin feels paper thin. That evening the sky had a low, bruised look. The rain had been working itself into the soil all day, leaving the air with that metallic, close smell that settles in your teeth. We'd had Hank and Ollie over neighbors the way rivers border one another, close enough to wave at but far enough that visits were a small event. The 4 of us ate cold pizza on the porch, played a board game badly, and drank wine until our words smoothed out like a bad recording. When Hank and his wife left, stumbling pleasant, laughing at nothing in particular, it was nearly 11. Their truck's taillights were 2 small, receding planets down Dryford Road, and the farmhouse settled back into the soft wild of crickets and rain on the metal roof. Marta and I barely made it through the first half of our movie. The wine loosened us. She curled into me on the couch and I let the film blur into the background, thinking of nothing more ambitious than sleep. The clock was a lazy thing on the wall when there came a knock. a polite, slow knuckle at the front door that seemed wrong for the hour. You never get visitors in the middle of nowhere, unless someone has broken down or someone has decided to break in. I turned down the sound and tilted my head, trying to place a voice beneath the rain. It sounded like someone, but muffled by the wet and the wood. "Hello," maybe. We listened, eyes meeting in the dim. 20 seconds later, the knuckles came again. This time there was a voice, thin and urgent. "We need help." It was a voice that keyed the primitive part of me. There is a protocol in farm life. Help the stranded, share a phone, offer a blanket. I stood up, the couch springs complaining, and moved toward the door. Marta grabbed my sleeve and shook her head, an immediate, reflexive no that said more than her words. "Don't open it." The defensiveness of living on a plot of land, with only a thin door between you and an expanse of empty road. She whispered she would call the police. I told her I would at least ask who it was. That felt like a compromise, soft and provisional, a way to assert control. When I asked who was there, a man's voice came back, strained by the weather. "Oh, thank God. Can you open up? We're lost." It felt right then to ask for proof. The sort of small test that marginally calm people use to keep from being terrorized by strangers. "Who's we?" I asked. "My wife and I," he said. I asked if the wife could speak, and the voice went flat for a beat. "She's not next to me right now," came the answer. Something in my chest tightened. The voice had an odd, upsung quality, like someone trying to make their words softer or higher. It could be the rain. It could be nothing. But living in a place that swallows sound makes you paranoid in ways that feel like intuition. For a desperate second I laughed because Hank had a penchant for stupid pranks, and I wanted to believe it was him. "Hank?" I called, half joking. The voice answered, but deeper. It wasn't Hank. The small relief I felt fell apart, and I walked to the phone. I called Hank anyway, partly to confirm, partly because calling someone late at night is a ritual that makes the world feel smaller. The phone rang 3 times. He picked up. "Are you at my front door?" I asked. "No." He said he was still on Dryford Road, not near us. He offered to come right away. We hung up. The rain kept its slow, steady pulse against the glass. Then the banging changed. It was harder now, hands knocking in a way that didn't belong to somebody politely tired. Through the wood, the voice came again. "We just need to use a phone, that's all." My throat had the dry silk of adrenaline. I remember yelling something about a shotgun without thinking it through. Part bravado, part a clear boundary. Don't come across this threshold. Marta's hand was trembling around the phone. She'd already reached 911 and was whispering into the line, giving our address like a prayer. The operator's voice became another box of sound between us and the threats, calming, bureaucratic, far away. Footsteps creaked across the porch. Not one, but several too, distinct treads moving along the breadth of the wooden deck. They stopped at a window with the blinds down. A finger of light came between slats as someone tried to lift the window just enough to peer in. The sound of the glass being nudged is tiny and at the same time enormous. It was the thin promise that someone could breach us with ease. Marta screamed into the phone, "Leave us alone!" I answered with my own roar, a coarse animal sound in the throat, and the words I had practiced during 100 possible confrontations. "Get the fuck off our property or I'll shoot." In the interstices of my shouts, something else crept in. The low, almost casual mutter of a voice calling from the road, "Open up!" It was Hank, actually shouting, and his cadence made it unmistakable. Relief rushed in like a sharp intake of breath. Relief that someone we knew had shown up. But that relief was a false tide. When we opened the door, a crack he pushed in beside me, shotgun in hand, eyes wide as if he'd driven the whole stretch scanning for headlights that weren't there. He said he hadn't seen anyone when he turned onto our lane. That detail lodged in me like a splinter. The idea that those voices could have been somewhere within earshot, near enough to knock and to mimic, but absent from the darkness where headlights would have shown them. We didn't sleep that night. We wrapped the house in human presence as best we could. Lights left on, a slow circuit of doors checked, a shotgun next to the bed like a newly grown thing. By dawn, when the rain had finally thinned and the corn whispered like an apology, the sky was a thinner kind of gray. The officer who finally came did a quick sweep of the property, his flashlight pinning nothing more than little animals and sodden leaves. He shook his head and advised cameras. He framed the suggestion like a sensible order, but his mouth made the suggestion into something like a prophecy. If someone wanted in, the only thing we had between us and them was wood. The next week felt like walking through a film that had been reshot in grainier stock. We installed cameras on the porch and the back, their lenses small pewter moons watching the yard. The installer was a young man from town who whistled too much and acted like he was done with the world. He left with a nod that suggested he didn't expect to find anything dramatic. People who live on farmland get used to the idea that most disturbances have reasonable answers. A lost driver, teenagers daring each other, a raccoon bold enough to tip a trash can. And yet, between the shed and the eastern fence, in the dawn light, the shape of that night felt like it had left residue on the air. I kept waking at odd hours to check that the doors were still locked, that the camera feed was still alive. Marta moved quieter than before, the two of us folding our routines around a new shape of watchfulness. For a few days, things returned to a cautious normal. We started to laugh a little about our exaggeration, the way people do to make fear bearable. But on the third day after the incident, a new detail thudded into our home like a stone through glass. I sat on the porch at dusk, a mug of coffee gone cold, watching the corn move in its slow, rivered way, when my phone chimed with an unfamiliar number. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something, maybe the dull memory of that night, made me pick up. The voice on the other end was the precise mimic of Hank's laugh, a sound I'd heard my entire life, and then words, "You missed us the other night. We were right up at the window." My stomach hollowed. It's one thing to be mistaken in the dark, another thing entirely to be told, later, that someone had been inches away and chosen not to be seen. I called Hank. He answered, his voice bright, and where he was, out by the old feed mill. He'd been alone. He swore blind. He started to swear in the way men do when trying to be absolutely, boringly, unquestionably honest. I didn't do that. "Evan, I was at my place. There was a clench in his voice that was not just from sleep. Our calls overlapped and failed, and left us with the same unsatisfying fact. There were people, others using voices like keys. That idea was worse than a physical threat. It felt like a theft of intimacy, a theft of our ability to tell friend from foe. We checked the camera footage the installer had set up. The grainy infrared showed the porch in midnight, tones black, gray, white. At 11:02 p.m., two blurs passed across the frame, slow and deliberate, hands outstretched like men measuring the walls. The audio, when the system captured it, was thin and warbling, nothing like how our ears had heard the night. So much of what had been terrifying was absent on the recording, soft as breath. But there was a moment, 1 second of static, and then a phrase that crawled beneath my skin. We just need to use a phone. The clip ended on a silhouette at the window. No faces, no license plates, just shapes that might have been human, and a feeling that we'd been toyed with. That week became a careful choreography of light and lock. Marta put a thick bolt on the back door and bought a wind-up lantern for the workshop. Small actions that made us feel less hunted. I took to sleeping with the shotgun within an arm's reach, a ritual that both comforted and shamed me. When I did sleep, the dreams were ruined by small details. Hands without faces, the smell of rain under wet clothing, a voice that shifted like a radio. We tried to keep our lives practical and stubbornly ordinary. The fields needed tending. The cows had to be checked at the edge of the pastures. The mailbox had to be emptied. Out in the daylight, the world reasserted itself with the stubborn authority of chores and schedules, but at night the house kept secrets that felt like stains. On the 5th night after the incident, the farmhouse held its breath in that particular way it does when a storm is building. Marta was in the kitchen stacking dishes. I was checking feed lines in the barn when the gravel at the end of the lane rasped with tires. A truck pulled in Hank's truck, and I felt a reluctant swell of relief. He had told us he would sleep over if things didn't calm down. He came up the steps with mud on his boots and that same laugh, but it was smaller now. We joked awkwardly, the kind of half smiles people produce in rooms that have known fear. He stayed late into the night, then went to the guest room to sleep, promising to check the driveway every hour. At 2 a.m, while Marta slept like a small animal on the couch, something sharp and small sliced through the night air, the sound of a knuckled fist on the back door. It was measured, patient, like someone who wanted to be heard but not discovered. Lights flicked on in the house. Hank was up faster than I was. Men who have learned to move their bodies in the dark for farm work can become expert at emergency moves. We both moved to the kitchen window and watched the dark like it held decisions. The moon was a dull coin, and the yard lay pooled in silver gray. We could see a figure near the edge of the porch, its head bent, its hands busy with the latch. The figure was alone. It moved with the careful familiarity of someone who had been there before. Hank stepped out with his shotgun, boots speaking in the wet grass, and I followed with mine. When we reached the porch, the figure was gone. No footprint, no trace, just the porch light swinging from the wind. We checked the cameras and found the image of that night. Someone had walked the deck, paused at the back door, and then, as if on stage, they'd turned and called out in Hank's voice, "Open up!" Behind the call, you could hear a second voice, lower, almost laughing. The footage had been cut, then resumed with someone walking away into the night. We rewound and watched the same few frames over and over until the motion blurred into meaninglessness. The sense of being hunted shifted. No longer merely men in the dark, but men who could steal voices and lay traps made of familiarity. After that, sleep came in short, jealous pieces. In the middle of the afternoon, my hands would tremble without reason. At night, the house felt interrupted, as if it had been edited and a few frames gone missing. The town feed store stocked extra bolts and bright LED floodlights. People asked if we were going to move. They said it in the way townspeople say hard things, with the attempt at practical distance. Some folks don't like being watched, the hardware man said, leaning on the counter. He thought of teenagers, of drunks, of small-time vandals. None of those conjectures took into account the low organizing intelligence that had chosen to press its nose to our window and speak in the voice of a man we trusted. The worst part is what comes after the lights are installed, after the officer waves and says cameras, after the neighbor's truck sits in the gravel like a promise kept. The worst part is how quickly you realize that the world has room for certain nastiness, and that most of it operates within a set of ordinary hours. That knowledge softens into a new fear. Not that you will be physically harmed, though that fear is real, but that someone can sit in the margins of the night and fold themselves into your life by pretending they already belong there. Weeks crawled on. The corn grew taller, and our movements became more efficient. Harvest is implacable in its demands. We tried to fold the event into a set of sensible precautions. The cameras, the locks, the periodic check-ins with Hank. People in town brought us casseroles and said little. A gossiping kindness that never translated into effective action. The cops came again once to tell us about a transient who'd been seen on the highway. The description didn't match the shapes on our camera. Each time they left, the porch seemed a little thinner, as if someone had carried away more than we'd been willing to admit. One night, near the end of September, when the air had that brittle edge announcing the next season, the thing that had been circling us decided to show its hand. It started, as usual, with a small sound, a soft, repeated tapping on the kitchen window that faced the driveway. I had been in the barn, and Marta called me inside. There was nothing at first, only the shallow ripple of rain and the lower hum of insects, and then a voice that made my bones click like old wood. "Let me in, please." It was Hank's voice, perfect, intimate, laden with the cadence of so many years. And it was saying the thing that makes you flinch. It was the earnest, tired plea of a neighbor who had fallen into misfortune. By then, logic had sharpened into superstition. Do not open, do not respond, check the cameras. We watched the live feed with the kind of focus usually reserved for surgery. The infrared painted the porch in a world of white and black, and there, standing next to the stairs, were two figures. One seemed to hold something wrapped in fabric. The other was closer to the window. For the first time, the camera caught a detail we had missed before. The figures. Hands were not rough like farm hands. Hands, but oddly clean. Paler, where skin should have thickened from work. They moved with a patient, almost theatrical slowness, like people who understand the moment is a performance. I remember the smell before anything else. A rotten sweet odor of cloth left damp and under the sun too long. something like old rags and rust. It crawled through the speakers in a way images cannot, and made the hairs on my arms rise into a brittle line. Marta's jaw worked. She swallowed. We kept calling Hank. The phone rang and rang and rang. No answer. At that point, panic felt too brittle to be useful. Instead, we did the old things. We turned on every outside light. We fired the shotgun into the field. Into the field, not toward anyone. And we shouted to scare them off. The noises we made were ridiculous and human and necessary. They left. When we finally pushed the door and stepped out with the officer who had arrived after another 20-minute crawl, there were depressions in the soft earth by the porch that suggested two people had stood knee-deep in the dark. There were no footprints beyond the deck, just those two prints, and then nothing. The officer picked up on the set of gloves someone had tossed near the hydrangeas, gloves too small for Hank, too new and thin for fieldwork. He bagged them. Later at the station, he said the cotton fibers were from a brand we could buy at any big box store, plantation issue grubby stuff that proved nothing and proved everything. After that night, the intrusions dwindled in frequency but never entirely stopped. Sometimes, in the deep no-clock hours, we'd wake to mimicry on the phone, the perfect timbre of Hank singing in the shower, an imitation of my mother's voice asking if I'd had supper. The human capacity for pattern finding can make monsters of coincidence, but it was a specific, targeted cruelty to have voices ripped out of context and used as weapons. We adapted. We created a protocol of secret phrases and small tests, tiny, intimate passwords that only someone in our circle would know. It was humiliating to be reduced to code words, but those codes worked like talismans. If someone called, we asked for a phrase only Hank would know, or a piece of trivia about the old feed mill that only he and I would have laughed about the week before. Months later, in the deep of winter, when the rows of corn were skeletons and the house steamed like a small beast against the cold, we watched the footage from that first night again. I wanted to see something new, to find a missed detail that would explain everything. Instead, the video showed the same hesitant shapes, the same truncated audio, the same absence where there should have been faces. There was one frame toward the end of the clip where the porch light caught a sliver of something reflective at the edge of the deck, an object that could be a watch face, a ring, or a shard of broken glass. And in the pause that followed, a sound that is now stored in my memory like a physical thing. Someone laughing, low and pleased, as if they had found an answer to a question only they had the right to ask. We never caught them. There was no dramatic confrontation, no cinematic reveal. The thing that stalked us seemed less interested in property than in proximity, near enough to watch, near enough to know the timbre of our voices, near enough to stand at the window and murmur our names into the dark. Life continued. The farm needed tending. Bills had to be paid. The seasons kept to their calendar. But the wooden door, our thin, honest defense, changed in my mind from an incidental piece of architecture to the only fragile shield between a household and a stranger who understood how to twist familiarity into an instrument of terror. The final image that stays with me is small and domestic, and the kind of ordinary thing that lodges in nightmares. One evening years later, after the harvest and after the fences had been mended, and after the cameras were old and just part of the scenery, I was in the kitchen when I heard, faint as a memory, a knock at the front door. It was so ordinary, two polite raps, that for a second I forgot the weather, the cameras, the months of careful avoidance. My hand found the bolt out of habit. Marta looked at me. We both heard the echoes of that night in the sound, how quickly a knock can be reshaped into a threat. I thought of that man's voice, the way it had tried to press itself into our life. I thought of all the things that can fit through a knock: a friend, a delivery, a murderer, a stranger who knows the names you call your dog. We left the porch light on that night. We left the camera recording. I lay awake listening to the house breathe. Somewhere out among the rows the corn sighed and turned, as if nothing terrible had happened at all. The summer of 2018 smelled of dry grass and engine oil on my grandparents' place, a small, stubborn farm tucked off the county road outside Harlow Ridge, Kansas. Evelyn and Thomas had gone to town for a few days and left me in charge of keeping an eye on the place while they visited relatives. It felt like a favor more than a responsibility. I'd grown up among these fields and barns, knew every squeak of the porch and every sag in the fence. The farmhouse had a way of folding noise into itself. Radios cracked low, the fridge hummed like a distant bee, and outside the corn rustled with the kind of sound that becomes part of your bones. You learn to sleep with that hush around you, one ear always half open for the ordinary things that need attention at night. The last night of the watch began the way the others had, television light painting the living room in bluish rectangles, a mug cooling by the armchair, the house settling into its summer breath. I was alone, the only living human inside the wide wooden shell. The animals were dotted around the property, their soft noises stitched into the dark. At first I thought the sound that came from the field was nothing more than a deer breaking stalks, a simple explanation that let me keep the remote in my hand and my slippers on the rug. Then the cows began to moo, at first one, then another, and then all of them in a raw chorus. When every cow in the lot starts calling like that, something is wrong. That collective panic is not an accident. It's a signal, a knotted instinct shared among animals. It cut through the living room like a dropped glass, sharp and immediate. I stood up because there was nothing else to do. Farm sense is simple. Investigate. I slipped on a coat from the closet and felt the cold weight of adrenaline under the skin. Before I reached the door, the sound that followed the mooing made my throat close. A screaming, high and animal, not like any bovine noise I'd ever heard. The sound flayed the night into raw edges and left me shaking in my boots. For several heartbeats I simply stood, listening to the house breathe around me, trying to find a rational seam. Was it foxes? Was it a weather thing? The answer was always the same. The animals had been startled by something near them. My grandpa Thomas kept a selection of guns under his bed like tools in a toolbox. I ran upstairs without thinking about rules or permission, fingers fumbling as if the motion had been practiced my whole life. I grabbed his old hunting rifle, loaded it with the slow, reverent movements you learn when you respect the weight of a firearm, and went out into the night. The barn lights drew a yellow pool against the dark. The path to the barn was slick with dew and the memory of earlier rain. Up close, the cows were a circus of white-stitched shapes and low, anxious breath. One stall was empty, an absence that registered like a missing tooth. Where had old Buck been tied that morning? He was always in that stall. He never wandered off. Then, out by the corn line, a sound I thought might be voices drifted toward me. Low, human, almost conversational. I paused, with the rifle raised, and fired 2 rounds into the air, like a marker warning shots, shaped from the impulse that, wherever human trespassers were, they should know someone was awake. For a moment, the entire property fell into a strange, crystalline silence. The cows stopped as if someone had turned off their cords. The wind tucked its tails between the rows. The hush was not comforting. It was a waiting sound, like the breath before the plunge. Footsteps many, not one moved inside the corn, a moist shuffling that seemed to travel beside me on both sides, as if people threaded the rows with the intent of surrounding. I'd watched horror movies and sat through countless campfire stories, and yet those are rehearsals for fear, not the thing itself. The real fear is smaller and more precise, the tightening behind the eyes, the way the world constricts to a single tunnel where only one decision can be made at a time. Deeper in the field, framed by stalks taller than my head, a shape resolved. A person in black, standing too still. I raised the rifle and told him to leave. He did not blink. He did not flinch. At first I thought it was some dumb prank boys from town making a spectacle. Then the figure stepped forward, arms slightly raised in a mock supplicating gesture, and something in the way he moved made my skin crawl. As he approached, the outline of his face was masked, an expressionless, crafted thing that turned the human into a rumor. Then, from the dark behind him, other shapes detached. 6, 7 people in dark clothes emerging like shadows, unfastening themselves from the corn. Their masks reflected the moon like worn ceramic, and their silence was a cunning sort of sound. They spoke in a chant that slithered around words and meaning, syllables that could have been language or nothing at all. The sound had cadence, a music of intent, and it layered the air with something ritualistic, as if the field had become a stage and I had wandered onto it without noticing the lines. I was not simply frightened. I felt the fragile human armor of familiarity dissolve. Names and voices that mean you are safe were being borrowed by something else. Adrenaline sent me moving, and for a few uncertain seconds I was simply running down rows of corn I could barely see past, boots thudding on packed earth, rifle clumsy in my arms. The chant grew fainter behind me and then rose again, like a tide pulling and pushing on the edges of my hearing. I ran until my lungs burned, until the stalks whipped at my coat and my throat ached from shouting, and then I turned and fired into the darkness. 6 rounds in rapid succession, pellets and flash that I hoped would carve a new line between me and them. The sound of the shot sent a flurry of movement, a frantic scattering of footsteps and the rustle of plants. For a moment I tasted victory, an animal kind of triumph that said I had driven them off. When I stumbled back toward the farmhouse, breath ragged and wild, my foot hit something soft on the ground, and the world telescoped into a single horrific image. A cow's head, placed dead center in a ring of candles, wax pooled like tiny moons on the scorched soil. The sight stopped me the way a punch stops breathing. The head's glassy eye looked up at the sky as if asking what it had ever done wrong. Around it, the dark smelled of smoke and old cloth and something rotten that made bile rise in my throat. I vomited there on the grass, the night folding into me like a paper tent. I telephoned the police shaking, my words spilling faster than sense. I called my parents and told them to drive up. My father said he could be there in an hour. I sat in my grandpa's spare room with the rifle across my knees and tears slipping because the primal fear had moved into the place. Grief usually calls home, the suddenness of a broken order. Time stretched ridiculous and thin. The tick of the hallway clock, the beat of insects, the patient drip from the eaves. Each sound was a measuring stick for how long I might have to stay awake, how long it would take for help to arrive. When the patrol car finally arrived, blue lights painting the veranda in cold lacquer, I ran to it like a man released from something that had been binding him. The officer was efficient, but not theatrical. He did the things officers do when things are sudden. A walk around, a call for backup, a slow, careful sweep of the barn and the field. He found the cow head where I'd seen it and cordoned off the circle with tape. A forensic team came, and their methodical, almost clinical movements made the whole thing feel both real and unreal. They took soil samples, photographed the scene in a way that turned the candles and gore into documentary evidence. I remembered small details from the interview, like someone plucking out bad teeth. The words felt raw and careworn. They were chanting, I said. They had masks. The officer took notes and told me not to go back into the field alone. After that, everything changed in the quietest ways. The farm gained a new architecture of precaution. Motion lights, cheap cameras screwed to eaves, a hotline number taped by the kitchen phone. My grandparents returned and listened with the slow, hurt patience of people who stay, because the land is a part of them. Thomas was furious and pale. Evelyn held my hand and kept glancing at the window, where the corn made a living wall that could disguise anything. They insisted on security cameras and added locks. My father drove up more than once to sit in the pickup, listening to the night with his hands folded. The town muttered about kids and weirdos and a transient culture that slips through country roads. But the power of the event lay in its intimacy. The placement of a head, the ring of candles. Those choices were deliberately symbolic, aimed at stirring something in the mind more than wrecking property. Weeks slid into months, and the cameras recorded countless frames of dark and light, nothing, and then the ordinary foxes, raccoons, the slow procession of night insects. Yet the recordings, when played back, had a weird thrift to them. Some nights the audio would thin in odd places, as if somebody had run a hand through the sound to erase it. There were moments when I swore I could hear faint voices on the footage that weren't mine. Someone whispering a harmonic line that could have been a word or a name. We developed a set of small tests, passwords, and phrases that only our family used. If someone called from an unknown number claiming to be a neighbor, we demanded a tiny private code. It was humiliating and effective. The code was a kind of charm of families and farms, where everyone is one another's map. The group never returned to the field in force as far as we could tell, but their presence became a soft, persistent bruise on the farm's skin. Sometimes at night the phone would ring, and if I answered on a lethargic evening, Hank's voice, my closest neighbor, would greet me in the familiar cadence we'd grown used to since childhood. Once, when I paused before answering, the voice on the line switched, snapped into a sequence of syllables that made no human sense, then hung up. Another time, a voice promised. We were close enough to touch the window. Each incident felt like someone rearranging the furniture in the house of my mind, subtracting certainty and replacing it with the smell of something used and rotten. I thought often about why they did what they did. The cow's head was a clear, grotesque symbol, and it could have been intended to frighten, to mark, to make us understand that an invisible hand had mapped our rhythms. My mind supplied stories. A cult practicing some blood-scripted rite, bored vandals escalating into something performative, a group satisfying a taste for ritualized cruelty. None of those explanations made me sleep any better. What unnerved me most was the intimacy of the violence. They had not broken windows or stolen tools. They had placed an image, a dislocated piece of life, where it could be found and witnessed. That choice felt like a message aimed at the oldest, most private parts of ourselves, the places where we thought we were alone and safe. After the formal investigation wound down into an unsatisfying closure, no arrests, no solid leads, the farm learned to carry the scar like a piece of furniture. The cameras became background, familiar fixtures whose glow at night had the same domestic quality as the oven light. We installed motion sensors and bolted doors until the house felt more like a fort than a family home. My grandparents, practical people, softened to a ritual of checks. The barn door latched twice, a flashlight by the bedside, a list on the fridge with emergency numbers. Yet prep is architecture. It does not erase the memory of being walked in upon. It does not stop the mind from rehearsing the same images, the masked faces, the ring of candles, the way the cow's eye had stared upward, reflecting nothing human. Summer became autumn, and the corn that had rung with footsteps turned brittle and brown. The farm's rhythm slid back into tasks, the mending of fences, the harvest, the quiet economy of feeding and tending, but the nights remained a place of potential theft. Sometimes, in the deep hours when the world narrows to a single, unblinking perspective, I would catch myself listening for organized sounds that weren't there. The smallest noise could send me on a chain of reflexes. Check the window, check the back gate, make the family passwords matter. I resented the caution and, paradoxically, clung to it. It gave me a thing to do. We never discovered whether the group had been local or itinerant, whether they were teenagers playing at dread or people schooled in a kind of private theater. Who they were mattered less than what they had done. They had used the farm's intimacy against it, borrowed the names and sounds of my life and rearranged them into a tool for terror. The cow's head remained an image that lodged in visitors' minds. Some nights, when friends came over, they would let their gaze rest on the spot behind the barn and feel that old, cold disquiet. People asked if I would ever go back to staying alone. I would, because the land asks of you what you give it in return. You feed it, it feeds you. But the quiet of those nights had altered me. The world is not simply a set of dependable schedules. It is an ecology of presences, some friendly, some not. The worst kind are those that can impersonate the friendly with a voice they've stolen. Years later, sitting in the kitchen with the kettle hissing and the camera's red light a steady, watchful eye, I still flinch sometimes at a knock that comes as nothing more than a polite tap. Habit slides into history. The bolt slides into place before the mind fully registers the sound. The scar the event left is not dramatic. It is made of small acts of vigilance and the constant private rehearsal of safety. Yet the final image that binds itself to my memory is the one I see whenever I think of that night. The cow's head, carefully centered in a ring of candle wax, its eye catching the sheen of flame like a tiny, obscene sun. That image is the shorthand of the story, what they wanted to give us, and what they took from us in claiming a neighborly night and making it monstrous. I never learned their names. The investigation gave me forms and interviews and an official report that closed with the kind of bureaucratic language designed to make things finite. In life, many things remain unfinished. Questions, apologies, accounts. This incident stacked a few such loose ends on top of the ordinary ledger unanswered, jagged, a reminder that places can be violated in ways that leave no tidy conclusion. In the months and years after, I kept watching the property because it feels like standing guard is the only honest response. You do not wait for the world to be kind. You make small preparations and press them between your palms like a charm. There is a peculiar cruelty in the fact that what frightened me most was not the possibility of bodily harm. The farm could burn, tools could be stolen, fences torn down. These were losses you could measure and mend. What slashed deeper was the idea that someone could stand close enough to touch what was ours and treat it like a stage prop for their private performance. That is a theft that does not lend itself to compensation. So we left lights on and bolted our doors and taught ourselves new passwords. We put cameras in place and learned not to answer unknown numbers at night. We carried on because the land and the life required it. But every so often, when the wind shifts and the corn whispers in a way that sounds almost like a voice, I look toward the dark line where field meets sky and remember the hush. The way the world went quiet when someone chose to announce their presence with a head and candles. The memory is settled now like a stone in the house's foundation. You step around it, and sometimes it makes you stumble.